Rome's strength, it actually showed Rome's weakness, that Rome could not really mount an effective attack on the Persian Empire, and so they had to rely on this proxy. But why it's important for us is that he ravaged much of the region where the Jews lived, completely destroyed the yeshiva of Neharda in the year 259, which was right when it was at its peak under Shmuel. And a lot of things changed as a result of that event. It really resulted in the expansion of Pumbedita and so on, but that's maybe a little more detail than we need. But by the time we get to somewhere around the year 450, maybe a little bit later, the dates are not entirely clear, Rav Ashi and several others, Ravina, were involved in the closing of the Talmud, just as it happened in the land of Israel. So it happened also in Babylonia, where they brought together all of the texts that they had been discussing. They edited them. It was primarily an oral document, but then it was committed to writing, and that's ultimately what became the Babylonian Talmud. Now, I should mention that Rav Ashi cannot be the last person who signed off on the Talmud, because the Talmud has passages that refer to events after his death and question some of the things that he said, for example, after his passing. So it's more likely that Rav Ashi perhaps formed the essence of it and then later added a few things. But that's a whole other discussion, very active in the world of academic Talmud study. This Babylonian Talmud had tremendous implications for the rest of Jewish history. Perhaps its most significant modern development is the institution of something called daf yomi, which means literally a page a day or a folio a day. A daf is both sides of one page. And this is essentially the world's largest book club. It's been running since the 1920s, where Jews all over the world will follow a single calendar and will learn the same folio of Talmud on the same day worldwide. So you can study the Talmud, here in Brooklyn, get on a flight out of JFK and go to, Tokyo, and you can pick up the next daf in Tokyo the next day. And you can travel the world like this. It's a tremendous unifying feature. Tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of Jews are engaged in it daily. And I'm very proud, I'm putting a little plug here for participating in something called Al Daf, which I'm putting on the screen here. Al Daf is taking the whole daf yomi experience and putting it onto the internet. This is an app that allows you to choose from dozens of different Magidei Shir, people who teach the page of Talmud, in many languages, English, Hebrew, Yiddish, you name it. And then there's a whole bunch of other supplementary materials. The part that I do that I'm really happy about is I give a 2 to 5 minute lesson on some historical datum that occurs on that particular page of the Talmud. I'm really proud of it. Check it out. It's called Jewish History in Daf Yomi. At the same time as all this is happening, we also have a tremendous culture of Babylonian Jews that's not really well known. I think one of the greatest illustrations of this is the discovery a while ago of about 1,500 of these things. They're called incantation bowls or curse bowls, and no one's exactly sure precisely how they were used, but they are clearly produced by Jews, perhaps for a general market, not just other Jews, but also for local Babylonians. They typically involve all kinds of spells, prayers, use different kinds of words to describe the tone of these things, sometimes featuring drawings like this one, sometimes demons. And they're often, they were discovered by archaeologists in place, and apparently they would be turned upside down as if to, capture evil spirits and keep them in the house contained, or perhaps to affect the spells that were written in Aramaic around the outside of the bowl. Sometimes they were broken, some were intentionally broken. Wow, so many questions. But this is just an example of the popular culture that we just don't know a lot about, and hopefully that we'll get more answers as the research continues. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching.
So yeah, he had no interest in the wealth. Until he had signed it before with Al which was very advantageous because they had more trade goods and wealthier people and all. But he just didn't have the temperament, I think, that was going to be helpful for Genghis Khan's continued rise.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's pick up our discussion now of the history of the Jews in the land of Israel and in Babylonia in the early Middle Ages, the early Dark Ages, if you will. And I'd like to emphasize one thing that is among the many contributions that Jewish civilization has rendered to humanity as a whole. I've explored this in much greater detail in text. If God willing, you have a chance to look at the book, or you can look at the draft version of it in my course on biblical Jewish history. One of the, we've talked about several of these contributions that Jews made, Jewish civilization made to humanity. The Sabbath is a massive thing, right? The idea of having one day off in 7, a day of rest, a day that's dedicated to religious growth, family connections, something that's way more important today than it ever has been, since we live in such a connected world where you have in your hand the electronic attachment to everything in the world. The Sabbath is a mandatory, calm down, focus on the people you live with, focus on your community, focus on your direct relationships with other people. Well, I can go on for a long time. Of course, prior to that, but connected to it, is the idea of monotheism. Very, very significant contribution to world culture, especially Western civilization. A smaller but very significant one that we should talk about today is the synagogue, which is essentially a gathering place, a local gathering place for the public communal worship of God, which was a new institution. Typically in the ancient world, you would have temples, which were manned by specialists like priests, who would be the only ones allowed into the center. The ancient temple in Jerusalem is similar in that, the actual work of the temple was only performed by Kohanim and Leviim. There are lots of other people who could kind of be on the outside, but the real stuff that happens there was for specialists. A synagogue is a public place. A synagogue is where everyone can go and can express their spiritual yearnings and be reinforced by a community engaged in the same kind of spiritual activity. Very, very important. It later, of course, morphs into the church and the mosque. These are the direct descendants of the synagogue. The very idea of the synagogue is something that we tie to the ancient Jewish world. Let's have a look at some of the archaeological record. Now, there's a lot of mystery about synagogues, about exactly when they started. There are some theories that say it goes all the way back, let's say, for example, to the Babylonian diaspora. The Talmud speaks about a very ancient synagogue there, established in the 6th century before the Common Era. And it stands to reason that you want to have synagogues when you are forcibly exiled from the temple, but not really definitive sources. We haven't found any remains of synagogues that date back that far. There's also a good argument to say that it's associated somehow with the rebellion of the Maccabees, when there was a big surge of enthusiasm for Judaism as a whole, and we see a lot of archaeological evidence of the development of more and more mikvaot across the lands of Israel, ritual baths and so on, the use of chalk vessels, which are important for the laws of purity and so on, and perhaps it's associated with that period. But the earliest actual archaeological evidence we have for synagogues is this document, the Theodotus inscription, which basically says that as long as there have been synagogues, there have been dedicatory plaques, right? Which I'm smiling because if you walked into a synagogue today, you would see they are filled with plaques. Shlomi dedicated the Aron, and Rivka dedicated the Kisei Shel Eliyahu to her father. And this is something that Jews do in exchange for financial support for the community and the synagogue specifically. You put up a plaque that memorializes the donor. This is the Theodotus inscription, which was discovered just outside Jerusalem, and it dates. It's difficult to exactly place it because it was not in its original place. It was thrown into an empty cistern with a lot of construction debris, so it's hard to exactly date it. but it's probably from the 1st century before the Common Era, maybe as late as the 1st century of the Common Era, but it seems to be around the time when the temple was still standing. Here's the text. Theodotos, son of Etenus, priest and head of the synagogue. The term here is used quite frequently in these dedications, archisynagogos, which is actually a term that is quite frequently applied to women. About 1/3 of the surviving inscriptions refer to women as being the head of the synagogue. Son of the head of the synagogue and grandson of a head of the synagogue, which sounds like the joke about Kohanim, which indicates that, if this dates from, let's say, even a late date, let's say the year 50 of the Common Era, his father and his grandfather were also heads of something called the synagogue, so we can certainly place it, in the 1st century before the Common Era. And he built the synagogue for the reading of the law, right? Meaning that they would actually have public Torah readings in the synagogue, which still happens today. And by the way, we have, not archaeological remains, but literary remains. The Christian scriptures, for example, have descriptions of what's going on in the synagogue. It appears to be reading of the Haftorah, for example, and for the teaching of the commandments. So it's like an educational institution of some sort, as well as the guest room, the chambers, and the water fittings as an inn for those in need from abroad. So it appears that this synagogue, at any rate, had a more expansive purpose. It seems a little bit more like maybe a JCC hostel kind of area. It's fascinating. The synagogue which his fathers founded with the elders and Simonides. We have some examples of archaeological remains of synagogues. Here's one that's absolutely fascinating to me. This is a little bit later, and it dates from the period that we are focused on. It's located in a place called Hamat Tiberia, the hot springs of Tiberias, which is in the north, and it dates from the 4th century. Now, if you look at this is an aerial view. There's some kind of like wall that was constructed that bisects, unfortunately, this gorgeous floor mosaic. And on top of it is this interesting kind of panel or register. Let's bring this up here. And it has 3 centuries after the destruction of the temple. It has all of these symbols hearkening back to the temple. It has a depiction of the Ark of the Covenant. Has incense shovels, which would be unfamiliar to the Jews in the 4th century because this particular form of worship ended with the temple's destruction. It has, of course, a shofar blown on Rosh Hashanah and the menorah, a perennial symbol of Judaism. So they're still thinking of the synagogue as a mikdash ma'at, as a small sanctuary, some kind of like echo of the temple, which is the way Jews think of it even to this day. Looking at the zodiac that is in the floor, however, this is just bizarre, right? First of all, very beautiful artwork, very realistic, high example of 4th century Byzantine art. And you see the 4 seasons around the outside. You've got all of the, the 12 signs of the zodiac, labeled in Hebrew. A certain amount of nudity, which is somehow shocking, but we also see it in the Dura Europos synagogue. I'll show you that later. Not necessarily nudity, but the Dura Europos synagogue. But what's going on in the center there? You have what really looks like Helios, the sun god, which is a typical representation in non-Jewish zodiacs, where you have the 12 signs of the zodiac surrounding the sun god. How is this possible in a Jewish house of worship? And especially because for much of this period, Jews tended to be very aniconic, meaning when they portrayed artwork, it was typically decorative in nature, using geometrical symbols and patterns rather than, depictions of the human form. So theories are still being developed as to what's going on here, but perhaps one of the most significant or more convincing theories is that, Jews didn't look at this like it was the god Helios. They looked at it as if it was a representation of the sun. That's just the convention. When you want to display the sun, you display like a guy sitting there with his face shining. And it's not like they took it seriously as, oh, there's Helios, the sun god. They would say, oh, isn't this a beautiful, you've got the sun and all these other things around it. You can be convinced or not, but if you have a better idea, put it in the comment box. Is another example of a zodiac, not nearly as beautiful, I think, from the Beit Alpha synagogue. Dates a little bit later. You can see that the artwork is, I think, a little bit more primitive in nature, but very similar kind of decorative elements. And you see, of course, Helios with his 4 horses, and so we have multiple examples of this kind of convention. This is also a mosaic from Beit Alpha, which has a very, very stark kind of representation of the Akedah, the binding of Isaac. You see that on the far right there is patriarch Abraham, and he's holding a slaughtering knife, and he's about to place his son Isaac, labeled in Hebrew, on the flames, and he's after slaughtering him. But there is, in the center towards the top, there is a hand that reaches out from heaven, which is also fascinating because, if Jews are traditionally aniconic and they don't like representing animals or humans as a result of the 10 Commandments, then they certainly don't represent God, but nevertheless, here it is. There's some question about who was the artist who produced this. Is it possible you have Christian artists who are doing this work? But if that's the case, the Jews are paying for this art for their synagogue, right? So how are they authorizing it? Lots of fascinating questions. At any rate, under the hand, it says in Hebrew, Al Tishlach, do not send out your hand against the boy, and so on. And you can see, all kinds of things happen. Hine, Ayel, here's the lamb that's tied to the bush, and so on. Fascinating stuff. I want to share with you one more synagogue, this time not in the land of Israel. This is the amazing synagogue of Duro Europos. This is a synagogue that was discovered in the 20th century in a city on the Euphrates River in Mesopotamia. And the Romans, correctly fearing a Persian attack, decided to reinforce the city. They assumed, again correctly, that the Persians would not attack from the river side, but they would go and swoop around the city and attack from the southwestern side. And so what they did was, if you look on the map here, they bury all of the city in sand, which was designed to be like a protection bulwark against the attacks of the Persians. And of course, that means that when they lose the battle and the rest of the city is destroyed, it ends up being abandoned. But the synagogue that's in that sort of pinkish area that you can see, it ends up being protected from the elements and especially from light. And so when it was discovered in the 20th century and excavated in 1932, they discovered these amazing, gorgeous wall paintings. Here's the interior of the synagogue. You can see on the center left is the Aron, the Torah would have been kept, and all around high of various wall paintings. Now, these paintings are absolutely gorgeous. Their color, the density, their artwork. Here's a depiction of the prophet Samuel anointing David with all of his brothers there. 3 of them at least are saying, "Hey, how you doing?" It's just so evocative and such a great example of Byzantine art. Here is an example. It looks like you've got, once again, a depiction of the temple below, but above it you have Moses, and it appears the same figure, Moses left and right, portrayed twice, which is a convention you sometimes see in ancient art. On the right, he's like drowning the Egyptians with his staff stretched out over the sea, and they're victorious. And on the left, he's leading the Jews off to the land of Israel. So it appears like the hands of God. Once again, strange for an icon, but the hands of God are reaching down. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say when this happened. The Europa synagogue, we know that it was destroyed in the middle of the 3rd century. So all of this art dates from somewhere in the 250s, perhaps. Here is a real letter, a very typical kind of thing for that particular book. And on the left, you see a great scene of Haman leading Mordecai in honor on a white horse. And this was like one of the major turning points in the remarkable book of Esther. Haman is going to be incensed because he feels this honor is something he should receive, and instead he has to facilitate it for Mordecai. And what's worse, someone stole his pants. So look, he has to walk around in this half tunic all day. I'm just making that part up, but I think it looks pretty fun. At any rate, gorgeous representation. We're so fortunate to have this preserved in the historical record. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching.
The time basis for figuring out a lot of other things. History lives in the people.
Just like on that point, you visited different places that were important to the story of Genghis Khan. What did it feel like? What are some memorable things about just the experience of staying?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's continue our discussion of the early Dark Ages, the development of the diaspora in the first century in particular. You see there are Jews living all over what would be today Turkey, and of course in Byzantium. You can see that little spot where the Black Sea meets the Aegean. That's the Byzantium, later Constantinople. And then if you move through the third century, you've got Jews not only, of course, living in Mesopotamia, which is an old Jewish community, but you've got them, occupying sites across the coast of North Africa, into the Iberian Peninsula, all the way up into Europe as far as London even. And of course, Rome, the Italian peninsula, has a lot of Jews in it, as does the Greek peninsula. Now, it's a little bit misleading because all of these squares indicating Jewish communities are the same size, so you get the sense that, wow, look, there's all these Jews in Saragossa and in Bordeaux and things like that. But these could be really tiny settlements. I mean, there might be 3 families, 10 families. It's really hard to say what the size of it is. But nevertheless, you do get a sense of the great scope of Jewish settlement. There are also, with these really bold starbursts, there are a few communities that also have a strong Christian community as well. Jewish and Christian communities are frequently overlapping for the first couple centuries. In fact, when St. Paul of Tarsus, or Saul of Tarsus, would make his great tours of the Mediterranean, he would frequently go to Jewish sites because that's where he would most likely find likely converts to Christianity, either born Jews or the so-called God-fearing communities of non-Jews who were attracted to the synagogue, but perhaps were a little repulsed by the extreme requirements of conversion, such as circumcision, things like that. So that's where he would find much of his audience when he's traveling around. So that gives you a sense of the huge spread of Jews during this time, and the activity we described earlier of the creation of the Mishnah, later the Jerusalem and the Babylonian Talmuds, was so important to maintaining connection with these disparate communities. It was kind of like a standardized constitution, a text that all Jews could look to beyond the Bible, which is now being read by many other groups in Greek translation, for example. The Talmud became the authorized Jewish interpretive tradition that would inform the behavior of Jews all over the Mediterranean basin, and was so crucial for keeping them together as a community. Now, things begin to change significantly in the year 313 with the so-called Edict of Milan. This was essentially a decree by the Roman emperor, now much more enthusiastic about Christianity, to say that, maybe we should stop persecuting Christians. The Jews had an interesting carve-out in Roman law, because although they were, punished for their rebellion several times and cruelly treated, shipped off into slavery after those wars and so on, nevertheless, Jews were essentially eligible to reach citizenship. And more significantly, Judaism was considered a legitimate religion, religio lecita, which meant that the Jews were allowed, for example, to be exempted from official emperor worship. They didn't have to offer sacrifices to the emperor's statue. They didn't have to bow down to the emperor's statue, all kinds of things like that. Because people said, what are you going to do? Those are those crazy Jews. They have this really old religion that, I don't know, just says they can't do these basic civic duties. And so they had an exemption. Christians, however, were not recognized as Jews, especially as you move into the 2nd century. And so they were like, hey, what's wrong with you? You're not Jewish, and yet you're not worshiping the emperor, not kosher. And so there's they wouldn't say not kosher, but it was the kind of thing where they were exposed to tremendous persecution as a result. With the Edict of Milan, they were also recognized, creating a parity between Jews and Christians, which would ultimately result in, of course, Christianity having far more power as being aligned with the state as the official state religion later on, and that will put Jews at a distinct disadvantage. That especially happens when Emperor Constantine declares Christianity to be the official religion. Now, we've talked about this period in several lectures, the theological implications of it and the political and social implications of the decision. But I'd like to look at one little interesting footnote. This is not indicative of a widespread social reaction to the Edict of Milan and the adoption of Christianity as a state religion. But there was one work that was composed at this time that gives us at least some sense of how some Jews would have reacted to this. And I'm talking about a manuscript that was anonymously written and really did not come to light in scholarly research. Doesn't really show up until several centuries later, but it was probably first composed sometime around this period. It's a work called Toldos Yesho, the story of Jesus. And this is not the Christian version of the story of Jesus. As we've discussed in previous lectures, during the first century when Jesus was active, he really doesn't leave any impression in any of the Jewish works that we have of the time, excepting, of course, the Christian scriptures, which were largely written by Jews as well, but for that particular subgroup. There's no reference to Jesus, for example, even in the Mishnah, written over a century and a half after the period in which he lived. You do see maybe a dozen references to Jesus, typically not very complimentary in the Talmud, but they're scattered and incidental and certainly subsumed within the much larger scope of the Talmud as a whole. The Talmud is definitely not Jesus-focused or even Christian-focused, even though it does touch on some of the implications of Jews living under Christian rule. But this work is rather interesting because it is a polemic work. It is something that attacks the Christian story of Jesus's birth and describes a far more prosaic and even scandalous origin, and discusses, the miracles that were circulating among Christians as various types of acts of sorcery or something that gullible people would believe in, and so on. This is kind of like an interesting literary artifact of Jews pushing back against the Christian narrative. When it eventually comes to the attention in a translation by Raymond Marti, of course, it would be horribly scandalous, and it would have definitely negative impact on the Jewish community because some Christians would read this and say, well, this is representative of what Jews think and the nasty things they say about the founder of our religion. So it's a complex topic. We'll get to it as we discover in our series, God willing, the evolution or devolution of medieval anti-Semitism. But this is likely a phenomenon that emerges from perhaps the 4th, maybe 5th century, when these shifts in the authority and legitimacy of Christianity and Judaism are being shaped. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching.
They were also taught to shoot arrows into lasso on horseback, making targets out of leather pouches that they would take over poles that they would blow in the wind. The youngsters practiced hitting the targets from horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills of such play proved invaluable to horsemanship later in life. Can you speak to...
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue with this new episode of Jewish History Lab by looking at a very important document at the turning point of Jews in the early diaspora. The creation of the Jerusalem Talmud is what we're going to talk about specifically today. Let us recall, as we discussed in previous episodes, the destruction of the temple happened in the year 70 in the context of the Great Revolt, the first Roman-Jewish War. A tremendous amount of persecution directed at the Jews, particularly in Judea, around the region of Jerusalem, right afterwards. This is followed by a smaller revolt called the Kitos Rebellion that actually is is widespread throughout the Eastern Mediterranean, and then a much larger revolt in the year 132 under Bar Kokhba. All of these revolts are unsuccessful, and the Roman Empire just rolls right over them, although with tremendous amount of difficulty, particularly in the case of the 3-year Bar Kokhba revolt. Jerusalem is declared off limits to Jews. Judea itself, the region in the hill country, is largely denuded of Jews, as many of them flee to the north, in particular, and to the coast. Jerusalem itself is renamed Aelia Capitolina, and Jews would only later be allowed to visit their capital city on rare occasions, like the 9th of Av, the date in which the temple was destroyed in the year 70. Very, very strong backlash against the Jews in the 2nd century. However, there's a lightening of the load in the 3rd century that's temporary, but it allows the Jews in the region of the city of Tiberias in particular to kind of reconstruct themselves and bring themselves back to a sense of a single administrative and spiritual purpose. And this brief period allows the new center to emerge in the Galilee region. Ultimately, however, this brief honeymoon in the 3rd century would end, and by the time you get to the middle of the 4th century, there's once again tensions between the Jewish population in the north this time and the Roman authorities. There is an uprising against them in the year 352, which the Romans crush mercilessly. Ultimately, they would even destroy the last remnant of political authority of the Jews, the office of the Nasi, or the Patriarch. That would end in the 420s. But during this period, amazingly, there is this foresight that is applied to the notion of creating something that would allow the Jews to exist in diaspora, and that major creation is what we call the Jerusalem Talmud. So that's what we're really going to focus on today, is try to understand what exactly is this Jerusalem Talmud. It's amazing to think about the circumstances in which it is written, but let's focus primarily on the document itself. What is this with the name Jerusalem Talmud? If you were paying attention in the last couple of minutes, you know that the Jews were actually barred from living in Jerusalem and only gradually allowed to even visit Jerusalem a little bit later on. Why would we call this the Jerusalem Talmud? And the reality is it was not written in Jerusalem. The text is almost completely composed in the city of Tiberias in the north. And a lot of scholars presume that sections of it were also composed on the coast in the city of Caesarea, and also in Sipori, also known as Sepphoris in English. And so it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. It's kind of a misnomer, probably because it's a more familiar term than the term that was used for it in the Babylonian Talmud, its younger sister. The Babylonian Talmud would refer to the Jerusalem Talmud as the Talmud de Ma'arava, which means the Talmud of the West, of course, the west of the region of Babylonia, or Talmud de Eretz Yisrael, the Talmud of the land of Israel. For a long period of time in Western historiography, it's been referred to as the Palestinian Talmud. Of course, right up until really the 1960s, this was very, very common, but once the nationality known as the Palestinians became much more defined and the consciousness of a people who called themselves Palestinians became much more au courant, then it became sort of awkward to refer to the Talmud as the Palestinian Talmud. But you will see in older scholarship it frequently referred to that way as well. So at any rate, all of these names have some challenges to them, but it was not written in Jerusalem, even though it's nowadays called the Yerushalmi or the Jerusalem Talmud. What exactly is the Jerusalem Talmud? So, first of all, we should understand what is the Talmud. There are two of them, the Jerusalem and the Babylonian Talmud. They are basically extended discussions by hundreds, even thousands of rabbis, and occasionally non-rabbis, non-Jews, women, but primarily rabbis, talking about what the Mishnah means. Now, we've discussed the Mishnah in previous classes, and I don't want to go into great detail here, but that's basically a massive 6-volume statement of Jewish law that expands upon and clarifies passages in the Bible that require additional elucidation in order to actualize them. One quick example, for example, on the holiday of Sukkot, the Bible says that Jews are supposed to celebrate with a palm frond and a goodly fruit, pre-Eitz Adar. And so the first question is, what is a goodly fruit? What is a beautiful fruit? I personally like those really big navel oranges. But if I walk to shul with one of those big navel oranges on Sukkot, people would look sideways at me. The real fruit is an etrog, kind of a lemon-like plant called a citron. And the Mishnah is where we get this oral Torah that explains a lot of these ambiguities. There's a lot more to say about the Mishnah. Please go back and watch the video there if you want. So the Mishnah itself, although it represents a tremendous advantage in clarifying how Jews are actually supposed to live their lives in all aspects of their experiences of the world, both in terms of their ritual lives, their financial lives, their civil lives, and all kinds of things like that is dealt with in the Mishnah. It still requires much more discussion. It is an open-ended oral document, and so the Talmud, also known as the Gemara or the finishing, is basically the transcript of these massive, long conversations about the Mishnah. And they can go on in many tangents, very far from the original text of the Mishnah as well. But that's essentially what the Talmud is. It's kind of like an expansion of the Mishnah, or at least it is a huge conversation about the human condition that begins with a discussion of the Mishnah. The principal figure behind the Jerusalem Talmud is without doubt the incredible Rabbi Yochanan. He also had a very fascinating chavrusa or study partner named Reish Lakish, and the two of them in particular sort of coordinate much of the discussion that happens, although it really involves hundreds of rabbis who pitch in their opinions about one thing or another. It is eventually codified into a fixed text that will become the Talmud itself. The text also includes lots of documents called baraitot, or baraisas. These literally translate as outside texts. These are texts that are much older. They're the same age as the Mishnah, but they didn't make it into the Mishnah itself. So it really expands the clarification of the Mishnah by saying, here is a fragmentary literary piece that tells us a little bit about what the Mishnah actually meant and so on. There are some scholars who argue that the tangents in the Talmud are so big that in reality it should be considered an independent work, not essentially an elucidation of the Mishnah. I remain unconvinced. It seems to me it's still very, very rooted in the Mishnah, but at any rate, God willing, you can all explore the Jerusalem Talmud your own and discover what you think about that debate. At any rate, that's basically what this text is. When was it written? So as I mentioned, it involves hundreds of rabbis. These rabbis are called Amoraim, which means the speakers or the sayers. And they are distinct from the generations associated with the Mishnah, who are called the Tanaim, which means the teachers. And it involves like 6 generations of them, including at least 3 generations of scholars from Babylonia who also get involved in the conversation. And the conversations extend basically from the closing of the Mishnah, which would be in the early 3rd century, right up to about the year 400. That's when the text is more or less closed, and we have the Talmud Yerushalmi in its current form. So how does the Jerusalem Talmud compare with the Babylonian Talmud? If you have a look at this map here, you can see in the circle on the left, that's where the Jerusalem Talmud was largely composed. And the circle on the right is the region of Mesopotamia, where most of the Talmudic academies were located in Babylonia, and that's where that was composed. So there was a significant amount of communication between the land of Israel and the land of Babylonia. It's kind of like a long trek around the Euphrates River, but you would have people making that trek backwards and forwards, and they would be sharing ideas and discussions from their respective academies. The Jerusalem Talmud, however, is the older sister. It started probably a little bit earlier, but it certainly finished earlier than the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud is generally smaller. It tends to have much more material proportionally dealing with halakha or Jewish law than it does with Agarata or philosophy, legends, things like that. The Bavli, the Babylonian Talmud, tends to have a proportion that gives a little more weight to the Agarata. There are a few chapters in the Jerusalem Talmud which are completely lost. Part of the reason for this is because the Babylonian Talmud received a lot more attention for most of the Middle Ages, and unfortunately, some manuscripts seem to have just simply disappeared. There was a fascinating footnote in the early 20th century when a scholar came forward and claimed to have discovered them. In reality, however, after he generated tremendous amount of excitement, it turned out he did discover them. He actually wrote them. They were forgeries. There's a lot of fascinating things about that, but not for our discussion today. But the Jerusalem Talmud and the Babylonian Talmud have a tremendous amount of overlap. They're basically one shared tradition, one shared purpose of trying to understand the Mishnah, but they are expressed in two distinct literary communities that have a certain degree of communication with each other. In the Talmud Bavli, for example, there's frequent references to, for example, the phrase Ki Asa Rav Dimi. When Rav Dimi came back from Israel and shared with us what he learned there. So in the Talmud Bavli, it's always interesting that they say this over there in Israel, and they discuss that for a while. And it happens as well to a lesser degree in the Jerusalem Talmud. Ultimately, however, the Talmud Bavli lasts about 100 years longer before it becomes codified, somewhere around the year 500. That's one of the main reasons why the Talmud Bavli was much more well studied than the Talmud Yerushalmi, because it represented kind of like a later update, more recent software, if you will, to the older version. Both of them are written in Aramaic, although there's a significant dialectical difference between the Western Aramaic spoken in Israel and the Eastern Aramaic spoken in Babylonia. They're largely understandable to each other, although the orthography, the spelling of some words looks really bizarre if you're used to the Babylonian Aramaic when you switch over to the Yerushalmi, but they're largely understandable to speakers and readers of Aramaic. I think one of the most fascinating aspects of the Yerushalmi is what the Germans call Rezeptionsgeschichte, which means the reception history. How was this book appreciated? How was it adopted? How was it sometimes ignored, and so on? There's no question that the Babylonian Talmud, for the reasons I mentioned a moment ago, received precedence and much more pride of central place in the minds of most Jews through the Middle Ages, right up until the modern era, really. This was actually stated explicitly by the Gaonim, the great rabbis of Baghdad. For example, Rav Chai Gaon, who died in the year 1038, he said we should pay much more attention to the Babylonian Talmud when it contradicts the Jerusalem Talmud, because the Babylonian Talmud, being written later, as it were, had more evidence at their disposal, more time to think about things. And so the Babylonian Talmud is the authoritative one. Why would you study the text, which is not the authoritative one? That's one of the reasons why the Babylonian Talmud really took much more precedence in those areas where Jews lived, where they were heavily influenced by Baghdad in particular. That would include Spain and Provence, for example, and by extension, the Ashkenazi lands of France and Germany. So that really gave the Babylonian Talmud a huge edge. But there are some areas which tend to have a much closer attachment to the land of Israel, intellectually and in terms of its literary tradition. That would include, for example, Italy and North Africa. And it was there that the study of the Jerusalem Talmud was largely preserved. By the time you get to the period of the Rishonim, around the turn of the millennium, you have great figures like Rav Alfasi, known as the Rif, who began to kind of resuscitate the study of the Jerusalem Talmud as a tool to understand difficult passages in the Babylonian Talmud. And of course, this will become much more prominent. Tosfot will also do the same kind of thing as well. So they'll say, we really want to understand the Bavli, and here's a difficult part. What does it say in the Yerushalmi? And they'll look back there to see how that improves the Bible. It is kind of like the Jerusalem Talmud have become a value add to the Babylonian, but it was not independently studied. So unfortunately, what this meant was that no manuscripts, except for one important one called the Leiden manuscript, actually survived in the Middle Ages. Almost everything else is fragmentary, little pieces of the Jerusalem Talmud survived here and there, but only one full manuscript. It was copied in 1289, and the scribe actually said he thinks it's filled with mistakes, but he's doing the best he can, and this is the manuscript that forms the basis of the Jerusalem Talmud that would later be printed in the early 16th century, the Editio Princeps, which was based primarily on the Leiden manuscript and a couple other versions as well. There is some significant promise that extensive study of the fragments in the Cairo Geniza may restore lost passages here and there, but it remains a very challenging Talmud to study, primarily because the text is not nearly as well worked over and as reliable and as cross-checked as the Babylonian Talmud was. The Jerusalem Talmud is kind of like the forgotten sister for much of its history. Very, very few commentaries were written on it, nothing like what was written on the Babylonian Talmud. However, in the post-war period, with the expansion of popular programs like Daf Yomi that really elevated the study of the Babylonian Talmud, there's a lot more scholars are turning their attention to the Jerusalem Talmud as well, to the older system. And there is many, many more renewed students. There was recently completed a massive 51-volume English translation of the Jerusalem Talmud by the Art Scroll Foundation, an absolutely remarkable work of scholarship. And so the Jerusalem Talmud may be getting much more attention now that we've entered into a new technological era. I hope you found this video useful. And those of you who follow the series know that the reason I call this the Jewish History Lab is because I'm preparing these videos alongside the writing of a 3-volume book of Jewish history, a survey that goes from the earliest times right up to the modern period for Koren publishers in Jerusalem. And so if you are interested in following along, I really appreciate your attention. Please like and subscribe, and if you have something to offer in the comment section, I'd love to see what you have to say. And I just want to say thank you very much for watching this video.
Said, okay, let's go to the battlefield together and look it over. You explain to me what you did, and then we'll talk about it. So he was very thoughtful in the way that he was training the people around him.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are doing well. One of the things that frequently comes up in the comments on my videos has to do with the word Jew. A lot of people seem to be rather jealous of this word. They want to say it applies to us and not them. They want to say that you people who call yourself Jews are not actually the real Jews. A lot of strange things like that. I'm not going to get into that kind of stuff today, but I would like to get into the etymology of the word Jew. Where does it come from? Especially because we should note it's not actually of Jewish origin, not actually of Hebrew origin, to be more precise. The sound that the J makes in English does not even exist in the Hebrew language. In order to make that sound, modern Israelis use the letter G, and they add a kind of like little symbol, a little chick next to it to indicate it to be pronounced as J instead of J. So if that's the case, where exactly does this word come from? So it's also really important to note that the word is not used precisely any time in Jewish history. It is used in a very, very kind of foggy way, and the question of who is a Jew is even more complicated than where does this word come from. Furthermore, depending on which language we're working with, the variations of the word Jew can sometimes be distinctly derogatory. For example, some languages, Slavic languages in particular, have like a polite term for the word Jew and a derogatory term for the word Jew. Usually, derivatives of the word Jew are derogatory when they have those, kind of dual systems. And in fact, if we go to the Oxford English Dictionary, which is the go-to source for understanding how the English language works and has developed, you can see there's over 60 different spellings and presumably slight differences in pronunciation of the word Jew just in the English language alone. I Oh my gosh. So let's try and figure out what exactly does this term mean. We have to bear in mind that tone is always very important. Like the word Jew can be, as it is in modern American English, a neutral term like, I don't know, Spanish or Italian. But it can also be stated with a distinctly negative connotation depending on the context. And people, generally speaking, know when that happens. This distinction between the neutral use of the term Jew and the distinctly derogatory use of that term was actually challenged by a British man named Marcus Schleimowitz in the late 1960s. He actually sued the publishers of the Oxford English Dictionary about their definition of the Jew, which included the derogatory connotations as well. This suit turned out to not work out. A 73 report. The case was ultimately decided in favor of the dictionary because, what is exactly a dictionary supposed to do? Is a dictionary supposed to measure how people actually use words, or is it supposed to suggest prospectively how people should use words? If we say the former, which obviously is what the judge decided, they're, describing the reality of the English language. And so what we have in the end here, if you look at this screenshot from the Oxford English Dictionary, you see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, and the word Jew as a verb has a distinctly negative meaning. And as we shall see a little later, they've done something by labeling it, saying, by the way, this is intended as a negative. What we have in the end here, if you look at this screenshot from the Oxford English Dictionary, you see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, and the word Jew as a verb has a distinctly negative meaning. And as we shall see a little later, they've done something by labeling it, saying, by the way, this is intended as a negative. But here's the full definition. So it says here, 1a, a member of a people whose traditional religion is Judaism, right? So we want to say that Jew means someone who believes in Judaism, okay? And who trace their origins through the ancient Hebrew people of Israel to Abraham. Note two other words there, the Hebrew people and Israel, a follower or adherent of Judaism. Now, let's look at the paragraph underneath, which reads, the term usually refers to Jewish people from the period of the Babylonian exile and diaspora of the 6th century. So that's really interesting because the 6th century before the Common Era, that's already, over 1,000 years into what we would call Jewish history. So what do they call themselves before the Babylonian diaspora? We're going to unpack that in this video here. Although it may occasionally refer to those ancient Hebrew or Israelite peoples, those two words again, Hebrew and Israelite, whose scriptures and traditions form the basis of Jewish religion and culture, etc. Now, note below there is definition 1b, which is offensive, and here's the Oxford English Dictionary, perhaps thinking about that lawsuit from the late 1960s and early 70s, suggesting that we better label this as a warning. It's in a hostile or contemptuous term for a Jewish person, and so on and so forth. Okay, so let's break down a little bit about how we got to this word Jew. Let's start with the earliest text we have, which of course are the biblical texts. If you look at the book of Genesis, you see that there's a pretty long list of genealogies, right? That's really what most of the book of Genesis is really about. And it starts out, of course, with Adam and Eve. And then a few generations from Adam and Eve, you have the figure Noah, famed, of course, for the ark that preserves him and his family, including his children, from destruction by the waters of the flood. He has 3 sons who survived the flood, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And the latter two, Ham and Japheth, are considered the children of Noah in Hebrew sources. In the rabbinic tradition, Ham and Japheth go on to populate the rest of the world. And so their offspring are called the children of Noah, or Noahites in modern English. And this is basically a Hebrew term, B'nai Noah, or B'nai Noah is the way Jews would pronounce it, that refers to all humanity, meaning there are Jews and there are B'nai Noah, the children of Noah. Jews are, of course, a subset of B'nai Noah. The Jews trace their lineage through the brother named Shem. That's, by the way, the origin of the word Semite. That term Semite was coined really in the 19th century in particular when linguistics was being developed and they wanted to find a word for the peoples of that region, and they named them after Shem. Now, Shem has a descendant whose name is Abraham. I'm going to put him here in a different color to indicate Abraham is when Jews start considering their lineage Jewish. Even though Abraham is hundreds and hundreds of years before anyone will be called a Jew, nevertheless, Abraham is considered like the father of the Jewish people. His term, however, when he is described, is as the Ivri, as the Hebrew. And the word Ivri relates to crossing, transiting. Why? Because he came from the region of Samaria, the city of Ur, and he made his way along the traditional migrational path, following the Euphrates River, and then crossing it and coming down into the land of Canaan, which would later be called the land of Israel. So because he came from crossing the Euphrates River, that's why he got the term Ivri, which is rendered in English as Hebrew. Okay, that means that all the descendants of Abraham can also be Hebrews because of that designation. Still doesn't bring us, however, to the term Jew. So Abraham has a son, Isaac. Isaac has another son, to be Abraham's grandson, Jacob, in Hebrew, Yaakov. There's a fascinating discussion in the book of Genesis where Jacob has this kind of supernatural struggle with some kind of angelic being. And as a result of that all-night struggle by the river Yabok, the angel gives him a new name, Israel, which in Hebrew is Yisrael, and it means one who struggles with God. Fascinating. Also, one of those major things that we're going to set aside because we're really focused on one thing here. We're being disciplined. We're going to focus on the word Jew. So that's where the Jewish people associate themselves either with the children of Jacob. You'll see, for example, a lot of synagogues and a big school system are called Beit Yaakov or Beth Jacob, the house of Jacob. But they're also known, especially in the Bible, as Bnei Israel, the children of Israel. And that's not to exclude being the children of Abraham or even the children of Noah, but the thing is, this is where the name Israel really comes from. Now, what about finally the word Jew? So Jacob has, of course, 12 sons who form the 12 tribes, and number 4 of those sons is named Yehuda, or in English it's rendered as Judah, and that's where the word Jew comes from. Now, you may be wondering to yourself, why child number 4? I mean, why wouldn't Jews call themselves Reubenites, for example, after the first of these sons, Reuben? We're going to explain it. It has to do a little bit more with history that happens later. So what happens is, if you're familiar with the biblical account, the Jews are in Egypt, they're enslaved for a while, then they return, and they come to the land, which is later called the land of Israel, and in their 12 tribal units, they occupy the land, as you can see here in this rough rendition of where those individual tribes were settled. You'll note that Judah, the 4th son, or really the descendants of the 4th son in particular, are primarily living in the region just south of Jerusalem. Jerusalem is kind of an interesting border territory, down into the upper Negev region. That would be the region of Judah. Shimon has kind of like a place to occupy in the middle of Yehuda, and that's basically where the Judahites, or those who come from Judah, live. For a while, these 12 tribes are separated, but then they come together under a single monarchy, which is kind of like a golden age under the kings Saul and David and Solomon. But then after Solomon, there is a civil war, and now we're talking about the 9th century before the Common Era, and the land is divided into 2 kingdoms. The kingdom which is still under Yehuda, under Judah. King David is from the tribe of Yehuda, and so his lineage is primarily active there. And in the north, you have the kingdom which takes the name Israel. Even though Israel is supposed to encompass all 12 tribes, and the kingdom of Yehuda, of course, is outside it. Nevertheless, you have these dual monarchies, one in the north and one in the south. That lasts for about a century and a half, and then in the late 8th century, the Assyrians come down and they take over the northern half and famously exile a significant portion of the population, moving them off into the region of Mesopotamia. This is the period when we talk about the 10 lost tribes. It's not exactly a precise terminology, but nevertheless it refers to the end of the northern kingdom of Israel and the displacement of its population to Mesopotamia. So that's basically it for the political reality, the entity called the Kingdom of Israel North. Of course, that name would be resurrected in the 20th century for the modern state of Israel, but that's basically what happens is the northern kingdom of Israel is gone. A lot of that population, however, moves, especially as refugees, to the south. And so you have a lot of the population of the northern region of Israel actually now living in the region of Judah or in the kingdom of Judah. The kingdom of Judah, however, does not last that long itself. About a century and a half after that, they are invaded by the Babylonians under King Nebuchadnezzar, and there is another exile. Again, these are not necessarily total exiles. It's not like the region was rendered Judenrein, to use modern terminology, but significant sections of the population were removed, especially the nobility and so on. And so you've got another major population moving to Babylonia, this remarkable piece of art by Edward Benjamin that I often think about, representing the Jews by the rivers of Babylon, right? Remember when Abraham crossed the Euphrates, here they are back at the Euphrates, you can see in the distance there's the ziggurats of Babylonia and so on. So you've got about a century where the Jews are now ensconced in Babylonia, or a large proportion of them are in Babylonia. I said the Jews, but really I should say the Judahites, right? People from the kingdom of Judah. And then, amazingly, under Cyrus, they're released and allowed to return to the land of Judah, where they reestablish themselves as a political entity. The region is part of the Babylonian Empire, and it's called Yahud, which is obviously a Persian form of the word Yehuda or Judah. And one of the things that's especially fascinating about this period is that around this time, we have the phenomenon of many of the children of Jacob, even though they may come from other tribes, identifying themselves as Yehudim, as people from Judah. The best example is in the book of Esther, which is set in Persia, in the city of Shushan. And Mordecai, who's shown here in this remarkable 17th century painting, Mordecai, who is identified clearly as a member of the tribe of Benjamin, nevertheless calls himself Ish Yehudi. He's referred to as a Jewish man. So it's around this time when we begin to see that the children of Jacob, the children of Israel, begin to refer to themselves as Jews, as Yehudim, even though they are not necessarily from that specific tribe. And in fact, almost all of the tribal designations were lost in the sands of time, and most Jews today have no idea what tribe they possibly could have come from. Exception, of course, would be the priestly caste and the Levites, but most Jews simply don't know what tribe they come from. They're all sort of like a generic Jew. Now, where does the word Jew with the J in particular come from? It appears that while Jews are calling themselves Yehudim, this is a term that's picked up by other languages, most significantly by the Greeks. This is the earliest inscription we have that refers to Jews. In Greek, this is called the Moskos Judaeos inscription, and it was found in Greece in the 3rd century before the Common Era. You can see where I highlighted in yellow, you have the word Judaeos, which is clearly a Greek rendering of the word Judea, right? The U sound in Greek becomes a J sound in a lot of other later languages. So it's especially fascinating inscription because it refers to someone who comes from the land of Judea, who it clearly has, sort of a dedication to the pantheon of Greek gods. So, it doesn't appear like he's a particularly religious Jew by rabbinic standards, but nevertheless he's referred to as an inhabitant of Judea, Yehuda. So that's where we have this first term, Judeos. And then it's especially repeated over and over again in Greek sources. In the Greek New Testament, of course, it's an extremely important word because it is the group from which Jesus himself derives, and most of Jesus's interactions are with fellow Jews. But it's also worth noting that one particular Jew stands out in a very negative way that will have implications for the negative connotation of the word Jew. And that is, of course, one of his followers, Judas, one of the apostles, who betrays Jesus famously. And you can see it in this 15th century representation. He betrays him by identifying him with a kiss to the Roman authorities. And you can see here that Judas portrayed with stereotypical red hair. In medieval art, red hair is often used in a caricature manner and often associated with Jews. And in fact, there is some interesting DNA evidence from bodies recovered in a well in Norwich, England, that Jews often have red hair in medieval ages, which would have been somewhat distinctive. But here you can see also with the distinctive, the ugly physiognomy and so on, Judas, which is, of course, the Latin way to pronounce the Hebrew word Yehuda or Judah, has an unfortunate connotation because it's often confused with the word Jew, but it has otherwise no special relationship. Yehuda is an extremely common name, and we have lots and lots of Yehudas in history. So the term Jew in particular is also used as kind of an outsider term for Jews, like what other people refer to those people, which we will call Jews. But it's also important to note that internally, Jews often retained a lot of the earlier terms. For example, the term Israel was especially popular among Jews, especially when referring to the land. This, for example, is a tetradrachm from the Bar Kokhba revolt in the year 132 of the Common Era, when the Jewish rebels, would seize the coinage of the Romans, heat them up, and then restamp them with Jewish language and Jewish symbols and things like that. You can see some trumpets from the temple and a lyre on the right here. And in Paleo Hebrew, it's written regarding the freedom of Israel, not the freedom of Judea, but the freedom of Israel. It's interesting that they hearken back to that old kingdom that was destroyed by Sennacherib in the 8th century, and that was, of course, repeated in the 20th century with the establishment of the State of Israel. But when all is said and done, the term Jew is used by contemporary Jews to refer to, as we saw in the Oxford English Dictionary, all descendants of Abraham. Even though the term Jew had not been invented in his time, it should have been called Hebrews then, it's used to refer to the Jews in the time of, let's say, before the kingdom of Israel is formed, even referring to those people who lived in the north, even when the term Yehuda was not very prominent. But around the time of the Babylonian captivity, the term Jew circulates as a way to describe this unusual people with a very long history. Wow, that was really complicated, wasn't it? I hope you found it useful nevertheless. And if this is the first video you're watching, I really love it if you come back to my channel. And I've got a lot of Jewish history because it's absolutely fascinating to talk about. And I'm glad that there are a lot of people who enjoy listening and interacting in the comment section as well. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue our Jewish History Lab series by looking at the Babylonian Talmud. If you're curious, go back to the first season of these videos where I have a little bit more generic information and actually a little bit more of a direction of interpretation of the significance of the Talmud there. But for today, I'd like to take a little bit more of a geopolitical approach and then focus in a little bit on the basic information, which we really, the Babylonian Talmud is so crucial, so important to Jewish history that we should understand the foundations of it as well. So first of all, let's just place this within its historical context. Here's a map that gives us an overview of the entire Mediterranean basin between the 1st and the 3rd centuries. You can see it's got some really useful information on the expansion of Christianity in particular, which, as you can see from those kind of starbursts, that's where a lot of the influence was emanating to the region. And of course, this is a period of tremendous growth for the early Christian movement. It would really achieve a huge milestone in the early 4th century when the Edict of Milan would be published, and this would essentially give the Christians pretty much equal status with Jews as a religious group. Until then, they were considered really an illegitimate religious group, not a religio legita, a recognized religion, and that exposed them to a lot of legal disabilities and sometimes outright persecution. But at the beginning of the 4th century, when Christianity was recognized, and then, of course, not long afterwards, it would become the official state religion of the empire, based in Byzantium. On this map later, Constantinople, named after the Emperor Constantine, around whom these events really circulated. That would have a distinct impact on the status of Judaism, primarily because as Christianity rose, the fortunes of Judaism largely declined, something that will continue right up until the modern era in Europe in particular. But what I'm going to focus on in particular is what's happening just to the right of the map. You can see there that kind of purple jagged line represents the edge of the Roman Empire. It would be split into its western and eastern sections. What's happening on the eastern side of that jagged line? That's essentially the region of Mesopotamia, or Babylonia, where there's a very significant Jewish population, and that's where the Babylonian Talmud would be written. Here's another map that shows you the Roman Empire and the Parthian Empire, which dominated Persia and the entire region at this time. It existed until the 3rd century. And Rome and the Parthian Empire are at loggerheads, and their successors, the Sassanids, would also follow in that conflict with Rome. The so-called Persian Wars involved wars between the Parthian Empire and its the Sasanian Empire, which you can see here in this map. So what's going to be relevant for us today is to be discussing the communities primarily in the eastern edge of the. They developed very, very in many ways. Let's have a look at the academies as we understand them. So we've already talked quite a bit of the academies in the western region. What in fact the Talmud calls the yeshivas of the West. This shows you the two major population centers of in the 1st and 2nd centuries. Of course, obviously the land which has all Jews living there. Some of the highlighted was like Savid was not a city back then, but was placed there for some sense of geography, and that's where most of the Jews, of course, were living in the 1st century. But there's a significant population way out to the right-hand side of this map, where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come together. This is the locale of ancient Babylonia, where the Jews were first exiled to in a century before the Common Era. Now, it's interesting because, in many ways, this was the original home of the Israelites, because Abraham actually comes from this region. He's called the Ivri, the one who crosses over, because he crossed the Euphrates River on his way to the land of Israel, as described in the book of Genesis. But this becomes a major center of Jewish population really only in the 6th century before the Common Era, when the Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar exiles a large population of the Jews from the southern region of Judah into Babylonia. And they established quite a community there. There's some significant and really fascinating archaeological evidence that emerges from this period that shows the Jews thriving as a people in this region. They would eventually be allowed to return under Cyrus later in the 6th century, and they would reestablish their community in the land of Israel, as we discussed in just a recent video. But they would remain as well in Babylonia and continue to flourish. One of the oldest Jewish communities in the world is located here because of that 6th century exile. And that's where the Talmud would be written. But before that, let's just quickly go back and remember the Jerusalem Talmud, which preceded the Babylonian Talmud. As we discussed in a couple of videos ago, it's primarily the work of Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish. They are the most prominent rabbis in this massive discussion of things biblical and things Mishnaic. I'll get back to that in a little while. But there's a lot of political difficulty in the 4th century in particular. Although there was a period when the Roman Empire was led by the Antonine and the Severan dynasties, where Jews had a little bit of a relaxation of the persecution that followed the 2 disastrous Roman-Jewish wars. That begins to turn in the 4th century, in large part because of the Edict of Milan and all that signifies. There would be a revolt in the middle of the 4th century against a Roman governor named Gallus, and that would be put down quite harshly by the Romans. But it is at this time, immediately after the revolt against Gallus, that there seems to be a concerted effort to try and gather up all of the intellectual fragments that went together to make up the body of learning that would have ultimately become the Jerusalem Talmud. So that's all happening in the 4th century. There are some scholars who suspect that the Jerusalem Talmud has a different character because the editing process was rather rushed in comparison to Babylonia, where the Jews had actually quite a bit more, a longer duration of peace, and that allowed them to refine the text. But at any rate, that's when the Jerusalem Talmud emerges. We move over to the Mesopotamian region. We see that there are a few key events. One of them that's really crucial is the arrival in the region of an individual who is known by the name Rav. It's actually a title. It means the teacher. He came from Israel in the year 219 of the Common Era. He was actually a native of Babylonia who had studied in Israel and brought back some of the teachings that were going on in the land of Israel. And he was perhaps the first of a whole class of peripatetic rabbis who would move between Babylonia and Israel, sharing the results of the deliberations in their academies. These were the so-called nechute, which means those who go down. It refers specifically to those who leave from the land of Israel, which is metaphorically considered higher in elevation, and so they went down to the land of Babylonia and shared what they learned there. But there was also cross-fertilization going back to Jerusalem for basically 200 years. There is much more of a relaxed environment for the Jews living in Babylonia. There were a few moments of persecution, sometimes associated with the rise of the Zoroastrians, sometimes reflected in the texts of the Talmud. And there is, every now and then it's punctuated by violent conflict as a result of that Roman-Persian war that's going on for centuries. One of the most important moments of disruption that specifically targets the city of Nehardar, one of the great centers of the Babylonian Talmud researchers, was when a figure named Odenatus Septimus, who came from the region of Palmyra up to the northwest, and he came down into this region and he destroyed Nehardar in the year 259. That caused a lot of the scholars there to be displaced to some of the other great yeshivas. Perhaps the 2 most significant are shown here on this map, Pumbedita and Sura. They had a rivalry that went on for literally centuries for which yeshiva, which center of learning would be the most significant. And all of this is really describing sort of the centrality of the Talmud and it's the discussions of the Talmud to the Jews living in this region. But we can't forget there's a tremendous amount of popular history that is not only embedded in the Talmud as a source itself, but also in the archaeological record, like these fascinating Aramaic curse bowls, some 1,500 of which have been discovered in the region. They're written in Aramaic, which is the language used by all people in the region, not just Jews. It's not exclusively a Jewish language, although these curse bowls seem to have been written by Jews, perhaps for non-Jewish customers. It's really not clear how they were employed, other than basically these would be like kind of like spells that would be written. There's some distinctly Jewish themes in the spells. Sometimes they would have, as this one does, kind of like the depiction of a demon at the base of the bowl. This one happens to look like a rather friendly demon, some of them not so friendly. And then the bowls would be, ritually broken up or damaged or degraded in one way or another, kind of like we saw in the execration figurines from Egypt that go back, almost 2,000 years earlier than this. And so there's really mysterious things about how did Jews actually live here outside of Talmudic culture, but not for our discussion today, mainly because I don't know a lot about it and I have to do a lot more reading, but fascinating sort of hints as to what's going on. Now, so I've given you a little bit about the origins of the Babylonian Jewish community. I've given you a little bit of some of the relationship of the thinkers, the rabbis who created the Talmud, to their predecessors in the land of Israel. And we've talked, of course, about the Jerusalem Talmud. Let us now turn to the Babylonian Talmud itself. What exactly is it? Now, it's a massive document. In the current standard printed edition, it takes up 2,711 folios. That means two sides of one page, so about 5,500 pages. The reason why I happen to know that number offhand, 2,711, is because, of course, there is this really popular study group, sometimes called the world's largest book club, called Daf Yomi, which means literally a folio a day. It started in the 1920s, and basically all around the world, Jews who are interested in the Talmud, and I assume some non-Jews as well, study one page a day of this massive document, and they conclude it every 7.5 years. It's a rather amazing event, and you can travel all around the world and pick up the page that you were missing from the day prior. It's fascinating. So it's this huge document. It's written, as I mentioned, largely in Aramaic, although it quotes heavily from Hebrew sources, most significantly the Mishnah, and I'll talk about that in a second. And it also has influence of, you'll see Greek words in there, Latin words in there, Persian words in there, all, showing how this is a multi-generational document that was literally composed by about 2,000 different authors. These are primarily rabbis, religious experts, who are debating this core text called the Mishnah, which we have discussed in a previous video. I encourage you to go back there and have a look if you're curious. But basically, the Mishnah is sort of a companion to the Torah, 5 books of Moses. In traditional Jewish thought, both the written Torah that exists, the biblical form that we hear today, was given alongside an oral body of teaching. So this is the written Torah and the oral Torah. And those oral teachings were eventually codified into text. And one of those major texts is the Mishnah, which was codified around the year 200. And types of Jewish law and behavior. It's by modern standards. It's not a law code. It's not a list of rules. It's sort of a breaker conversation to talk about, how does one actually live according to the Torah? And the discussions often do not come to a clear conclusion, and so it sort of requires further involvement in the text. This further involvement of living students literally talking and speaking about what this means and debating with each other was eventually codified into a series of conversations, which we call the Talmud. That's basically it. This is also, by the way, the word Talmud, which means the learning, is identical with something called the Gemara, which means the finishing. But it's a super discussion of the discussion in the Mishnah, which is itself connected to the Torah. Not in a precise analogy, but if the Mishnah is sort of like a commentary on the Talmud, it's not exactly a commentary because there's a lot of things discussed in the Mishnah which are not made explicit in the Torah, but there's kind of like parallel texts. So if the Mishnah is sort of a commentary on the Torah, the Talmud can be understood as sort of a commentary on the Mishnah. That's basically what it does. That's its function. The bottom line of the Talmud is it gives an opportunity for the students of the Torah to engage in a wide-ranging discussion what it means to follow a particular commandment, the parameters of that commandment, who is obligated to follow the commandment, are there exceptions? All kinds of things are discussed in the Talmud this way. Now, you might wonder, if it's an open-ended discussion, why is it codified in the first place? Why not just keep it going on and on? Well, on one level, it does go on and on, because the commentaries like Rashi and Tosfot and others continue the discussion much further, right up into the 21st century. But on another level, it's kind of like these are the guardrails for a productive discussion of the Torah. Kind of like, this is maybe not the right analogy, but sometimes I wonder, I see kids, they like to sometimes watch recordings of other people playing video games. And you say, like, why would you do that? Why would you want to play the video game on your own? But apparently, it's deeply satisfying to see how someone else succeeds or fails in these video games. So not the greatest of analogies, but I think the idea is the Talmud allows you to follow the discussion of a group of really incredible minds, refined over time by later minds who codified their language into a very compact form. But it's all about, how do we observe these commandments? I'll give you one example. So the Torah says several times that we're supposed to observe the Sabbath and keep it holy. Great. How exactly do you do that? So there's a juxtaposition in the Torah of the construction of the tabernacle in the desert, the Mishkan, with the observance of the Sabbath. And the rabbis understand that juxtaposition means that the kinds of activities that were going on in the construction of the tabernacle are the things that you should avoid on the Sabbath. In other words, if I say to an employee, okay, make sure all the filing is done, send out all the emails, answer all the messages, and then Friday is your day off, you would assume that Friday means, no more filing, no more emails, no more answering the phone. Right? That's the way that the logic works. But then, now we got to go back and say, okay, constructing the tabernacle, what's involved in constructing the tabernacle? So that goes into a massive discussion of all the activities involved in creating the walls and dyeing the fabrics and, slaughtering the animals for the sacrifices and all those things. And it eventually all boils down through the Mishnah into this massive tractate, Shabbat, which deals with those laws, which is one section of this massive 2,711 folio document called the Talmud. What is its significance? It's massively significant. It becomes, after it is, codified around the year 500, it becomes the central go-to text for Jews who really want to understand, why do we do the things we do? Should we be doing them exactly the way we're doing them? Any authoritative thinker in Judaism must go through the arguments of the Talmud in order to understand why these particular practices are adopted, why others are not adopted, and so on. And since the Talmud is such a crucial document dealing primarily with Jewish law, lots of other really useful information, which appears, only lightly connected to the material sometimes, almost tangential to the material, is included in there. So, for example, the whole, philosophy of the afterlife and good and evil and reward and punishment and all kinds of philosophical things are piled into the Talmud as well. It is, by a Western sensibility, after reading Greek texts and the Western canon, it seems like a chaotic kind of document. It's really not, but it is definitely not arranged on Western lines. You follow these discussions through many, many different areas of thought. Every page is completely refreshed and completely new and really quite a fascinating document. You can understand why Daf Yomi is really such a popular program. Now, let me mention in closing that there are many misconceptions about the Talmud. In the Talmud, they began to think of it as a document which is basically what is keeping Jews from converting to Christianity. If it's keeping Jews from converting to Christianity, it must have all kinds of like negative information in there, and it has to be banned or restricted and so on. And this is kind of a trope, an anti-Talmudism that extends from the 13th century, really in some places up to the current day, especially after a very nasty work was published in the year 1700 called Judaism Revealed, which was basically every single nasty possible statement you could pull out of this massive document, authored by 2,000 different rabbis and several other people who are not rabbis, over a course of several hundred years of discussion. Now, it's true that there are some passages in there which are not complementary to pretty much everybody you would think of. I think Christians, women, slaves, non-Jews, you will find the occasional nasty passage in there which does not feel comfortable for modern readers. But I would challenge any serious student of history to find me any text, particularly of this size, from the 3rd, 4th, 5th century that doesn't have far more egregious language, xenophobic language and things like that. It is a tiny little minority of the number of used in the Talmud. They are almost always taken way out of context and used to portray the most heinous and false lies against contemporary Jews. And it's really an unfair way to try and look at this text from a scholarly perspective, let alone a religious perspective. And, you know, if you want, and if you're skeptical about this, please go have a look at one of the men. Just put, well, actually, I'd be nervous to just put Talmud in the search engine because there are lots of crazy people out there who put the word Talmud. Just go to an authoritative website, like, for example, Sefaria.org, which has massive amounts of rabbinic literature, including the Talmud in translation, and you can go through it yourself. If you want, you can cherry pick and go zero in on some of those nasty passages that you may have read in some of the darker parts of the web. But, you know, the document is so overwhelmingly positive and useful and productive that, you know, it's hard not to see those tiny passages within the scope of the large document, and especially when you consider it within the context in which they are written, as really, you know, besides the point of how valuable the Talmud is as a guide for Jewish life as a whole. It's really a wonderful, inspirational document. I've spent many, many years myself studying it, writing about it, and speaking about it on other podcasts. So I could go on and on, but I think what I need to do for now is stop, because I've given you sort of like a sense of where the Babylonian Talmud was written, when it was written, why it was written, what it does, and then we're going to move on in this series. As those of you who are regulars know, this series is written in conjunction with a forthcoming book from Corinth Press from Jerusalem, and that's why I call it the Jewish History Lab, because I'm sort of like writing the chapters as I'm writing these videos, and I'm looking forward to your commentary and your feedback so that we can make the book as excellent as possible. Shima, thank you very much for watching.
No, it takes more work to destroy an irrigation system than it does to create it. They destroyed those systems under a policy, and that was, this is going to return to pasture.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. If you are binge watching the Jewish History Lab, and I'm amazed that so many of you have gotten this far in the series. I have to apologize that it's been a whole year gap since the last time I recorded one of these. That's for a variety of reasons, and I'll take a moment to explain right now. I came up with this Jewish History Lab idea essentially because I was working on a book for Corinth Publishers in Jerusalem, and that book project is going along very well. The first of 3 projected volumes. This is a history of the Jewish people from the earliest times to the present day. First volume is with the editors in Jerusalem. It's gone through peer review, and we're working now primarily on the maps and things like that. So it is making its way through the publication process, and I am heavily at work on volume 2. So that's going okay, but the last year has been a huge hiatus because a lot of changes in my personal life, good ones, thank God. And then, of course, the amazing and awful distraction that October 7th has occasioned for anyone who has any connections to Israel. And that's really required me to spend a lot more of my energy working with you on videos of different topics. But, let's hope that situation in Israel is resolved as soon as possible in an acceptable way for all parties, such that we'll return peace and prosperity in the region for every population there, with especially a return to the hostages. But let us go back at this point to the Jewish History Lab, and I'd like to pick up, it's not in sequence, but I'm going to pick up from the 2nd and 3rd century, and especially I want to look at the 4th century because it represents a period of tremendous resurgence during the era of the Byzantine domination of the land of Israel. That's what I'd like to spend some time talking with you about right now. So let's go to that period here. If you have a look at this map here, you can see the nature of the Jewish dispersion as we approach the 4th century. The sort of purple line on the outside represents the limits of the Roman Empire. It's massive and encompasses the entire Mediterranean basin. And then there are scattered pockets of Jewish population throughout the empire. There is, of course, a very strong population still in the land of Israel. There were massive deportations after the Great Revolt ended in the year 70. Masada and it would be conquered a couple years later, but it was really by the time the temple burned in the year 70, there was definitely a huge change in the land of Israel. And so you have the dispersion of the Jews spreading throughout the entire region, as that's in addition to the large pockets of Jews that lived in Babylonia, in Alexandria, Egypt, and even a growing population in Rome itself. The starbursts in this particular map are especially important because they show very important centers of Christian activity, because, of course, Christianity would be growing during the first few centuries after the Great Revolt. And Christian communities tend to expand around Jewish communities. St. Paul, when he would be traveling throughout the region and proselytizing for the new faith, he would typically go quite frequently to known Jewish communities where there would be perhaps an audience of Jews open to the message of Christianity, but as well, many sort of fellow travelers who were, drawn perhaps originally to the Jews and their very different and very competitive ideology for the era, but the sort of the high bar of entry into Judaism, which included, for example, circumcision and the dietary regulations, Sabbath observance, and that was too much for many of these fellow travelers. But the message that St. Paul brought was really quite a bit more palatable because it did not have those demands, but it did have the great benefits of life after death, personal God, things like that. So you tend to see a lot of strong Christian communities developing around the nucleus of Jewish communities for that reason. Looking more closely at the land of Israel, you can see that after the Bar Kokhba rebellion failed in the 4th decade of the 2nd century, the region is divided up significantly. You have the renaming of Judea as Syria Palestina. That's the entire region really reaching from what we would call today Israel into the regions of Lebanon and Syria and a bit of Jordan. The region associated specifically with the land of Israel is divided into 3 parts: Palestina Prima, Palestina Secunda, and Palestina Tertia, the first, the second, and the third Palestines. This is when the term Palestine really comes into widespread usage. Hadrian, after he put down the revolt in probably the year 136, possibly 137, he insisted on renaming Judea to try and wipe out the memory of the Jews living there, and he reached back to the population that we call the Philistines in the Bible. They're referred to in Greek text as Palestini, and so he took that name and applied it to this Roman territory. And there were still Jews living throughout the region, especially in the northern section, Palestina Secunda, where a lot of Jews had fled in the context of the revolt. So that's basically the setting of this short video. Jews rebelled several times against Roman rule. We have the Great Rebellion 66 to 70, and then a couple of battles that lasted up to 74. You have the Kitos Rebellion in 117. You have the Bar Kokhba revolt just mentioned, and then in 351 you have another revolt, sometimes called the Gallus Revolt, which is not as well known, but each one of those was a disaster for the Jewish rebels, and Rome consistently reasserted its authority over the region and often followed it up with some significant persecution as well. There was a brief respite for Jews, actually a couple of respites for different reasons. The most significant political respite was a result of the rise of the Emperor Julian, who was known in much of the historiography as Julian the Apostate, because he tried to turn the clock back from Christianity and revive paganism in Rome. And as part of his overall plan, he wanted to actually rebuild the temple. He wanted to give the Jews back their temple, not so much because he was such a friend of the Jews or a friend of Judaism or a friend of monotheism, but he felt that, with the rise of Christianity, that all faiths were put down, and this was certainly true for the Jewish experience, but by rising all faiths, that was a way of kind of diminishing Christianity. His rule ended very abruptly in the year 363, just 2 years in power, so it really didn't come to anything in terms of the rebuilding of the temple, basically a blip in the overall pattern of an ascendant church and the synagogue or Judaism in decline in terms of its political and social and economic status. Perhaps the most significant element of that decline is in the erosion of Jewish self-government at this time. There was the institution of the Patriarchate, in Hebrew the Nasiut, where you had some figures who were the chief religious and political authorities of the Jewish community after the destruction of the temple. There is significant debate among scholars as to what was the actual extent of their power, but we know they existed right up into the early 5th century. However, the emperors of the Eastern Roman Empire, which is called, by the way, the Byzantine Empire. Rome in the west, the empire is going into decline. Rome, the city itself, will be sacked several times in the 5th century, and the city of Byzantium, at this time known as Constantinople, would be the main center of the Roman Empire. But it was during the period of the Byzantine empires where you have more and more closeness to Christianity, beginning with Constantine himself, and at the same time a depression of the rights, politically, socially, and otherwise, of the Jewish population. Perhaps the most significant example of this is Justinian I, who reigned from 527 to 565, a very long reign, in which he imposed a tremendous number of restrictions on Jews. The banning of construction of new synagogues, sometimes the confiscation of synagogues and their redeclaration as churches. These rules were, by the way, quite frequently ignored, perhaps more often ignored than actually observed, but nevertheless, moments of punctuated persecution and a really invasive approach to what happens inside the synagogue. Justinian I, for example, banned the reading of the Torah in Hebrew. It could be read, but only in particular authorized translations to other languages. As it were, I don't know, maybe he wanted to kind of like assimilate Jews by forcing them to engage with the Greek language, and who knows, but it definitely was not well received by the Jews. Also, a ban on Mishnah, the study of the oral Torah, which was, for Jews incredibly onerous, because the Jews always understand the Torah historically as being part of two documents. The Torah itself, the written Torah, which we call the 5 books of Moses, and at the same time the oral Torah, which includes, among other books, the most significant is, in terms of law, the Mishnah. So the Mishnah is essentially what explains how to apply the Torah in actual practice. And if you ban the Mishnah, that's essentially like banning traditional Judaism. So how did the Jews deal with these unusual challenges that really began to be gathering steam in the 4th century and move forward? I'm going to outline 4 basic responses that really illustrate the incredible resilience of the Jewish people in the 4th century and the ways in which they adapted strategies to affect their survival in this extremely hostile environment. The same kind of pattern, incidentally, that would be evidenced time and time again over the millennial history of the Jewish people. The first is the institution of a fixed calendar in the year 359. The calendar is incredibly important, especially if you have a diaspora population. They're spread out, far apart, slow, poor communications, and how do you know what day the holidays fall on? Traditionally, the Jewish calendar was based on the physical sighting of the moon and then the testimony of those witnesses in Jerusalem that they in fact saw the new moon appear, and therefore the calendar could be calculated. Recall, of course, that if you work on a lunar calendar, it doesn't divide itself into like the exact same number of days every month. Here in the West, because we use the Gregorian calendar, we tend to not even have any sense of when the phases of the moon are, but the Jewish calendar has a strong lunar element to it, such that the first of the month is always when you have no moon, the 15th is when you have a full moon, and so on. And since the days are not exactly 30 or 31, it has to be recalculated every month. Moreover, if you count the number of lunar days in the full 4 seasons, it comes up short. You only have 354, if I remember. 354, maybe. It's around 350 something days. I should really look it up, but I forgot. It's about 350 odd days in a lunar calendar, which means that every year of a solar calendar, which is roughly 365 days, you are losing some days. Now, the Muslims, by the way, observe a strictly lunar calendar, and that's why their holidays keep moving. Every few years, they're shortened by a few days. They come earlier and earlier and earlier. You can have Ramadan in October, you can have Ramadan in April. That's just the way the lunar calendar works. The Jewish calendar is actually both lunar and solar because the Bible requires the observance of the holiday of Passover in the springtime. So therefore, the calendar has to be adjusted every so often to make sure that Passover will fall in the springtime. That's why in the Jewish calendar, the month of Adar is doubled several times over a 19-year cycle, so that even though the lunar calendar is always losing days, that extra month, that leap month, actually places Passover back into its proper time. That's why, here we are speaking in English, so in Anglo cultures, people will say something like, oh, Rosh Hashanah is very late this year because it occurs in late September, early October, as opposed to late August, early September. And the truth is, Rosh Hashanah is always on time. It's September that is out of joint. But at any rate, with the situation in the 4th century, with Jews scattered all over, and with an inability to rely on reliable communications from Jerusalem, that in fact the new month had been declared. Don't forget that Jews were actually banned from entering Jerusalem after the Bar Kokhba revolt for quite some time. So a lot of these things were not possible anymore. So therefore, in the year 359, the Jews responded to this uncertainty by creating a fixed calendar that is still in use today, a remarkably important survival strategy that helped them weather the challenges of the era. Second major innovation was the codification of the Talmud. Now, I'd like to get back to the Talmud in a larger discussion later. It's too big a topic to squeeze in here. But for our purposes, let us just recall that after the writing of the Mishnah, which was brought together around the year 220, There's a tremendous amount of discussion that surrounds it by scholars after that time that really sheds light on what's quite cryptic in the Mishnah itself, what's hidden in the text of the Mishnah, and how to interpret the Mishnah. Just as the Mishnah interprets the Torah, it's not a precise definition, but fairly close, the Jerusalem Talmud will also interpret the Mishnah. And this was a remarkable achievement because by putting it into text and actually, writing it down as a manuscript as opposed to a body of oral teaching, it suddenly made this massive amount of wisdom, many times larger than the size of the Mishnah itself, and many, many times larger than the size of the Torah. It made it accessible to Jews throughout the Mediterranean basin and far out into Babylonia, where ultimately it would play a role in the creation of the much larger and more influential Babylonian version of the Talmud. We should clarify, by the way, that we call it the Jerusalem Talmud, but that's a bit of a misnomer. Most of the writing of the Talmud happened in the north, around the city of Tiberias. You also have a significant amount of activity happening on the coast in Kizari, but it wasn't written in Jerusalem. Another term that's frequently used in the scholarly literature is the Palestinian Talmud, which up until recently was a perfectly neutral term. Palestinian meant a region of geography so labeled by the Romans, and everybody understood what they were talking about. But now it just sounds so jarring because a group of people have used that name to describe their nationality, and they don't have a Talmud. So the term Jerusalem Talmud is used because the term Palestinian Talmud is perhaps even more misleading. So the codification of an intellectual text that is at the core of Jewish learning and making it portable, making it accessible to Jews all over the world, phenomenal strategy that was developed to survive the vicissitudes of the era. Third or fourth, the development of piyut. I've never really thought about this so much before, but I'm reading some things which are just quite fascinating. Piyut is related to the English word poetry through the Greek origins. It's basically a kind of liturgical poetry that has its origins in the Byzantine period, and they have a lot to do with what I mentioned earlier about Justinian I and his ban on the study of the Mishnah. Some of the great Haitanim, or authors of piyut, including Yossi ben Yossi and Yanai and the great Kalir, they write these ornate, complex, flowery liturgical compositions that are meant to be inserted into the prayer book. And in fact, they were enthusiastically adopted by congregations all over the region. They are published in prayer books to this very day. And we should understand the function that they played. If Jews were prohibited from public discussion, public teaching of their texts, that the Mishnah was banned, and that the original Hebrew text of the Torah was also banned, then the authorship of these new poems with their arcane embedded references, which would be missed by the authorities but would be readily available to the educated, would be another opportunity to gain access to the basic teachings of Judaism. Really fascinating, again, literary response to the persecution, which actually was a very, very useful survival strategy. And then finally, this is the fourth of four strategies, the development of synagogues. The institution of the synagogue and its later representation in other faiths, with churches and with mosques, for example, is one of the great contributions of the Jewish people to world civilization. In the ancient world, religion tends to be very cultic and based on a specific location. That goes for Judaism as well, with the established central temple in Jerusalem. And all kind of like religious activity was, not all, but like the vast majority of religious activity was like focused on those structures and the professional staff that managed them. And, that's what religion was. However, even before the temple was destroyed, we have an example of Jews creating these smaller houses of worship, which do not take the term temple for themselves. That would happen, by the way, in the 19th century when there was the Reform movement in particular wanted to try and make a distinction between synagogues, which are like temporary prayer houses, that they are like secondary to the great temple in Jerusalem. So by renaming the local house of worship a temple, it's a way of saying, no, this is it. We are here. We don't necessarily have to be looking back to the temple in Jerusalem. Orthodox synagogues generally do not call their houses of worship temples. They call them a much more humble name. The word synagogue just means place of gathering. The Hebrew term Beit Knesset means the same, and so does Eglise and many other words like this. Ecclesias, church, they all come from the word meaning gathering places. Much more simple than temple, which is much grander. Jews began to create these even while the temple was still standing, perhaps sort of like a spontaneous desire to have a place to gather and to discuss and to communally praise God. That's something that seems to have been very much, embedded deep within the Jewish tradition, and it begins to show itself in the first century of the Common Era, perhaps the first century before the Common Era. Here's one of the earliest pieces of archaeological evidence we have for synagogues. This is the so-called Theodotus inscription, which comes from Jerusalem. It's a large ashlar block, which has this Greek text, which, if you have been in synagogues, you will recognize it. It is a plaque, right? This is something which is like, it is kind of ironic. The very first, earliest example we have of a synagogue has a plaque thanking a donor for making a big contribution to the synagogue. Theodotus is this man, a Jewish man, writing in Greek, which was like the high literary language for the educated classes, of how he paid for the building, paid for the new plumbing system, and all kinds of things like that. Just fascinating. We're not exactly sure how to date it. It's roughly dated to the first century before the Common Era to the first century of the Common Era. It was found at the bottom of a well, so clearly not at the place where it was originally built. Possibly the synagogue was destroyed in the context of the Roman-Jewish War, and then this was thrown into a well like that. But at any rate, we have these plaques. And we have some evidence of synagogues in this early period. We have a massive flourishing of synagogues under Byzantine rule. Just to look at a few of them here. Here's some gorgeous artwork from the Hamat Tiberia synagogue that portrays a zodiac. There's often, a lot of contemporary artwork that is incorporated into the synagogue, even when it's somewhat challenging to religious sensibilities at the time. There's frequently dedications in Greek because, as I mentioned, that's one of the dominant languages of the educated classes. Sometimes the artwork, like you see in this remarkable mosaic at Beit Alpha, it portrays the sacrifice of Isaac. You can see on the right is the sacrificial altar, and then Abraham is the large figure on the right, holding a knife in the right hand, and Isaac in his left hand. And you can see just to the left of Abraham a rather unusual symbol of a hand, as it were, the angel, reaching out to stay Abraham's slaughtering of his son in Genesis 22. The ram is there, and the other two figures, I believe, are Eliezer and Yishmael, but I'm not positive. But still, beautiful, illustrative art of the period. And we also see, in Beit Alpha, once again, a zodiac, which is very, very common in Jewish artwork from the Byzantine period to the present day. So to recap, 4 really big survival strategies that demonstrated Jewish resilience and creativity in the face of the persecution of the era, that not only gave the Jewish population the ability to survive the vicissitudes of the Byzantine era, but also carry forward as creative demonstrations of Jewish spirituality that we appreciate to the present day. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video, and thanks for coming back to the Jewish History Lab, and I'm looking forward to making lots more videos. Thank you for watching.
Where there's no army protection.
Yes. And they conquer their way down to Hangzhou, the capital of the southern Song. They've been in power for a long time, since 970, and now we're already into the 1270s.
Someone told me that there were a few Bukharian Jews that lived in this neighborhood. And although It's not my area of specialization. I thought it might be nice to offer at least a broad survey of the history of the Jews of Bukhara. This is not intended to be anything in depth. This is primarily a quick overview of the broad sweep of Bukharan Jewish history.
What up, Pam?
If you have
How
any
you
other
living?
questions, please save them for after the lecture. I'm going to take a quick break and run out to my car and go home, and then you can ask the hard
What up?
questions without thinking. Okay, so let's speak for about 15 minutes. So we talk everything I know about the car, I've gone through and you will see. So first of all, I think a very important question, where exactly is Bukhara? So in many ways, Bukhara in the Jewish mind is more
What
of
up, son? How you living?
cultural concept than a specific location. There is, in fact,
What up, girl? How you living?
a city called Bukhara in Central Asia, but it's a little
What's
bit
new?
like the idea of Lithuania, where
How's your day going? Very well. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Oh, okay. Well, be a bitch. What up, dog? What up, girl? How are you? Everybody hates me. Yo, I like your song. Oh, get out of here. Yo, what up? How are you? What's good? Hello, how's your day going? Yo, what up? Yo, what up, girl? How are you? Yo, what up? How you living? How's your day going? How is your day going? Nice fan. That was fun.
It's much more than what would be the country today. The geographic and political boundaries that we recognize today do not correspond precisely on a one-to-one basis with what Bukharan Jews consider Bukharia or what Lithuanian Jews consider Riga, as we shall see. Here is the city. It is in Uzbekistan today. If we think about the region of Bukhara, it really refers specifically to the emirates that I'm going to show you geographic boundaries are. There are about 5 distinct cities within the region that we consider Bukhara. Bukhara Jews do not have to come from specifically the city of Bukhara to qualify for that moniker. How many are there? So we have a relatively good census coming out from 1959 that lists about 26,000 Jews who are native speakers of Tajik. That's most likely a one-to-one correspondence with Bukharan Jews in the region itself. If you estimate another 3,000 Bukharan Jews who listed in the Soviet census Russian as their first language because they were hopelessly assimilated to Russian language as opposed to the Tajik speakers, you add another 3,000 odd of those. There are also many Jews of Bukhara who are not Bukharan Jews, specifically those interloper Ashkenazi Jews, many of whom came from the middle of the 20th century, as we should discuss shortly. So I will discuss the Ashkenazi refugees in Bukhara, but only briefly. We're going to focus primarily on the indigenous Jews. You take it to the late 20th century, Michael Zan did some demographic studies. He estimates about 80,000 Bukharan Jews around the world. That includes 45,000 still in the USSR. This is before Operation Exodus, when so many Bukharan Jews left. Another 32,000 in Israel, which had a very old Bukharan community that expanded significantly in the 1970s, and about 3,000 elsewhere. But it's interesting to note that if you look at Uzbekistan today, it is almost completely empty of Bukharan Jews. There are about 1,000 Jews in Bukhara today, and almost all of them are remnants of the Ashkenazi migrants who came in World War II. So Bukharan Jews in Bukhara are basically non-extant right now, but there are, of course, many Bukharan Jews around the world, particularly in Israel and in certain boroughs of New York City as well. Usually you can find, if you drive the streets and you look for Roman railings in front, you'll probably find your local Bukharan community. Also, there tends to be a preponderance of barber shops, lots and lots of barber shops when Bukharans are involved. Okay. So this is actually, so we attribute the growth of the Bukharan Jewish community to its very, very ancient origins associated really with the First Roman Jewish War. The coin that I'm showing you behind me is one of about 24 coins that were minted by the Emperor Vespasian and his son Titus to try to mark the destruction of Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel. They're always the same. On the left, they have either Vespasian, the Roman emperor, who destroyed Jewish sovereignty, his son Titus, who later go on and destroy the temple. And on the right, you have this phrase, Judea Capta, and it always portrays like this kneeling and Roman soldier, frequently disproportionate size. And on the right is a despondent woman, typically with her head in her hands and kind of a coffin, defined posture. Sometimes she's portrayed very terrifyingly with her hands behind her back, indicating just how far Judea, the Jewish province of the Roman Empire in the land of Israel, has been subjugated to Rome. There's a balsam palm in the middle, which is one of Israel's most important exports. And so this is a coin that commemorates what the Romans meant to say as the complete and utter and complete disappearance of the Jews of Judea, that there would be no more Jewish presence in Israel or in fact in the rest of the world, because the Romans had effectively eliminated their statehood. Now there were 3 major revolts. The first one, of course, resulting in the destruction of the temple. Another revolt in the year 115, and then the Bar Kokhba revolt in the year 135. That was basically the last major revolt. It was smaller revolts in the 4th century, but this was basically the end of Jewish sovereignty until the 20th century. Of course, not the first exile of the Jews. Exile goes back all the way to the 8th century before the Common Era, when King Sennacherib and several other Assyrian kings evacuated forcibly the northern section of Israel and exiled population transferred to regions in contemporary Iran and Iraq. We also have another major exile under the Babylonians in the 6th century to the First Temple, also took Jews to this region, and also to Tigris and Euphrates come together into the Persian Gulf. That would end up being a lasting community, lasting until the 20th year, really, of Babylonian Jewry. But how did Jews get all the way to Bukhara in Central? We definitely have some movement of Jews to this region. The earliest known reference to Jews there is in the 4th century, when a Rabbi Shmuel Bar Bizna, visited a place called Merv. It's discussed in the Gemara. Apparently, he commented on the quality of the beer in Merv, and he had a very low opinion of that particular beer, but nevertheless, that's our first connection of any kind of Jewish community, obviously not a beer drinking community, in Bukhara. There is also some interesting archaeological evidence showing use of Hebrew characters in a Proto-Tajik language. So Jews were definitely there from the 4th century. And although we haven't found much more concrete evidence of Jews in the region, there has been some stunning and puzzling finds that suggest that maybe there was in fact a larger Jewish community there that we have not quite identified. This is a visual joke. You should all be laughing at this point. I see some of you, Dr. Singer, is appreciating this. Okay, thank you. This goes over very well, by the way, with Ashkenazim. They see this joke and they just laugh. Okay, so anyways, let's go to where we have limited evidence of Jews in the region from the 4th century. We definitely have much stronger evidence of Jews from the 8th century and onward, primarily because Bukhara is located on the Silk Road. This yellow line here, which traverses all of Central Asia, was the major route for goods traveling from the Eastern Mediterranean, and of course all points in Europe and North Africa, to the Far East, to China, to India as well, carrying spices, silks, and all kinds of luxury goods backwards and forwards. Bukhara, as you can see where the red yellow arrow is an extremely important site there, and Jews were most likely located in Bukhara along with the mysterious Aragonite traders who came from probably southern France in the 8th century. There's some really interesting evidence. For example, this 8th century business letter, which was written in Judeo-Persian, meaning written in Persian but using Hebrew letters, just like Yiddish is basically German, medieval German, written with Hebrew letters, or Judeo-Arabic written with Hebrew letters. Some people say that Yiddish is actually German with phlegm, but that's the audio version. This is an 8th century Judeo-Persian business letter found on the Silk Road, clearly indicating that Jews were trading in the region. The reason, by the way, all of these Judeo languages developed is primarily because Jews were primarily the main literate populations in the medieval world, and even the people among whom they lived, even though they adopted their vernaculars, the people among whom they lived typically could not read and write their own languages. That's why, for example, Rashi has a tremendous vocabulary of both French, which is used by contemporary French scholars to try to understand how medieval French people spoke to each other. They actually have to learn Hebrew in order to learn Rashi in order to learn French, because of the disparate nature of literacy rates among Jews and non-Jews at times. So that's why the Jews would be trading in the language of the most familiar with in terms of speech, but they were recorded in Hebrew letters. We also have a little further along the Silk Road in this remarkable Cave of the Thousand Buddhas. I really love the name of it. It sounds like, Indiana Jones kind of. In the Cave of the Thousand Buddhas, they found this amazing slicha, a prayer from the 8th century, written in literate Hebrew and carried lovingly by a traveler along the Silk Road, unfortunately abandoned but still found in the late 19th century. So we definitely know that Jews are traveling along this major route. Bukhara is one of the main stops on this route, so we can conclude that there was definitely an early medieval community there. When we start to know a lot more about the Jews of Bukhara, is primarily under Muslim rule. So Islam is born in the 7th century, and it sweeps across the Arabian Peninsula into North Africa, all the way out to Spain. It crosses into Spanish territory in year 711, which has been celebrated ever since by establishing a network of stores around the United States. These folks were great with Ashkenazim. I don't know about you guys, but Ashkenazim, they're rolling in the floor. And then, of course, Islam expands to the east as well. Islam goes with incredible speed across Central Asia, penetrates North India, establishing what would later become the regions of Bangladesh and Pakistan, and of course, Bukhara is swept up into this region. How this affects the, by now, centuries-old community of Bukharan Jews is fairly well known. It's primarily regulated by a key document called the Pact of Umar. This pact, which is attributed to the second caliph, meaning after Muhammad, the first caliph after Muhammad, but most likely from a later Umar, and we only have actual earliest written documents from the 9th century. But this pact was essentially the agreement, or proposed agreement, that regulated how Jews would be allowed to live within Muslim territories. It's an extremely important agreement. It was not always adhered to strictly. Quite often, its restrictions of Jewish behavior could be circumvented by an appropriate bribe here and there. Sometimes the the safeties that Jews enjoyed were ignored by Muslim authorities. But for the most part, this Pact of Umar was kind of like a steadying force that allowed Jews to live with some degree of regularity within Muslim lands. And here's one of these sort of general rules of Jewish history, is that historically speaking, Jews tend to do best as a community when they live in environments that are very, very slightly anti-Semitic. I'm not suggesting that we should invoke that principle here in America, but a certain amount of hostility from the outside community helps keep the Jews sort of focused on themselves and sort of, developing a communal status and being more self-reliant on each other. When that anti-Semitism drops below a certain level, there is, and I'm only talking now, I'm not talking about violent anti-Semitism, I'm talking about, you can't join the Flaming Crosses Country Club, for example, or something like that. They won't let you. So, small social anti-Semitism, a certain amount of discrimination in the workplace, places like that. So that is something that's actually good for Jewish communal growth and strength. When that disappears, then we run the risk of assimilation. That's primarily been the challenge of America for much of, especially the 20th century. There's been so little anti-Semitism that Jews have simply disappeared into the American hinterland. That may, of course, be reversing itself since October 7th, as perhaps we should see Dr. Singer knows more about the severity. What did this Pact of Umar say? It basically defined and regulated the status of protected peoples, meaning Dhimma, or non-Muslims, primarily Christians and Jews. They had a certain second-class status, and these were their rights and their privileges, and these were their disabilities. I'll list them in three basic areas of conditions. The first is in terms of public religious activity. Jews could not engage in large outward displays of their religiosity. They were not allowed to build new religious structures, so theoretically you could repair an old synagogue, you could not build a new synagogue. Meaning the idea of the Pact of Umar was to keep Judaism in situ, it should not grow. Of course, when you take a rule like this and you extend it over 1,300 years, it's going to be ignored. Jews will find a way to build a new synagogue, they'll find the right zoning officer, they'll pay the correct price, something like that, and the synagogue will be built. Not all of the synagogues in Central Asia date back to the 8th century, but the idea is, the theory is, that they're supposed to be contained. They could not, have like plural parties and things like that. Definitely would not be allowed. The idea was more of a symbolic thing. This is like a minor degree of religious inconvenience, especially when there were always ways to get around it. Symbolic discrimination and social distinction. This was a little bit more intrusive. Jews were supposed to never adopt certain outward displays of class or status. So, for example, Jews were theoretically not allowed to ride horses, they could only ride donkeys or mules. Jews were not allowed to bear arms, they could not carry a sword or anything like that. There were distinctive clothing and distinctive colors that were mandated for Jews. This was all meant to have kind of like a social ostracism applied to them. Again, quite often obviated or circumvented through liberal application of a bribe, but nevertheless a general principle that Jews had to be second class all the time and be seen as second class. And finally, preferential support for Muslims, all kinds of things, sometimes having monetary consequences, such as a special tax for being Jewish called jizya, also applied, of course, to Christians, any non-Muslims. In the case of Bukhara, as we have in several other Muslim communities, the quarterly payment of the jizya was sometimes accompanied by a ritual slap on the face from the Muslim tax official collecting the money. So it was definitely meant to be a humiliating kind of thing. But again, it would vary from time to time, from the officer to officer, whether this kind of symbolic slap was imposed or not. You can imagine, however, if the president of the Jewish community had to go and deliver the communal taxes 4 times a year and then receive a slap on the face, it was definitely intended to send a very clear message that Jews are not welcome in society. They have a place, they're supposed to be protected there, but not necessarily to feel comfortable and home. Mandatory support for Muslim travelers occasionally, the billeting of soldiers, things like that. Jews were forbidden to sell alcohol, which was, of course, forbidden to Muslims. They could not build their houses larger than Muslim homes, especially they could not build their houses taller than mosques. I'm not sure about this, but I wonder if the design of the minaret was designed to sort of like obviate the challenge of not having anyone having a bigger house. If you build a tall minaret, it's very hard to get your house higher than that, but that I don't know. So I think this is kind of like the elements of the Pact of Umar, which, again, they're not nice. No one would tolerate them in the 20th century, the 21st century, but they nevertheless did allow a space for Jews to live because Jews tend to prefer to live in environments which are, to use the German word, Rechtsstaat. Rechtsstaat means a society that is governed by law. So in other words, to carry this a little further, I may understand that I will be suffering from certain discriminations and maybe elections will be held on Saturdays, so I can't vote or different things like that. But I know that if someone throws a rock through my window, I will be able to call the police, the police will come, they'll look for the culprit, and that person will suffer a fine because you're not allowed to break windows in a direct society governed by law. So that's why if you look at places like Jews in Quebec in the beginning of the 20th century, Jews in South Africa, who tend to develop strong communities because of that kind of like background noise anti-Semitism. It's just enough to allow them to flourish without allowing them to assimilate. Okay, so that's basically what's happening for much of the Muslim period, which takes us from the 8th century right up until the Russian period, the 19th century. The implications, by the way, are very similar to what we have happening in Christian Europe. In Christian Europe, they developed a totally different idea for different theological reasons. They call it the doctrine of the witness. And I don't want to go too deep into it today because it's outside of our frame of reference, but nevertheless, it's interesting to compare. The doctrine of witness is basically a church fathers doctrine dates from the 4th century, when St. Augustine basically opined that Jews should not be killed. It was actually an innovative concept, slay them not, he said, because they have to be around to validate the second coming. And if we kill them all, no one's going to be able to confirm that, in fact, this is it, this is the guy. So there is a reason to keep the Jews, albeit in second-class status in Christian Europe as well. And the persecution cannot be extreme. That, of course, would change with the 20th century. Now, what's, I think, fascinating about Bukharan Jews is that up until the 18th century, we don't know a lot about them. We don't have a tremendous amount of documentation about their activity, their communities, and so on. We definitely know they were there, but they basically, they're absorbed in the background noise of history. So we begin to know a lot more about them after a rabbi named Rabbi Yosef Maimon. Maghreb is an interesting shaliach. He is essentially an emissary collecting charity for religious institutions in the town of Tzfat in northern Israel. He comes to Bukhara and he falls in love with it. Falls in love with the people, the community, and so on. He himself is not of Central Asian background. However, what he brings to the Bukharan community is a very strong connection specifically to the writings of Rabbi Yosef Karo. So Yosef Karo, of course, is a Spanish refugee who was born in Spain and was expelled as a child, wandered throughout much of North Africa, ended up in Constantinople for a long time, and his most lasting contribution to Jewish history is, of course, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. And one of the things that is so crucial about this period of time is that although the Bukharan Jews, like all Jews at the time, were observing halacha, they were observing it primarily through a mimetic system, meaning I saw what my father did, I saw what my grandfather did, and I basically imitated them. I basically do the same thing as I can handle down as an historical record. But With the advent of inexpensive printing, with the advent of the possibility of technologically distributing information in a consistent, widespread, and inexpensive fashion, all of a sudden, there's a whole new possibility of standardization. Because let's say, for example, your father, or your grandfather, or your great-grandfather had a particular fish cup that he really liked because it had sentimental value for him. But you know what? It probably was a little less than one of these. A little less than maybe the halachic size that is mandated in God. But you know what? That's the size that he had. He really liked this cup. So it could easily be imprinted into generations afterwards that Kiddush cups should be the size of a thimble, because that's what Zadie used. That's what the Alta Zadie used. And that may not be what was considered normative halacha in other communities. But once the Shulchan Aruch came along, especially when it had the accompanying commentary of the Ashkenazi Rav Moshe Isserles, this suddenly became a manual that had the aura of authenticity because it was literally in print. In many areas of halacha, this is not my area of expertise, but in many areas of halacha, there are gray areas of what is precisely the correct thing to do. We may choose one particular path, but there may be other areas which are still acceptable, but nevertheless a single path has been chosen by the Shulchan Aruch and confirmed by the Rama, the commentary on top of it, and that means that anyone who wants to challenge it has to do so from a position of great authority and learning. Most people do not have high levels of learning and authority to be able to challenge something that is in print. As my grandmother, Alana Shawn, used to say, I probably shouldn't repeat this, but I already quote from memory. She used to say in Yiddish, "Afa glazela mashka zokman das baruch, I say, steht beschrieben in Sefer Shulchan Aruch." So forgive me, I'll translate it. On a glass of whiskey, you should say baruch, right, a blessing, because it says so in the Shulchan Aruch. It reminds you. So if it says so in the Shulchan Aruch, even though there may be other acceptable halachic practices, having it in print, again, at a time when print is still fairly new, that really edges out all kinds of other traditions. We see this especially in regions where they had alternative prayer traditions, a different Masorah of exactly what was in Shemona Esrei, the order of prayers, similar things like that. Any region that did not write a prayer book real quickly essentially lost their Masorah. There used to be a distinct Provençal ritual in southern France. There used to be a distinct Romani style that's almost totally disappeared. New versions. So many different versions that because they did not prayer book, it's defenestrated. It's out the window. And that's exactly what happened in Bukhara, is by being such a devotee of this great Bacchus and mystic from Tzfat, or who lived in Tzfat in the old age of Yosef Karo, he was able to show the Bukharans, look at this great book I have, and all these halachas laid out for you. You don't have to memorize all the things that you used to do in Zaidi and Bodi, and every now and then you might find a slight difference. Bukharan Jews adopted it with tremendous enthusiasm. So that's how Bukharan Jews, like many Jews in the region, they're not alone. Iraqi Jews, Baghdadi Jews, Iranian Jews adopted the Sephardic Spanish life, not because they were ethnically Spanish, but because they followed the path of the Shulchan Aruch, which is a factor not only owing to his great brilliance, but also to the fact that he was one of the first to actually put it to print. It could have been if the Bukharans had produced a Yosef Karo and printed their own Shulchan Aruch earlier, we would all be Bukharans. And we would all be reading, like, in faith, things like that. Okay, cool, right? Actually, I really enjoyed. I went to what did I eat next? Yes, I Samsa, right? Chiburetsu. Oh my gosh, is that right? Yeah, it's so great. I couldn't believe it. I wish I was Bukharan. That food is fantastic. Okay, so it was this one individual, not Bukharan origin, who essentially revolutionized the Sephardic attachment to the Bukharan Jews, which has perpetrated itself to this day. It's interesting to know this is someone, some of you might even recognize her. She's a local researcher. She worked here on her dissertation, Alana Cooper, and this is the book that she produced on it. It's quite a fascinating book. We have it in our great library downstairs, and it talks about the designs of Queens in particular, and the schools that she attended as she was trying to understand this culture. And she points out that there's this long historiographic myth of the Bukharans being kind of like the lost Jews of Central Asia, that nobody knew about them. They were only discovered in the 18th century by Rabbi Yosef Maghrebi. But in reality, she says there's a myth. We have lots of evidence of these Bukharan Jews in the 19th century having phenomenal manuscripts, like tremendous numbers of scholarly works. They were deeply learned and so on. It just happens that the influence of Maghrebi and the Shulchan Aruch is so crucial. These were not lost Jews who were waiting to be found. They were perfectly within their mimetic culture, their mimetic tradition, until the Shulchan Aruch was eventually shown to them. Okay, so that's basically taking us up to the 18th century in our whirlwind tour of Bukharan history. Let me take you to the Russian period. Now you might wonder, how did Bukharans start speaking Russian after all? This is basically a Tajik-speaking region, and a little bit of Uzbek as well. The things change when the Russian Empire expands into the region, primarily in the 19th century. And here you have a fascinating moment where all of a sudden, the Bukharan Jews had a moment of being in a privileged status. Of course, all Orthodox Christians come into this region, which is overwhelmingly Muslim, and they do not want to grant Muslims the right to travel anywhere in the Russian Empire. So they have a whole bunch of fairly oppressive measures. They try to control this frequently western region. It's not too far from Afghanistan, which is essentially the Soviet Vietnam. So they imposed all kinds of restrictions on the Muslims to try and keep them in place. However, they recognized that there were Jews in Bukhara, and Jews had extensive trading knowledge and abilities that they had been using really since the medieval period and the silk trade. And so, ironically, the Russians decided to give Bukharan salespeople, Bukharan capitalists, Bukharan tradesmen, mercantile individuals, the privileges of traveling anywhere in the Russian Empire. At a time where it was still forbidden for Ashkenazi Jews to travel anywhere in the Russian Empire. Let us recall that in 1479, there was a remarkable moment when there was a scandal in the family of the Tsar, when a member of the royal family, a young woman, decided to convert to Judaism. This was like unheard of, unbelievable, and so the Tsar declared, and it was reinforced by many Tsars and Tsarinas after him, that Jews would not be allowed in Holy Mother Russia. It was considered the third Rome. It was supposed to be an inheritor of pure Christianity, and so Jews were officially blocked out of Russia in 1479. This occurred. This was a state until 1772, when Catherine the Great, who herself was not of Russian origin, she was from Prussia, but she turned out to be Russia's most brilliant military leader, conquered Poland and inherited the largest single concentration of Jews in the world. And she had to face a decision: what am I going to do with this ban on Jews in Russia? I just expanded the border into Poland. How do I control all these Jews? And she decided to evoke a kind of a compromise, which is known in English as the Pale of Settlement. It was a region that extended from about halfway through Latvia, all the way down to eventually the Black Sea, including Poland and much of Ukraine. The Jews were allowed to live in this fairly large territory. And later on, it became quite oppressive. It kind of was like a massive ghetto, really, with huge overcrowding. But at the time, it was actually pretty good for Jews in the 18th 19th century, but Jews could not cross into large cities like St. Petersburg or to Moscow, and even certain cities in the Pale, like Kyiv or Kiev, were actually illegal for Jews to live in. 60,000 Jews lived there illegally anyways in 1917, but it was technically closed to Jews up until the 20th century. So Jews from Ashkenazic lands were not allowed to move into the major trading areas like Moscow and St. Petersburg, but Bukharan Jews were allowed to. The Bukharan Jews really took advantage of this, and they made a tremendous amount of money. A certain number of families, really became very rich as a result of their significant connections, able to exploit the new territories the Russians had opened up. And with that money, they also, following Rebbe's original teachings, decided to open up Zionist, proto-Zionist organizations, really ahead of the famed organizations like Biru and Tzion in Ukraine. You had the Bukharians who were settling in Jerusalem in the middle and late 19th century, which we'll see them later. So up until the Soviets come in 1918, the Jews in Bukhara are doing fantastically well under Russian rule. When they eventually lose one of the Russian Tsar falls in 1917, and then you have the Second Revolution in November of that year, followed, of course, by the Soviet calendar, the old calendar, so not Soviet, the old Russian calendar, and then you have a communist revolution. Then you have a dramatic change where the Ashkenazim are going to exert actually quite negative influence on the Jews of Bukhara. In particular, this individual, a defrocked Chabad rabbi named Shimon Zimmerstein, who was later named the head of the Yevsektia. The Yevsektia was the Еврейская секция Коммунистической партии, the Jewish section of the Communist Party, and this was an organization, an organ of the Soviet Union, which was designed specifically to try to make Jews communists. They were to take advantage of internal Jewish tools like the Yiddish language and to a certain degree Jewish culture to try and abandon their traditional ways, specifically their religious ways and their Zionist leanings, and to bring them into the communist fold. A lot of crazy experiments during the time when the Yevsektia was in place, such as, for example, the creation of red Haggadahs, which were Haggadahs rewritten that Stalin was like Moses and Pharaoh was the Tsar, and capitalism were the Egyptian taskmasters, and all kinds of crazy things like that, designed to try and convince Jews that really now, with the new Soviet paradise, there will be no more need for any kind of, aspirations towards God, which was viewed as a opiate of the masses and so on. Zimmerstein, however, before his posting as the head of the Yevsektia, was the head of education in Bukhara. And he came in there strong, desperately trying to make Bukharan Jews to drop any aspect of their traditional religiosity. They heavily bombarded them with all kinds of anti-religious propaganda. There was actually an organization called the League of Militant Atheists. To me, it sounds funny, but this was actually an organization sponsored by Yevsektia. They published magazines like this one called Apikoris, meaning the heretic, as Bolshevik, was the Russian version, godless. And these were like tremendous amount of energy devoted to trying to get Bukharan Jews to return to their non-religious, non-Zionist, authentic culture. This was a strange policy called kolonizacja, which meant that it was okay to express your culture in terms of things that didn't involve religion or any kind of economic aspect. Like, it was okay for Ukrainians to have embroidered skirts, but not Easter eggs. Right? The Easter eggs would be religious, can't do that. And we see all kinds of crazy things. Bukhari, for example, which is basically Judeo-Tajik, the Tajik language written in Hebrew characters, they said it's okay for you to have your language, but First of all, we have to make it proletarian. It has to be able to be led by regular people. It has to, therefore, be, first they decided to put in Latin characters, so for a big period of time, Bukhari was written with Roman letters like we have in the English language, and then they said, wait a minute, this is kind of stupid. We use the Cyrillic language, so they switched to the Cyrillic alphabet afterwards. That lasted up until the 1930s. One thing that's kind of an interesting note here, the Russians and the Jewish communists were among the worst, because there's nothing like a Jewish Epicurus who is a true believer. He would go to the end of the world to try and convince other people to also be non-believers. And they did insane things to the Hebrew language. They said, okay, Yiddish is okay under Kornization, because that's the authentic folk language. We have to make it proletarian, we have to make it accessible to the masses. So one of the things that they made illegal in the 1930s were the final letters, right? In the Hebrew alphabet, there were 22 letters, 5 of them, Natsach, are written differently if they occur at the end of a word. Right? Then it's they text. If you have a copy. At the end of a word, they written different, that's illegal. And anyone who tried to print or publish anything that had those letters would be sent to the Gulag just for printing those letters. The Ukrainians also had a problem because Ukrainian is very close to Russian, but there are certain letters that exist in Ukrainian don't exist in Russian. For example, the letter G, as distinct from the letter H, exists in Ukrainian. The letter G became illegal. If you printed a Ukrainian book with the letter G in it, off to Siberia. Crazy, crazy things. I consider it kind of ironic that there's a karma, right? Things go around. This is of course, the Chabad Siddur, published in Russian, and you know that in Russian there is no letter H. That's why when I go there, people would call me either Gedri or Henry, but they had difficulty saying Henry. So, but the word Tilat Hashem, the name Hashem itself, that's spelled with an H. How do you say that? Therefore, to indicate Chabad added a special letter here. That's the Russian letter G, with a little accent on the top to indicate it should be pronounced as an H. So they tried to take away our letters. We actually gave them a letter in return, and now you have the Tilat Hashem. Okay, another weird kind of experiment, not so much related to Bukhara, except for the fact that it was proximate to Bukhara, or at least more than an Ashkenaz. Azerbaijan was this unusual experiment imposed by the president Kalinin, thinking that one of the ways to try and water down Jewish support for Zionism was if they had a Soviet homeland. It's a great idea. Let's put it way out here in the far east, right? Quite a way. Bukhara is about halfway between Moscow and Azerbaijan. And this was actually not a terrible idea. It came just in time for the Nazi invasion. Unfortunately, Stalin, who did not like the idea, banned travel of Jews to Azerbaijan. So when it could have been a refuge for Jews, it failed to do so. Nevertheless, there was an autonomous Jewish oblast out there in Far East for a few decades. The only thing we really say about it is that it proximity to great Asian food. Thank you. Now, one thing that we got to say here, now next week we are going to be speaking more. Next week's topic is going to be the Jews of Russia, which overlaps with this period here. So I don't want to say too much about it right now. But one of the things that is incredibly important for Bulgarian Jewry and Russian Jewry as a whole at this time is the incredible support of Chabad. Chabad, its commitment to the Jews of Russia was just over the top. What the Rebbe used to say, it was always over the top. It was way more than any other organization was really able to commit to the Jews. Hundreds of underground rabbis, a pipeline of smuggling and sigurim and spilling and things like that. Chabad was deeply invested in preserving the Jews of Bukhara and the entire Russian Empire. first from the Friedrich Rebbe, shown on in the center there, and then continued by his son-in-law and successor, Nachum Mendel Schneerson, phenomenal commitment that really kept the flame of Judaism alive in Bukhara and the Russian Empire. We'll return to this, God willing, next week, but just it's an important placeholder for us right now. Okay. Much of Bukhara and Jewish community came to a shocking end under Stalin in the 1930s, under the purges. The establishment of these 5-year plans, which was this incredibly overly optimistic thought that by deeply investing in major public works, like the building of dams and things like that, by collectivizing agriculture in a very brutal way, it would suddenly leapfrog what was essentially a feudal peasant society to a modern industrial society. It turned out to be an incredible failure, and the nature of the Soviet Empire at that time was such a point that they could not accept the idea that the plan didn't work. There's so many jokes about this in Russian culture, about how, the train's not moving, so we shut the windows and pretend that it's moving, shut the curtains, pretend that it's moving. That's exactly what happened with the 5-year plans that began in the early 1930s. However, it doesn't have a funny ending in real life, because once the plans were proven not to be successful, they had to find people to blame for it. So a whole purge-like environment, very reminiscent of the Spanish Inquisition, was instituted, where people would be denouncing each other, would be inflating their results in order to try and say, no, we've been producing, and when they were investigated, they say, oh, look what's happened, these numbers are not corresponding to what we received and the amount of wheat and things like that. Must be we have saboteurs or wreckers inside our society. These people would be rounded up, tortured, forced to give the names of other saboteurs, sent off to the Gulag, executed, a horrible period. According to some estimates, which may be on the high side, but it may be that it affected as many as 16 million people who were purged, who were sent off to exile, and were murdered. Massive number of deaths involved, especially if you include the artificial famine in Ukraine and the Donbass region that was also part of this period. In Bukhara, anyone who stood out, specifically if they appeared to be Jewish, if they were public Jews, they were among the first targets of the purges, and they suffered tremendously. And then, of course, this brings us to perhaps the darkest period, especially for Ashkenazi Jewry. On June 22nd of 1941, now we're in the middle of World War II. World War II could only really begin because Stalin and Hitler had signed a non-aggression pact. Hitler, of course, had tremendous territorial ambitions, especially in the East, in the Soviet Union, but he could not fight a two-front war. He couldn't fight France and the Soviet Union at the same time, so therefore he made a peace deal with Stalin, which Stalin actually believed was for real, and so that left Hitler the ability to conquer the West, and France fell, and Belgium fell, and so on. And once he had pacified the West, and Hitler turned to his real territorial ambition, where he wanted to establish Lebensraum, that was in the East. And on June 22nd, he launched Operation Barbarossa, which was this surprise attack on the Soviet Union, which was incredibly successful. Within a few months, he was at the outskirts of Leningrad, placing under a brutal siege. He was very close to Moscow. All of Poland was overrun. A major part of Ukraine was under Nazi rule, and so on. So it was a period which was really at the darkest part of the Holocaust, but not yet when the gas chambers started operating. Why this is especially relevant for us is because he sent four squads of mobile killing units called Einsatzgruppen that followed the Wehrmacht, followed the regular army, and these were made up primarily of Germans who were not fit for frontline battle, a little bit older, a little bit overweight, things like that.
What up, girl?
And they were assigned to go to each of the tiny little Städtler.
What's new? All right. Well, enjoy that.
that dotted the region, filled with thousands of Jews, to round them up, bring them out to ravines, or in some places, force them to dig their own graves, and then to execute them with machine gun fire. This period of the Holocaust, which is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets, took the lives of somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 million Jews in Eastern Europe. And there's actually, you can see the many, many locations where this happened. Kiev is perhaps the most infamous. Baba Yar is the word Yar in Russian means ravine. The ravine of the Baba, the old woman's ravine, some 33,000 Jews were killed in the space of a week. Incredible amount of killing that happened in this region. And it also happens to be, this is where my own ancestors are buried in a killing field in Lithuania. It's a rather remarkable monument to them near the city of Disney, the small shtetl of Disney. So this happened beginning in June of 1941, and it was not an immediate process. It took actually several months. By the spring of 1942, the Nazis had decided to wind up the use of the Einsatzgruppen, and they switched to the deportation system that took people to these newly constructed death camps, 6 of them primarily in Eastern European territories such as Poland, Auschwitz being the most notorious of them. It's kind of like, if you will, an evolution of the Holocaust. They tried the use of machine guns, and they found that this was somewhat inefficient, and they switched to rat poison. Cyclone B is finding it a much more efficient way of dealing with their Jews. But what that meant was there was a massive flood of refugees, about 600,000 Jews who fled the advance of the Nazi army to the east. And they ended up in Uzbekistan. They ended up in Bukhara. Many people say they ended up in Siberia, but really they ended up in the region of Bukhara. The population, the Jewish population increased by 86% in Bukhara, largely made up of this huge swath of Ashkenazi Jews. And what's fascinating, I think, about this period is that even though the Bukharans had really been treated badly by their experience with Ashkenazim, especially under the Execution, by all accounts, the Bukharans welcomed the Ashkenazi Jews with open arms, considered them not strangers but brethren, gave them a tremendous amount of hospitality. Like my own father, Olive Shalom, and his family, we took in, an orphan from the war into their own home, and that's what the Bukharan Jews did for Ashkenazim. Even though they could easily have said, we've had it with you, Ashkenazim. Do you know what you did to us under Stalin, the 30s, and so on? And taking away our language and things like that. They did not. They ended up treating the Ashkenazim with tremendous kindness, and that allowed so many Jews to survive the Holocaust. You frequently hear about people here in Queens who survived the Holocaust by being in this region. It's largely due to the kindness of the Jews who were extant at the time. The diaspora of Bukharan Jews was especially prominent in Jerusalem. Here you can see there's a region called the region of Bukharan, where they actually established really wealthy homes going back in time to the 1880s and 1890s, where they were among the most wealthy settlers of Jerusalem at the time. Early Zionists, much earlier than the Poles, for example, Polish Jews, the Bukharans were early adopters. Many of them came after the war when there was such a pressure by Jews who were fleeing the displaced camps. But the largest influx of Bukharan Jews to Israel, which largely emptied out Bukhara of its original inhabitants, came with Operation Exodus in the 1990s. Massive number of Jews making their way to Israel with the relaxation of the crazy Soviet rules, not allowing Jews to exit the Union, including the establishment of homes not only in Israel but also in Queens, places like this. And I think what we can say by way of conclusion of the Bukharan legacy, we began our discussion here with this discussion of this coin, the Judea Capta coin. which in many ways was intended by its creator, Vespasian, as a propaganda device to say, that's it for the Jewish people. We will totally destroy them. We will never be bothered by the Jewish people again. Look at what we've done to them, completely humiliating. Judaism is gone and done for. So I want to show you an interesting coin, a medallion that was created in Israel in 1958 to celebrate the 10th year of the establishment of the State of Israel. A medallion was commissioned, and on one side, it has this familiar kind of elements that we've seen. There's the phrase Judea capta, there's the Roman soldier, there is the respondent woman, and so on. And this is kind of like emphasizing this original message of galut, of exile. But on the obverse, you have this symbol, which in a very beautiful artistic manner echoes the same kind of composition. But in the place of the Roman soldier, you have a Jewish woman playing with her infant child, an affirmation of life. And on the right side of the despondent woman, you have a kibbutznik planting a tree, a clear demonstration of hope for the future. And I think this is fundamentally what we see with Bukharan Jewry, is that like this medallion, the Bukharans are people that value life. They are life-affirming people. Yes, they like haircuts, for sure. But they also are, like all Jews, deeply, deeply involved in the affirmation of the core values of Jewish identity. And it is their joie de vivre, their simchas achayim, which has allowed them to survive so many centuries under so many oppressive environments and allows them to flourish in contemporary themes today. So with that, I want to thank you for your attention this past hour. I will stick around for a couple of questions, but no hard questions, please. If you are around next week, I invite you to come back where I'll speak about something that I actually know something about. We'll talk about the Jews of Russia and the Soviet Union. Thank you very much for your attention.
Organized a purge of her court and killed off a lot of these people who had been supporting her, and all of them were Muslims. He killed off a lot, and then he was going to march against the Golden Horde because they weren't supporting him. So he set off and he died. He was only in office for 18 months.
Hello, my name is Henry Abramson. I'm a historian, and I have been obsessed with the Holocaust for much of my adult life. I have resisted providing lectures on the Holocaust in any significant manner on YouTube, primarily because it's very difficult to convey in an appropriate fashion the material that I'd like to discuss with you over the course of the next 30-odd mini lectures. However, given contemporary events, it seems to me much more crucial than ever that I at least make an attempt to discuss this period, and I hope that you will find these brief lectures meaningful and useful as we strive to understand one of the most difficult periods in all of human history. By way of introduction, I studied at the University of Toronto, and I focused primarily in modern Jewish history. I've written quite a few things on various aspects of Jewish history, but really only one booklet study on the Holocaust, and that's specifically looking at the work of Rabbi Kalonymus Kalman Shapiro, known as the Eish Kodesh. My teachers at the University of Toronto were Professor Emil Fackenheim, who is a world-renowned philosopher, and Michael Maris, also a very well-regarded historian, principally of the Jews of France during the Holocaust. What I'd like to do over the next few minutes is to try to understand some basic parameters of the Holocaust, trying to set out what we're going to be discussing over the course of the next few lectures. Let's start with terminology. Why do we call it the Holocaust? We all know what we're speaking about, but where did this strange name come from, and what exactly does it refer to? So certainly the term Holocaust is associated primarily with the mass murder of some 6 million Jews in Europe during the Second World War. This is, however, a term that took about 20 years to come into some circulation. Prior to that, it was largely unnamed because people lacked the vocabulary to describe an event of such magnitude and such horror. One might think similarly of the word that American uses, or terms that one might think, pausing, in a similar fashion, one might think about one of the defining moments of this century. Of course, I'm referring to the attack on the Twin Towers and on the Pentagon, that's known as 9/11. That's a name that's descriptive of what's going on in those attacks, but people lack a more appropriate word to term it, and therefore the 9/11. Perhaps years we may have a different word to those events, 20th century, but for the time being, it seems like all of the term used to describe the mass destruction of European Jewry. If you were to ask my grandmother of blessed memory, she would have referred to it as Churban Europa, the destruction of Europe. And the term Churban is very resonant within the Jewish tradition because it's used to describe the destruction of the temples in Jerusalem, the first destruction in the 6th century before the Common Era, the second destruction in the 1st century of the Common Era. So by using the term Churban, or Churban in modern Hebrew, that evokes a kind of lineage of thought, somehow a historical continuity between the great destructions of the temple that were antecedent to the exiles, the Babylonian exile and the Roman exile, and so the Churban Europa is on that same level of magnitude. However, this has strong religious connotations, and others have not felt comfortable with this term. Let's look at some of the other terms that were used to describe it. Perhaps the most significant term was first coined by Raphael Lemkin, who was a thinker who was very troubled by the mass murder of the Armenians at the beginning of the 20th century. And he coined in 1944 the term genocide, which he used to, he coined that term based on the Greek terms genos, meaning people, and side, meaning killing. We have the terms homicide, which means to kill a man, or suicide, to kill oneself, God forbid, terms like this. So genocide was a new term that he had coined to try to describe the destruction of an entire people. As you can see here in this slide, it's not necessarily the physical destruction of all of the individuals that make up this genos, but can also have a cultural element as well, which is we'll
Look
come
who
back
it
to that
is.
perhaps when
How
we
are you,
return
my
to
friend?
this topic.
Long time no see, Jacob. What's good? How you been? Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
I just recently got an email about 2 years ago from the yeshiva in Louisville.
Okay. What'd they say?
That's pretty cool. Well, they wanted to know if I was still interested in converting. Obviously, I said yes. Because it's kind of hard to revert back to the negative truth.
Yeah. So this.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting.
So, remind me, like, this is, I told you to find a local Orthodox rabbi, and you sent an email to this Louisville yeshiva, but they didn't get back to you for 2 years, but now they did?
Yeah, they just got back to me about an hour ago on email, and they asked me if I was still interested in converting. Like, yeah, of course. And I guess they want me to come out there and meet them or whatnot, and probably end up visiting the new rabbi that's supposed to be taking over there. So that's pretty really exciting, actually. Not only the suspension of waiting for 2 years, but being able to go in a 10 Shabbat and meet everybody for a day. That's really cool.
100%, man. Congratulations. Mazel tov. That's fantastic. Wonderful.
2 years is a long time. I mean, I'm not exactly pretty good about everything I've learned. You know what I mean?
Well, 2 years is better than nothing.
Yeah, and your response is better than no response.
That's absolutely correct. All right, so are you gonna? Now I know your first priority is your brother. Certainly, are you going to take a visit though?
Oh, definitely I am. I mean, I can always get away for a day or something, but it's problematic when it comes to weeks or years or something like that. You know what I mean? So it have to be something that was worked out medically wise, like a nurse or something. Lift my brother up and down throughout the day,
Right.
that to occur. Other than that, I would have to, stay within like a day's distance.
Right. Do they? Did your brother have like Medicare or something?
Well, they've been through everything under the sun with him, and what they offer is just minuscule, minute, at the bare minimum, and it's never anything that was really kind of beneficial long term. It's always short term, and it only lasts like a certain amount of time, and then that's it, like the entire year. Kind of like my dental insurance, I only get like a cap on so much money, and then after that's done, it's like, well, you get less you're pay out of pocket. That's it.
Right. I get that. Is it possible though that your brother could maybe, I don't know. I mean, can your sister take care of him for a little while?
It would be possible for my dad and my mother to take care of him for a couple of days or something, but other than that, it'll be extremely physiologically impossible almost, because just the medical conditions that they're dealing with themselves just almost renders them incapable.
I understand that, but all you need is a couple days. You just need to be able to drive to Louisville before sundown on Friday and be able to drive back, after sundown plus an hour or so on Saturday.
For sure, that could happen. For sure.
Excellent. Okay.
As long as it's not like a week's right, because it's not like I'm joining the IDF, going in the Israeli army or anything right now, or anything like that, so I don't have to worry about going 3 years.
No, you just need basically 25 hours. So you're able to get that. So you already responded saying that you're interested, and now you're just waiting for their response back to you to say, all right, Jacob, on this date, we're going to have an open Shabbat. Feel free to attend if you're available. Is it something like that?
Yes, want me to read you the email?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Get all my responses back and forth. The last one he asked for my number. I gave it to him immediately.
What's his name?
Fred Allen.
Okay, great.
Great reply to him. All in boxes. Here we go. All right, the first one he said, hello, Jacob. You contacted Temple Israel about 2 years ago.
Hold on. It's called Temple Israel?
Yes.
Okay.
It's in Louisville.
Yeah, so it's not Orthodox?
It should be. That's what I wrote to.
Double check that. Traditionally Orthodox yeshivas, shuls, we don't call anything temple except the Beit HaMikdash, the temple in Jerusalem.
Weird thing is, I never wrote to anybody called Temple Israel. I wrote to the Shabbat Louisville. What, so I didn't write to the Orthodox one?
Well, it's just okay, so you sent it to Temple. So you didn't get anything from Congregation Adath Israel Bris Shalom?
No.
Okay.
No, it says Temple Israel is not Orthodox. Its congression's reference, for example, is Minneapolis, Minnesota. Or Temple Israel. Well, I think it also has a reform movement within inside of it, I think they're both a co-op.
Okay,
It's
that's
like one community type deal because it's all like condensed into one little section in Louisville.
what's the website?
It's Reform Judaism, it says.
Then, I mean, that's fine, but
That's not Orthodox.
you won't be considered a Jew by the Orthodox community.
Well, I mean, I could obviously go to Louisville and go to Paducah for that. I was kind of hoping for the Orthodox.
Is
But
it
apparently, maybe my email was converted to like the Reform Judaism side because I mentioned in my email that I was not of Jewish descent with my mother's side, or with my mother's side. So maybe they just got back to me on the Reform side.
that could be. I mean, I don't want to waste your time or energy. You want to be seen as a Jew amongst all Jews. The way to do that is through an Orthodox conversion. So,
That's what I was trying to aim for, but apparently I made a mistake.
okay, I mean, mistakes happen, no big deal. Okay, so what about Paducah?
They've got the closest Orthodox is Louisville, unfortunately. It's still like 3 hours away.
Okay, so Louisville is closer than Paducah?
No, it's not closer than Paducah. Paducah, there is no Orthodox. There's only secular.
Okay, what about Evansville?
Like Reform and
What about Evansville?
I'm not even sure what that is. Is that by like Owensboro, maybe? Is that by that?
Evansville is on the other side of the Ohio. It's not a very large city, but it has more than maybe like 100,000 people.
Oh, wow. I'm going to put this in my AI real quick. What is the closest Orthodox synagogue to Mayfield, Kentucky? Shabbat, Kentucky, located in Louisville. The two closest are in Nashville and Louisville. The closest one would be Louisville, and then the second closest would be Nashville.
Okay, so Louisville. You have applied to this, or you sent an email to somebody. Okay, so
I
Louisville.
can look up where I sent this.
Yeah, do that.
It might be a long ways away, but I'll have to send messages.
Yeah, just search it. You don't have to.
Because I thought I almost like can guarantee myself that I looked up exactly what the Orthodox synagogue was in Louisville, and that's who I sent it to.
Okay. So
I'm not seeing it. It might have even erased after 2 years.
no, it doesn't do that.
I'm not quite sure how long these things hold on.
It doesn't do that unless I mean, are you using Gmail?
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't do that. So, go to your search of your sent messages and just type in.
Oh, there it is. Rabbi Snod. That's what I sent it to.
Okay. What is
So
the?
that was a rabbi in the Orthodox church, or in the Orthodox synagogue. I sent it to him. May have passed it on to somebody in the Reform. I'm thinking that's what might happen.
Okay. So you could ask the rabbi who emailed you today after 2 years, how did you find out about my interest?
Yeah, because that's definitely what I sent it to. I sent it to Rabbi Snai, Snai. or SNAID, SNAID, who is in charge of the Shabbat of Kentucky in Louisville, which is obviously clearly Orthodox. But a lot of these Reformed synagogues and whatnot, they like origin or heritage. Just like, here I am.
But you're going to run into issues with marriage and perhaps even to Israel. You won't be able to get an aliyah in an Orthodox congregation. Your children will have issues because you'll have issues perhaps with their mother. I mean, it's easier for a man, but you want to be an Orthodox Jew. If you just want to be a Reform or conservative Jew, then
I want the real experience and the real knowledge and the real truth. I don't want like a halfway.
Right, and so it's about a 1 to 2 year conversion environment, and you're going to have. I mean, it's quite intense. A Reform or conservative just isn't going to be of the same vein. You might see 6 to 12 weeks, some 18-week programs, but it's not as intense. You won't. You just won't be seen as a Jew amongst the Orthodox community, and I would hate for you to do what I've seen people do.
Yeah, I want it to be a legal conversion.
Absolutely, and that will not be. So, what you have to do is you have to sit for Beit Din, the House of Judgment, and you work with them. It's a panel of 3 rabbis generally. It doesn't have to be 3 rabbis. It can be Shomer Shabbat, Orthodox Jews, male Jews, but you need that. No single individual within Judaism, Orthodox Judaism at least, can convert. It has to be a court. So what you're gonna So what you're gonna want to do, I mean, if I were you, there's Anshe Sfard, which is located at 2904 Bardstown Drive in Louisville, Kentucky. Their phone number is 502 451 3122. And I would.
What's the phone number again?
Sure. It's 502 451 3122. And
3122?
3122, correct. 502 451 3122. I would also I would take that down, but I'd also I would email the rabbi there, which is Rabbi Letterman, RABBI LEDERMAN at Anshe Sfard, which is ANSHEISFARD.com. I know. I'll repeat. I know. I understand. I'll repeat it. But you should get associated with their website. Yeah. So go to their website. It's anshesfard.com. If you have trouble spelling that, just type in Louisville Orthodox Judaism, and it should be the. Absolutely.
They got a Congression Ashkenaz Sephardi, which is probably Sephardi.
No, it's not. It's actually Ashkenazi. It started as Sephardic, but it's Ashkenazi. So
it's still named Ashkenazi. It's Sephardic name, but it's Ashkenazi one.
Correct. To my knowledge. That's just a quick review. Okay, so are you on their website?
There's only 2. I'm only getting 2 of them, so it's a Congression Ashkenaz.
So it's Congregation Anshe Sfard.
One on Bardstown Road.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the largest community in Louisville, Orthodox community. What you want to do is go to their website, which is anshesfard.com, and go to the contact page.
All right, then I'll just put the email that I wrote the other rabbi 2 years ago and just copy and paste that to the messages. Because literally nothing's changed.
Okay. And then what you can do, just like with anything, you're going to send it and probably not hear anything back. Why? Because that rabbi has a lot going on. He has an entire community, and he may not necessarily be that open to converts, which he shouldn't be. And so you should do like you would do with I would treat it like a position you really wanted for a job, except it's more than any job you've ever had. So what you want to do is perhaps email. You want to email. I would not be against. I know that you can't just go visit him. I get that. But you can write a letter. The United States Postal Service works. Write him a letter. And I would continue to write letters. Doesn't have to be. You could just even take your email and print it out, put it in an envelope, and then write a handwritten letter saying, like, I sent you this on this date. I'm still interested. Can you please contact me? And if you're really interested, I would do that every single month of my life until I die. He'll eventually get back to you, or there'll be another, or they'll, and that'll save you the trip or any wasted time, and you'll be able to connect with someone there. I wouldn't just go calling usually because they're not going to know what to do with you. They certainly get this question often, but that's really for the rabbi, so let him handle that. But what you're going to want to do is say, you can take that message that you had. Certainly, I would change if you had any relevant date information on it. But, I mean, you could even say that I've had Reform rabbis reach out to me, but I don't want a Reform conversion. I want an Orthodox conversion.
I'll recognize legal Orthodox.
Exactly. And
otherwise it would be illegitimate in any rabbi's eyes.
Well, not in any rabbi's eyes. About 90% of Jews would consider you Jewish, but in my opinion, their opinions don't matter in halakha, in Jewish law, and you want to be seen as a Jew from 100% of Jews. Okay, so what I would do if I were you is you email. You're not going to hear anything back, probably. If you do, great. But I don't think it hurts to print your email and then handwrite a letter if you haven't heard back in a week or so. And then you just say, I'm going to just continue to do this. Look, I'm going to tell you what. For all the emails that I get or the rabbis that I know that they get, there's something different to receive a letter. It shows someone's very serious. And like an email.
It shows there's more conviction and dedication.
Exactly. And an email can be just sent out en masse. Maybe you're not serious about it. Whatever. You're not putting that much interest in it. But if you go and you look up my address and you put a stamp on a letter that you at least have some handwriting in, I'm going to give you a call or I'm going to email you back. And even if I don't, you do it for a year, you send me 12 of these things. At a certain point, I'm going to say, who are you? Why do you care so much?
That shows it's personal and more analytical.
Exactly, and it's not. You don't want to annoy the person, and so what I want you to avoid is sending them an email, next week, sending them an email the week after, calling. Like they don't want that. They've got their own lives to live. But what you do, what a letter does is it allows someone to receive the communication and respond on their own time in a comfortable manner. And let's say this congregation never gets back to you, ever. You send them one letter every single month of your life until you die. After about a year sending letters, you're going to go find someone else. If you care enough, eventually you will figure out a way to get your dream accomplished. And at least in this situation, you have an opportunity. 3 hours is not unheard of. I've known of people who lived three hours with traffic, who lived in like the Inland Empire of Southern California and were interested in Orange County and connected with my congregation. And they just, I know, like, it's not all young people either. I've known people who were in their 60s and 70s who converted, and they just always wanted to do it, but just never had the time or whatever. And they just one day did it. And in your case,
I'll tell you about my friend.
what about your friend?
My friend in Murray, he actually is the one who kind of got me involved in Judaism. And he, I guess, converted. He was like 70 something at the time. Now he's like 84 or something like that. But he ended up converting, and he reverted back to Christianity of the Messianic thing. And I'm not into that. But to each his own. I'm not going to tell somebody what they should believe.
He converted Orthodox?
Their own personal belief.
You're telling me he converted Orthodox?
And then he converted back.
He converted Orthodox?
That's what they're telling me. But I didn't like ask for proof or anything because I was just kind of getting involved into it. So I might have questioned that.
Right, I understand that. I'm skeptical that he would go through all the trouble of living in a community for 2 years and getting a circumcision, or at least a ceremonial circumcision, and all the money that it takes to convert. And
I'm thinking maybe he just did it over online and kind of told me otherwise.
yeah, I mean, that's fine, but generally you can't convert Orthodox online. Okay, so
Study halakha.
right, so your friend may have seen themselves as a Jew. That's fine. Chances are they wouldn't be accepted in an Orthodox community under those, unless they had a full Orthodox conversion, then they would. Okay, so the process is you're gonna reach out to these guys. Let me see where the nearest based in is.
You want to know some irony?
Sure.
I just looked up the guy I wrote to. This is the email I wrote this guy. I'm not going to read an email, but I looked up the guy I wrote to. At the time, was in fact part of the Shabbat. Rabbi Simcha Sinai is the current senior rabbi of Congregation Ashmai Sabar, an Orthodox synagogue located in Greenville, Illinois. So this head rabbi had replaced an email again.
Hold on.
Except in a different place, apparently.
Hold on. Where's Louisville, Illinois?
Louisville, Kentucky, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So the guy who you originally emailed, he's the head rabbi at this synagogue? Okay. But that's different than the person on the contact page, is it not?
No, that's exactly the same rabbi I emailed 2 years ago. but that's not the person who contacted me back. But the person who contacted me back is Fred Allen from Temple Israel.
Right, I get that. Okay.
So I'm guessing this Snide rabbi saw that I did not have a mother Jewish and all that, the matrilineal thing, or be born with Jewish mother, and just he pushed me over to the side to secularism or
Okay.
unorthodox.
So that's a different name than at least what I saw. Just one moment. Let me look it back up. Okay.
Yeah, SNAID. That's the rabbi I wrote to.
Hold on. Did you contact Rabbi Letterman?
No.
Okay, that's who I'm saying you should contact.
I don't think I don't have a choice of who I contact there in particular. I think it's just one person who handles kind of all the emails type deal, decides where they go. Could be a possibility.
No, what are you talking about? If you go to anshaisafar.com, go to the contact page. It says Ask the Rabbi. His name is Rabbi
right there.
Yaakov Letterman.
Letterman. Ledderman.
That's the guy you contacted before?
No, I contacted Snide. So I'll write him an email right now.
Okay, what
It's
is
the same email I did 2 years ago.
what is Sinai? Where are you getting that information?
That's actually the information I got to contact the Congregation Ashnai Safar synagogue 2 years ago.
Where did you get that information?
And it says, I'm reading it on my AI right now that he confirms that he's the current senior rabbi there.
Okay, look, I know what you're saying with the AI, but it doesn't have the most recent information, most likely. Go to their website. It says Ask the Rabbi, Rabbi Yaakov Letterman.
Yes.
You're gonna
I am there right now.
you're gonna send him your email.
Send him an email.
If you hear something back, great. If you don't hear anything back, then you're gonna go on your letter writing campaign. If that's what you want to do.
Yes, sir. Is there anything in particular I should write for the subject matter? It kind of pop out, or any kind of an interesting, kind of like non-dismissive thing?
I would tell you that you could just write interest.
Okay. This is interesting.
Yeah, I mean that's what you're showing.
All right, so makes sense. Appreciate it very much, man. Thank you.
You're welcome, Pin. I'm glad
What
that.
should I call you? Deep Balls Rothschild.
Yeah, you like that. I'm glad that you did not. I mean, what can happen, unfortunately, is you can have unrecognized conversion programs, even Orthodox, where some rabbis will just take money to do a conversion, usually between $5,000 and $10,000 or so, which is.
Yeah, I actually ran into that too. From a rabbi on YouTube called Rabbi Kaufman, who does the conversions and all that. He got back to me, and all of a sudden it's like he paid through like an amount of money. I'm like, don't know if anybody can throw amount of money and convert. Wouldn't that be a thing?
Yeah. How much did he want?
3,500.
Yep. And that's, I mean, that's not what you want. At least in LA, the price for um, a conversion, it's not for the conversion. The conversion's free. But the process is something like $350.
Expensive.
It's like 350. Actually, no, it's less than that. There's a application fee of $100 or something, which is just to basically show your serious interest. And then I think the program, which is the gold standard, at least on the West Coast, is another $350, non-refundable, and then that's it. So,
But then you're looking at all the the religious accessories, like the film and all that. I mean, that can run you thousands.
yeah, I mean,
Based from what I've heard.
you shouldn't be spending thousands on tefillin. Usually, it's about $500. But you can get into certain tefillin bags, and you can get into talis, and you can get into things. Like you can spend as much as you want, but you want to avoid people who want to take money. And the thing is, if you were to convert through that person on YouTube, you're going to run into the issue if you ever try to move to Israel or you try to get married, where your conversion won't be considered kosher. And then you're going to be at step one, which is basically having to start
Where
all
I'm
over.
at now.
Yeah, I mean, I've known people who, unfortunately, were in a situation where they first converted Reform, then they realized that Conservative didn't consider them Jews, and Orthodox didn't consider them. They didn't even care about Orthodox. Then they converted Conservative, and then they found out Orthodox don't consider them Jews, so then they had to convert Orthodox, and they spent 8 years of their life, when it shouldn't take that long. It's really at most usually about a 2, if maybe there's an issue or something, a 3-year process. And it can be as few as just few as just a year. But okay, with that being said, you can. I would respond to the rabbi who originally who sent you the thing today, and I would just say, hey, I really appreciate you reaching out, as I was
So
reviewing.
I'm interested in becoming an actual Orthodox Jewish man, as opposed to
So you
unrecognized by everybody. I would
well,
be
you
officially recognized.
you don't want to say that, because that's going to be a slap in his face. But what you would want to say is that after reviewing your information, I see that your congregation is Reformed. I want you to know that I'm interested in an Orthodox conversion. Can you please recommend to me a rabbinical colleague, perhaps, who may have a program in the area for Orthodox conversions? You don't have to just go one way. I mean, you can ask, other rabbis in your area, and they're going to get you in touch with the right people.
Eventually. But some of them obviously kind of want to bring you just to their congregation type deal, and I get that.
Well, no, exactly. But I mean, we're people too, and we want to help people who are interested in Judaism, and we want to, most of all, make sure they're in the right community for themselves. So you can write them back. The guy emailed you 2 hours ago, and you can say, firstly, how did you get my information, if I may ask? And then secondly, after reviewing your information, that you may not be an Orthodox congregation. I'm interested in an Orthodox conversion. Can you? advise me the way I can go about this in the Ohio River region?
I'm kind of interested in like how he got my contact information anyway, because it's obviously not who I emailed to begin with, and the AI was probably a couple of years out of date anyway, so he was probably the head rabbi at the time at that Shabbat, but not anymore.
I doubt that, but okay. I mean, that's the first question that I told you to ask is how did you get my information? And the second is, can you please advise me to an Orthodox community that performs conversions? That's it. It doesn't have to be really complicated.
Definitely don't get like, oh, how you do this, or I mean, just to, like keep it nice and simple, and
yeah, and you
seem like I'm interested more in Orthodox as opposed to Reform.
And you don't want to say I want to be a real Jew or anything like that. That's going to be an insult to him.
Oh, no, of course not.
But I would just tell you.
That's between me and you.
I would just tell you, and I would tell him as well. I don't, nor does the Orthodox community see what he practices as being Judaism. I may see him as a Jew, but I don't see what he practices as being Judaism. That's mainstream Orthodox Judaism.
Yeah.
So did you send your follow-up email to him?
Definitely, yes, I do. Okay. It was definitely got me confused because that's definitely not who I wrote to. And Reform got back to me, so I'm thinking just maybe he kind of pushed along to a Reform would more or less be more on my alley in his understanding of the email I wrote, because I expressed that my mother has Ashkenazi ancestry, but she wasn't born Jewish of the religion, so that probably may have like pushed it that way.
It's not right. It's not right to assume. Just you're gonna find out. You're gonna email him back, and you're gonna say, one, how did you get my information? And two, can you please advise me an Orthodox community that performs conversions with a based in?
I definitely will. I want to go. I want to get the truthful experience, and not exactly like halfway or anything like that. Be recognized as a Jew to everybody, not just like 80% or 90% people. I want like the whole conversion process experience as opposed to just like, well, you're not exactly recognized underneath the Orthodox conversion process.
And that's what would have happened.
Very true.
You're also going to find people who, I mean, we rabbis, no matter if you are Orthodox, conservative, Reform, Reconstructionist, humanist, whatever you want to consider yourself, we're people. And when we have synagogues, at the heart, yes, they are spiritual buildings and communities, but they're businesses to some extent. I mean, you have to keep the lights on, and you've got to pay rent, or you've got, facility maintenance and all of the other things. So we're always looking to grow the communities with the right people. And this person may have seen that you had some interest in from a colleague or something like that. I'm not sure. That's why I'm saying it's not right for us to assume how he got your information or whatever, and thus it's in our best interest to right. And so it's in our best interest to just ask the person directly, how did you receive my information? And can you please advise me, an Orthodox rabbi who may be able to advise me through the Orthodox conversion process? So you already sent that email?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Then you'll.
It's not even about like being considered like Jewish, I guess, to me, as opposed to learning the correct way for Judaism.
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument that there is no correct way. I think that's probably the most accurate argument. There's no perfect way. Even you'll find that we as Jews run into issues with Karaite Jews, and we run into issues with the Hasidic world. I mean, and then even within the different sects of.
I mean, in different ways, we'll obviously go on about things like prayers and what you can. I mean, there's all like a whole list of things that obviously are probably debating about over and over again. That's list is probably endless.
Yeah, it's down to then your individual family and how things are done, and generally.
But the quick way would be you want to talk no matter what, not the secular or what was it?
Reform or conservative. Yeah, exactly. But what I'm just saying to you is there is no perfect way to be a Jew. No Jew is absolutely perfect, and no Jew going back to Moshe, Rabbeinu, and Moses has ever been a perfect Jew. Even Jews who think that they're perfect, or any in whatever they're doing, and make arguments why they're not living a standard that they should be, or whatever it may be. I mean, the big one that I have is the issue with homosexuality. And the reason why I say that, it says very clearly in Vayikra, in Leviticus.
A man should sleep with another man before his clothes, or a woman should not wear a man's clothes and all that. You're familiar with that.
Right. And so, if we were really practicing Judaism strictly, a man should not lie with a man the way that a man does a woman. We should, and it says that the punishment for this is stoning. And I don't know about you, but we don't stone homosexuals within Judaism, though it says to in our holy book. Now, the argument is made, there's always an exception, there's always a loophole. The argument is made, the reason why this is not done is because there's an issue with witnessing the act. So basically, to have that type of punishment, you would have a based in a house of judgment, but you'd also need two kosher witnesses. And the fact is, you're not going to have two kosher witnesses who are going to want to watch two guys have sex. So the fact that you don't have two kosher witnesses, you don't have two kosher witnesses is kind of the loophole that we use. But to me, that's a cop-out in reality. It says what it says. It says very clearly. It also gives what the punishment is. And we're not enforcing it. So any Jew out there who thinks that they are holier than thou is not living according to the law. Very simply, in the book and in Vayikra and Leviticus, and we can make many arguments like that. So when you start to pick things apart, you recognize that it's not perfect, and you get rabbis who there are all kinds of different judgments that people have, and so
there's a question about Judaism I really kind of pondered for a long time. Maybe I can lay it on you.
Hit me with it.
If you don't mind, that is.
Hit me with it.
You know the Tetragrammaton, right?
Yep.
Well, it derives from a pagan stone god, so how can that be sacred?
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a hypocrisy in that in itself, which I kind of like. I always think about. I like try to understand. I'm like, I don't know if I can understand this.
Right. So what
it's
you're
like saying, don't say the sacred name of Odin. You know what I mean? It's like, whoa. At what point do you recognize cultural tradition more so than you are actually recognizing the actual name of what God is.
Right. If you actually study the history of Judaism, we're derived from some other religions. Sure, we take our founding or the start of the world to be 50, 5,000, 5785, so 5,785 years ago. But in reality, I think we all, if we don't want to play games, we'll recognize that we are much older than that. And so Judaism basically is derived from other aspects. Even like Hebrew is derived, I mean, even like ancient Hebrew is derived a lot from Phoenician texts and
Sure.
and even modern Hebrew.
But there's no people or religion on earth that doesn't have a pagan origin. I mean, that's kind of where we all kind of got our starts.
Right.
And we kind of grew from. And I get that, definitely.
Right. Now, so long as we're able
but the whole thing is the whole sacredness to it, you know what I mean? It's like, how can that be sacred when it was used in pagan rituals that same sacredness, you know what I mean? It's like, it's just it's perplexing to me.
Right. So it is like revealed to Moshe Rabbeinu in like the name meaning something along the lines of I am that I am, something that idea, but it's much older than that. And we don't even know how it's exactly because we don't have like an audio version of how it was originally. And the idea is that, well, didn't it have pagan? You'll find that, like you just said, any religion originally had perhaps either roots or some type of polytheistic root at points. The thing that makes Judaism different is that we are seen as the first monotheist religion. But that's not even necessarily all that.
I am who I am, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
I am who I am, or I am that I am. There are different translations. But even still, there's other smaller religions that make arguments that they practiced monotheism prior. The big thing with Judaism, what ends up happening is we would conquer a people and their adherence to what
your culture,
exactly
their words and their like traditions.
Exactly. And so these all kind of get combined into one God eventually. It's basically like a funnel. So you can see the main spout of the funnel being the monotheistic aspects that we have within mainstream centrist Orthodox Judaism. But from a historical perspective, much of this was pulled from earlier civilizations, but we're in a lot of ways we don't recognize those because we say that the religion is 5,785 years old and that's it. But if you really look into it from a historical perspective, obviously the world is much older than that, and everything is derived from
allegorical more than historical.
Precisely.
I think it's all kind of like we've been doing that as humans ourselves pretty much our entire existence is like be conquered by other people and kind of assimilate into that culture, or if we take some of their culture into ours and it kind of conforms in different words and different traditions and shit. It kind of builds and educates ourselves to where we are even today, to how we got here.
Exactly.
It can be confusing, most definitely.
Well, it's definitely confusing, and people aren't honest with themselves. You know, people will give different answers based on the community they're either representing or speak to whom they're speaking. So within the yeshiva world, we teach that the earth is 5,785 years old. But then we'll have children who have access to the internet, or perhaps secular friends who learn that the world is perhaps a lot older than that. And it raises questions. Yeah, that's exactly right. And so, how do we justify the two? And the way that it's justified, that I learned in my studies, and I've heard rabbis justify, is that we have the 7 days of creation, technically 6 and a rest day. And if you want, if it helps you sleep better at night, you can consider each one of those days approximately 1 billion years old in the creation of the earth. And
There's a different way to say it.
yeah, but I mean, then you get into some really great arguments where, okay, well, what if we were seated here from a higher civilization? What world does God have then? Didn't God just create Earth? And like, isn't God, Hashem, just like a earthbound God? And when people say, like, I mean, I've posed this to the best rabbis I could find. It was really one of the things that it was like a yearning that I had. How do we justify our religion when there's evidence that we're not alone? Particularly, like, I would just see on the internet, like,
You have to ask those questions for a very individual and educate yourself.
right.
You have to ask those questions so you can educate it.
Right. And I was Chabad in Sherman Oaks with a really wonderful person, colleague. I won't name his name just because I'm live streaming, but he was from Israel, fought in the IDF, like had a moment where he came to God, which is great. And I took him aside one day after chakras, after morning prayers, and I said, look, I took out my phone and I showed him a video of a UFO flying past a Russian MiG fighter. It's clear. I mean, this isn't like a bang. It's clear. It's the video footage I could get. And I did this about 10 years ago. And it's heavy. It's really... He said to me, there's only God. And I knew he was saying that to me because, number one, he doesn't have an answer for it. Number two, that's the answer that he's supposed to give. And I don't necessarily believe that.
But the thing is, I don't mean to interrupt you, but the thing is, but some rabbis, as soon as you start questioning that things aren't exactly how they are written or how they are interpreted, they kind of dismiss you as kind of like blasphemous.
Yeah, there's nothing blasphemous with asking that question. It's an important question to ask.
It most certainly is.
Yeah, I mean, any rabbi who considers that question blasphemous isn't worth their salt. They essentially only want to adhere to a certain set of ancient traditions and if they want to do that, then I would ask them, why aren't they executing all the homosexuals?
Very true.
The fact that they're
Or
not,
stoning women who cheat on their husband.
the fact that they're not practicing that to such an extreme shows that they have some variability in their
Bigger
beliefs.
shoes type people.
They have some variability in their beliefs, and once you're able to start chipping away at the chinks in their armor, then you're able to start opening it up to real questions. And I mean,
That's what I love about like educating myself. It's just you have to ask the questions that most rabbis or whatnot, most people in general aren't really used to like questioning because they just want to have the fundamental belief core system and they hear going to that. And as soon as you step outside of that, you're kind of looked at like an outcast or a heretic or something.
yeah, I
Just
mean,
because you don't believe exactly how they believe.
yeah, I mean, people are able to believe whatever they want to believe. I think these thoughts are particularly of interest in Israel because, as religious as people think Israel is, it's quite a secular country. Most people there are secular. And so they're more open minded to these types of discussions. And at the heart of the matter, I have evidence that we are not alone on this earth. And if you want to know I mean, I don't personally, but I mean, we can look every single day. There are people who take pictures of anomalous crafts in the air. We have people who have implants in their body that has metals that is not from Earth. We have witness accounts of we have witness accounts of abductions, and thus that's a lot more evidence than we even have that God gave Moses Torah on Mount Sinai.
I try to look at it like the in an alien perspective, like look at it from their perspective if you can, like picture yourself looking down at the human race, you know what I mean? All of us collective, all of us together. Like October 7th, for instance. We're raping and killing each other and shooting each other. And to somebody that's like so far advanced, that's gotta be like the most like minuscule like Stone Age type shit they've ever seen before in their lives. Like why should they privy themselves to us?
I mean, that's an answer.
So they'll be like sending drones and shit, and artificial like intelligence type deal to contact us as opposed to direct contacts.
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument to be made that even the beings that contact us are just like drones. Not drones like you see in the sky, but they're just basically like workers of a higher intelligence.
Like robot drones.
Yeah, exactly. And specifically like the alien greys. Like many times people say that the alien greys aren't they're higher intelligence, but they're not like the highest intelligence. Somebody's sending them on behalf of someone else. I mean, I don't know the answers to these questions, but I'm willing to discuss them openly, and that's more than most, not just rabbis, but most any person on earth is willing to do. And when we're looking at evidence, I don't want to bullshit people. Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to bullshit people. I know I was bullshitted when I asked about it. And I remember looking.
It's because there's such a lack of evidence on our particular side for it. It's just almost like passed off and dismissed it because there's just not enough evidence or physiological evidence, I suppose, to support those. It's just kind of speculative. In which case, it's kind of like dismissed and passed over, and you're kind of like a food talking about it.
Absolutely. Welcome, Mr. Aquarius. How are you? How was your day?
Good. How was yours?
It was lovely. Are you ready?
Where did this? Oh, Lord. Get your butt off my iPad. I don't know what that was flying around. I'm sorry. Something's on my iPad.
You're okay, Miss Aquarius. This is my friend Jacob. Jacob, this is Miss Aquarius. We have Miss Aquarius. We have Jacob to blame for my knowledge of Play-Doh. I did not know about it. And Jacob,
Oh, there you go.
I did not know about Play-Doh before Jacob, and he introduced me to it, and now I've introduced it to so many different people. But you knew about it, so I didn't introduce it to you. Jacob, would you like to play bowling with Miss Aquarius and me?
Yeah, I haven't played Play in a while. Sure.
Oh yeah, I did that accidentally. I sent you that yesterday.
The Scrabble thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Miss Aquarius, I'm sending you an invite, and Jacob, I'm sending you an invite as well. So you both should have invites momentarily.
He's talking to sound okay. Hold on.
What is that? Oh my goodness. What in the world?
I haven't really played bowling in a while.
That's all right. You're doing well.
I haven't really played this game in a long time.
Alright, doing good.
Oh, you get the strike coming out.
Oh, just
I was wrong.
yeah, you just got you kissed it.
Good, Jay, because you know how to play. So,
Doesn't like me. I'm good at girl dogs.
Yeah, you are.
You know, most of my losses actually come because I got something to do and I end up resigning. I take that shit seriously like it's a war. There we go. Boop.
Oh, nice spare, Miss Aquarius.
thank you. Alright. Alright.
Oh, nice strike. That's what I got.
I'm gonna take a strike.
Not having it right now, jeez. I'm better in real life though at bowling.
Okay.
Put some aggression behind that ball, and it usually knocks them all down.
What's your average?
Not like 200.
That's good.
But yeah, I usually try to do as best I can whatever I do. In video games, no, not so much. It's more like I'll give a fuck. If it's like in real life physical, I'm usually really good at it. Come on, this stupid fucking pin. Every time it's one pin. Closer than I would have came. Everybody kicked my ass this game.
No, you had a strike though.
Came at the last throw though. Did nothing.
It's still a good game. Good game. You win. Whatever we win.
Absolutely. All right, one more, Miss Aquarius. You ready for it?
Yeah. Yes.
Coming out swinging, jeez. Nice shot.
Thank you. Magic strike.
Still rocking spare, man.
Got this. Hey, see? It's fair.
Oh. That was definitely a hard one to pick up, though.
Word. Oh, 7-10 split. The hardest shot in the game, Miss Aquarius. Get it.
Nope. It's okay, I'm gonna get it. Come on, Jacob. You got this. Now strike it. You got the spare, though. You got the spare. Let's go. Hey. That's what I'm talking about.
I kind of like the fuck with the ball, though, so I like aimed it in.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Right. Come on. Got this.
But no, I really think I'm getting serious with this game.
Yeah, come on, Jacob. You got this. Come on. That's a strike. Let's go. Hey, you're good. Come on.
Whoa, good
Yes,
job.
there. Yeah.
Three spares in a row.
So let's go. Strike.
No.
Usually takes me a game or two to get locked in. I haven't played this game in a while.
You got this.
Oh. Good try.
Thank you. Come on, Jacob. Strike.
That's gonna be hard. I'm gonna have to rock the left side of that first pin.
Hey, you doing good though. You're leading. Good job. Come on.
Oh, I missed you completely.
Right back. Come on, man.
Oh, tough split.
Really?
You got this. Yeah.
Almost.
I was as close as anybody could come, I think.
Basically.
Oh, nice.
Nice strike.
Really nice.
Hey, come on, Jacob. That is.
There we go.
Yeah. You go.
I can pick up a spare.
Get it. Get these two. Get these two. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I love it. I love it. Come on, man.
One. Not like a pin.
No, you won by more than a pin.
Right.
Good job, Jacob.
Yay, Jacob. You win, we win. Okay, with undefeated and friendship and voting. Okay? That's how we do it.
That's
Yay.
right. Nice job, Miss Aquarius. Great job.
I like your optimism.
Oh, she's the
Nice
best.
job. Yeah. Proud. Jacob. Okay. It's a pro in the building. We got a pro in here.
Word.
We got Rabbi and Jacob. All right.
All right, Miss Aquarius. I hope you have. Oh, wonderful. I hope you have a really great physical therapy. We'll see you. Oh, God willing, we'll play tomorrow night. Okay?
Nice to meet you, Jake.
Nice to meet you as well. I was up. No?
All right, Jacob.
I like her demeanor.
Oh yeah, she's super positive, wonderful lady. All right, I'm gonna continue watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy. I'll straighten out the camera
at the end of these lectures. The term Holocaust became especially popular, although it was in circulation in the 1960s. It became very popular in the 1980s with the result of this feature-length film, Holocaust, starring James Woods and Meryl Streep and Michael Moriarty. But where does the term actually come from? So it's actually a Latin term that appears in the Vulgate translation of the Old Testament, of the Hebrew Scriptures. The term Holocaust is actually a Latin translation of the Hebrew term Olah. The word Olah means to rise up, and it refers to a burnt offering that is completely destroyed, right? In the sense of kulo olah, everything goes up, it becomes smoke and it disappears into the sky. You can see here the term holocaustum is how it's actually referred to in the Vulgate. So this is a very powerful term as well, but it has some drawbacks. First of all, it is also, like the term churban, religious in nature, but it has even a more difficult connotation because the passages in which the term Olah appears in the Hebrew Bible are usually referred to in a very positive sense, meaning that God, as it were, smells the burnt offering, and it's a reach nichoach. It is a pleasing odor. So if we were to follow this metaphor to its conclusion, we would have a theological conundrum that's very difficult to comprehend. And in fact, that theological conundrum will continue, but I'll hope to address it later on in this course. So now the term, on one more difficulty with the term Holocaust. If it is somehow pleasing to God, does that mean that those who bring the sacrifice, who are the Kohanim, the priests in the Bible, do they have a counterpart with the murderers of Jews? It's a very, very difficult thought. So Holocaust has its objections, and in fact, many observant Jews prefer not to use the term Holocaust for that reason. Another term very popular in Israel is the term Shoah, also popularized by this very famous film by Claude Lanzmann. Shoah is a Hebrew word that means just generically destruction. It occurs several places in Tanakh, in the Hebrew Scriptures, but it does not have this specific connection with somehow pleasing God in different contexts. And finally, sometimes used, I think, inappropriately, translation, final solution. This is a term which was actually coined by Hermann Göring, one of the architects of the Holocaust itself. Here's a mugshot from his trial in Nuremberg. To say final solution implies that there was a question or a problem that had to be solved. And that in itself is deeply offensive. Not only is the borrowing terminology from the Nazis, who themselves were known for being masters of euphemism, of trying to find more appropriate terms for the horrible acts that they committed against people, there's still the difficulty of the meaning of the word itself. A final solution implies an original problem, and the Jews were not the problem. So that's terminology. What exactly do we mean when we're talking about the Holocaust? What are the parameters of this? There are many genocides, in increasing number throughout the 20th century. What are the features of this particular genocide that are unique to the Holocaust, more or less? So let's pick out three basic ideas, which we will return to over the course of these lectures. The first is that the Holocaust was very organized and deliberate. Using stereotypically Prussian means, the Nazis were able to first define who their target was, as we see in the Nuremberg laws that are shown here that specifically defined how many grandparents one had to have to be considered a Jew, and what would happen if one had somewhat less than that number. Defining who the Jews were, isolating them, rounding them up, and murdering them. This is not like a pogrom, which is kind of like a wild riot, a kind of like paroxysm of violence. This is a planned, organized, deliberate process. That's something very special that is associated with the Holocaust as opposed to many other genocides of the 20th century in particular. Secondly, it is total. It is amazing to contemplate the scale of the Nazis' audacious goal, horrific goal of murdering all the Jews of Europe. Here you see a page from the infamous Wannsee Conference, when head Nazis got together to determine where all the Jews within their catchment area lived and how they could possibly round them all up. And you see in this list, you have the estimated Jewish populations of countries all over Europe, including 200 Jews in Albania. Just to think that the Nazis controlling all of Europe were willing to hunt down 200 Jews, a measly number, in the country of Albania. That's mind-boggling. And furthermore, it includes many regions that were not conquered by the Nazis at the time. They compiled a list, such as the over 300,000 Jews living in England, which was never conquered by the Nazis. So the Holocaust is defined by its totality at the same time. It was total war against the Jews. And then finally, and this is something that I hope we'll have the opportunity to explore in much greater detail, it was industrial. It was unusually modern. It was not a kind of a violent crime of passion using tools that were readily available, rifles, guns, swords. It was something that was planned and organized and using the tools of industrialism per se. Here you see an aerial photograph of Birkenau to see that they were literally setting up factories of death, using the kind of tools that were pioneered in the Industrial Revolution, the conveyor belts of Henry Ford, things like that, to employ for the purpose of creating death. That's something very unusual about the Holocaust as well. These three items, we'll certainly return to these themes over the course of these lectures. Finally, and because this is a source of great confusion for many, let us define exactly when the Holocaust happened. And understanding this topic really has a lot to say about how you understand the Holocaust in itself. Does one, for example, date the Holocaust from Hitler coming to power in 1933? There are definitely some arguments to say that, yes, this is really the beginning of the Holocaust, although that plays into a particular approach to this history called the intentionalist model, which we will revisit shortly, that says that Hitler intended from the very beginning to murder all the Jews of Europe. And there's a lot of good arguments to indicate that this was not, while he was certainly a virulent and terrible anti-Semite, that this was very, very close to his core identity, he did not actually think it was possible to achieve this until quite a bit later, in fact, well into the hostility itself. Does one say that the Holocaust begins with the beginning of hostilities on September 1st, 1939, which refers to the date in which Germany invaded Poland? And there are some good reasons to argue for that as well. However, it is important to understand that the Holocaust and the Second World War are overlapping phenomena, but they are not identical phenomena. I think a very good argument can be made, and I hope to make it when we get to this part of the history, for the beginning of the Holocaust really to date from June 22nd, 1941, which was the onset of something called Operation Barbarossa, that coincided with the Nazis' invasion of the Soviet Union. It was at this point that mass murder begins. There are definite antecedents to this mass murder. There's violence directed against many victims, as we shall see in the next lecture. But this is when the Holocaust, as we understand it properly, really began. And eventually its nadir would be reached in about a year with the construction and operation of the death camps themselves. And just to bring us to the end of this story, of course, 1945 is the end of the war and the end of the Holocaust per se, but its legacy lives on to this day in many ways that we will approach at the end of this class. I hope that you will have the patience and the fortitude to make your way through these lectures. It is very difficult material, but I think it's deeply meaningful and very important to understand this in order to ensure that we all act as responsible citizens in a global society. Thank you very much for watching. Now that we have outlined in very basic form the parameters of the Holocaust, terminology we use to describe it, some of its unusual features, and the period of time we're speaking about, we definitely have to spend some time right now at the initial moments of this series talking about the victims. The story of the victims, of course, overlaps with all lectures, but let us begin with a very brief overview of who were Hitler's victims. The first of Hitler's victims were not Jews. They were, in fact, Germans with mental or physical disabilities. And this, I think, is an extremely telling point about the nature of Nazi Germany. We see this amazing quote that resonates with me from Mohandas Mahatma Gandhi, who wrote, "The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members." And these people
Welcome,
with
Zoot. How are you, Pam?
developmental disabilities, children with disabilities, were the very first to be targeted by
Big Dog. How you living, baby?
No, it's still broken.
Why do you feel broken, Big Dog?
Just it.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
What do you mean nothing's wrong?
Just I don't have a rubber band.
Okay, well, when are you going to the store next?
Tomorrow.
Okay, we'll get a rubber band tomorrow. I won't give you any more shit. You tried. That's all right. Are you ready to play Reversey?
Speaking of reverse, a sport. I got 118 on reverse on digits. Backwards on. Well, yeah, backwards on digit span. 100. 112 forwards and 100 on sequence.
Doug, no one knows what that means. What are you talking about?
So, did you say an IQ test?
You mean you remembered that many numbers in a row?
No.
All right. Did you know that you have an invitation?
I can remember up to 8 numbers in a row if I pay attention.
Okay. That's fine.
That's high average.
Okay.
Did you say if you remember 10 numbers in a row?
Correct.
How do you remember 10 numbers in a row? Like, what's the best method to use to remember 10?
I break it up. I can do about 11, which is like a telephone number in the United States. So I do 333 or 333, 33 and 4, or like I just kind of think of a telephone number. And then also, like, if I have the opportunity to repeat it back to myself, I will. For something really long, it's easier for me to do in a song. But when I became a Freemason, I surprised myself more than I've ever surprised myself with memorizing anything. I had to memorize this. There are like basically two ways to go. You can memorize like kind of like a paragraph of a thing, or you can memorize something that's like 18 minutes long, like an entire fucking play basically. And I memorized the play and I had it perfectly. And the way that I was able to memorize it perfectly is I would type it. And when I typed it and I just kept typing it exactly the same way every time, I was able to memorize a lot faster.
How long did it take to memorize?
Oh, about 6 months.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean it's really long. It's like a whole book and it's all in code. So you don't know what the words are. The way that it is, it's called glyphs. So they're like it's like a code, and the only way to know the code is to work with someone who also knows the code. And then what I would do is I would review it with my coach every week, and we did it for like a bunch of months to the point where I knew it better than he did. And then I performed it in front of my lodge, and it's still there to this day. They not only said I did it well, but I did it beautifully and as perfectly as you can do it.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, Pim?
Do you think if you did nothing for 9 months, you could train yourself to score absolutely perfect in an IQ test? Like absolutely fucking perfect, like 160. You just did nothing for 6 months.
Yeah, I think if you just did it, depending on the test, yeah, I think so.
Does that mean your IQ is 160 if you do that?
No.
Why not?
Because you are training to the test, which isn't really how those work. It's more about
Why can't it work then?
because it's more about the surprise of your ability to interpret symbols. Oh, how do you like that, Zoo? It's pattern recognition. All IQ tests are, or most of them, are just pattern recognition.
Well, there's different types of sub-tests.
That's true, but if it's English words, it's already skewed. A proper IQ, because if you're using an intelligence test that uses any English words, it's already skewed to English speakers. And intelligence is not who knows English the best, it's about pattern recognition. So, aside from perhaps some introductory instructions in whatever your native language is, this test should not have any word. It should be shapes and and it should be math either.
Here's the problem with IQ tests as well. You know what the biggest problem is?
What's up?
They are timed. Some people take longer to
figure out honkies and honkies.
Yeah, I mean they have to have some type of time, but I understand. Um, I mean, I guess they don't, but it doesn't necessarily show intelligence then. Or I guess it can, but if you give somebody as much time as they want, there need to be some limitations on it. Generally, I mean, you could say take as long as you want to do this, and if you get it done, then you it is what it is. I mean, I think that works too. It gives you a chance to check over your work. You recognize that no matter how well you do on an IQ test, that doesn't necessarily mean that people think you're smart. Nice checkout. Generally, the way that people think you're smart in society is based on your vocabulary. The more words you know, the average person thinks that you have a higher IQ. Though that does not necessarily mean that you do. It just means that you have a larger lexicon or vocabulary. Now, um, it can also equate to math as well. In my opinion, and I saw this in a documentary, and it was the best thing I've ever seen that in one sentence explained what intelligence is, and it was this: intelligence is the ability to identify analogy. If you want to be smart in society, the ability to identify analogy is the thing that separates what society deems as being dumb people and smart people. So, did you know that you had an invitation and you were just jerking yourself off raw?
Identify analogy.
Yep. So, the ability to identify when either a situation or an environment is similar to another one. It's like pattern recognition.
Okay. So, if I go to a movie theater and a music concert, they're similar because they're both forms of entertainment. And one I might be seated, the other one I might be standing, but I'm there for entertainment.
What's your question?
Is that what you mean?
No, I mean like
Is that what you mean by no?
it's like the ability to
No.
it's the ability to recognize patterns.
Okay. Oh, like this. Like this guy.
Correct.
I recognize the pattern.
What pattern do you recognize, son?
Bull markets used to be every 7 years. Historically, every 7 years due to inflation. But now inflation's gotten so bad that it's every 4 years. But I have a feeling that if you look at it, used to be, now it might be even every 3 years because the last bull market started in 2023, right? So it might be every 3 years that we have a bull market. Which means that we could be going into a period of hyperinflation.
Dude, you got such a great start. Like, you got an unfair start.
So, Rabbi,
Yo,
usually
pimp.
bull markets start every 4 years, but for whatever reason, the bull market started in 2023, which was early, which means in 2026, if assets keep going up, we might enter a period of hyperinflation.
I think we're already going to be in a period of hyperinflation.
Do you think we are?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't think we are.
Okay. Prices are up like 20, double in the last 5 years.
Yeah, that's not hyperinflation, that's inflation. If we hit a period of hyperinflation, people start losing their jobs and no one works because the currency becomes worthless.
Yeah, I mean, okay, depends what you want to define as hyperinflation.
That's not hyperinflation, that's high inflation.
Okay, it depends what you want to define hyperinflation as. It's subjective.
Hyperinflation. You know when you're in hyperinflation. The whole world knows when hyperinflation happens.
That's correct.
It'll be all over the news. The
So-
whole world will know.
so
no
we're-
one will be going to
so
work,
we're not gonna be
the
in hyper-
currency will become
So
worthless,
so we're not going to be in
no one will
hyperinflation.
be spending it.
Zoot. No,
Sorry?
no Western currency has been in hyperinflation in the last 50 years.
No, we're not going to go hyperinflation.
Or
We're
at
gonna
least
go very
no
hyperinflation.
major one. No major one. Maybe some small country, but I shouldn't say that. No, none of your major ones. The US dollar, the pound, all that. Your major currencies in the world have not experienced hyperinflation in the last 50 years.
Yes. How many major currencies are there?
Depends how you want to define it. Perhaps like 5.
Euro, yen,
Yuan,
euro, yen, yuan, US dollar. What's the other one?
pound.
Pound's different to the euro.
Fuck yeah, man.
You got fucked. How does it feel?
Not good.
You need a heal. I can say what your best move is here. That probably was the worst move you can make. You know why?
What up,
So
Pep?
ridiculous. Well, I might help you here. Huh. My option. I was running out of options. Rabbi, that was bad. Okay, well, do you think I won?
No.
Well, you did it. You had still. I'm broke, Rabbi.
Okay, so do you have enough to be able to buy a rubber band?
Yes.
Okay.
Totally.
Okay.
Alright, Rabbi, what's the best way to win here?
Just win, baby.
Yep. Alright. Rabbi, bro. You know that was your best move?
Yep.
Rabbi, that was the best move you could make.
Thanks, baby.
You ready?
Yes, sir. Terrible move.
What?
You'll see.
Did I just lose? Alright, let's go again. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp. Dude, are you gonna go or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
I'm gonna go.
Dude, you're taking too long.
Send me a request. You didn't send me a request. Brother,
What?
I'm gonna win.
Okay.
What's the ability? One tile with Moscow every time. That fucking sucks. Do you agree this is the real? No?
I don't know if it's the worst, but I don't like it.
Well, so figure, like, like, what thing is it even, like, there's no ghost tiles. Why are there ghost fucking, like, there's no ghost tiles. Why there is a ghost thing? There's no ghost tiles. You know what I'm saying?
Sort of.
Like, the thing should, like, have advantage for, like, if you pick the right match monster, it should give you an advantage.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
Terrible move.
That was bad. Oh, was it? Was it a terrible move? But you know what your best move is?
Word.
You know that was the best move you can make?
Yes, sir.
You know this was the worst move I could make?
It's not the worst. You're up, pimp.
So,
Big mistake. You ready for this, Zoot? Thanks, baby. What up, baby? No.
should I evoke something?
I mean, that's up to you.
I really like when I bake you.
Dude, you're doing well.
I really like
Dude. Oh, man. I saw that. I saw that. You're up, pimp. Yeah, but you got two moves. You got two moves.
everybody gonna feel. Is that your best option?
Perhaps.
Talk. Everybody, you fuck me.
What do you want me to do, big dog?
You not fuck me?
Okay.
Alright, how do I do this? You think I win here?
No.
Was that a good move?
Whatever you want.
I think that was a good match. I think that was a great move. That was a good match. You got one up to there. You're all more in a better position right now.
Doug, I'm whooping your ass.
Oh, I just fucking made a dumb move. What's his name?
Zoot, you need that fucking rubber band.
What?
You need that rubber band. Zoot, you need that rubber
I
band.
made that rubber.
Zoot, in the meantime, until you get the rubber band, every time I hear you do one of your ticks, I want you to flick your hand, okay?
Okay. Oh. That wasn't the tip.
Yes, it was. No one just randomly says that.
I thought it was on the tip.
No, that's different.
Well,
You said something. Zoot, you said something else.
Yeah. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna win.
Okay, let's see it. Good move. You're gonna lose. Are you gonna go? It's over.
Fucking hell. Alright, I'm gonna go.
Okay,
I'm
Zoot,
gonna rubber band.
go get a rubber band and come back.
By the Nazi state. The origins of this really lie in something called social Darwinism. I'm sure you're familiar with Charles Darwin, who is associated with the theory of evolution and the concept of the origin of the species. Although Darwin was mainly thinking about the natural world, there are other thinkers who developed his thought as applicable to human civilizations as well, meaning that the various peoples of the world can somehow be racially divided into how well they are adapted to their environment. And this very noxious idea meant that peoples or races, which is in itself a term that was developed in the 19th century, would somehow be fighting with each other for scarce resources, and that they had unique characteristics, positive or negative, that would somehow predispose them to be more or less successful. I'll go into that in some detail in just a moment. But let us try to understand how Darwinist ideas were expressed in the concept of eugenics. The word eugenics means literally in Greek, good birth or good family. And it is an idea that was first pioneered by Sir Francis Galton, that took the very obvious observation that people tend to resemble their parents physically and sometimes in other ways as well, and applied it to a quasi-scientific model of trying to improve the human race, literally, by weeding out those who had limitations, intellectual or physical or otherwise. You can see from some of the propaganda that came out of that era, which had a very strong backing in the scientific community. And this is not the place, but it is important to mention that many societies, including America, put into practice some very noxious social measures to try and further the goals of eugenics by, for example, sterilizing individuals who were thought to be beneath the value of a given society. And it often was tinged with racism. There was a widespread belief that people with darker skin color were somehow inferior and had characteristics that should not be propagated. And eugenics was meant to create kind of this artificial ideal of a Nordic, light-skinned, blonde, blue-eyed, highly intelligent human being. And many people approach this without seeing any of the obvious negative repercussions of such an approach. The Nazis, of course, were very deeply invested in the concept of eugenics, not only on the negative side of removing individuals from society forcibly through murder and other means, but also in terms of encouraging through equally brutal means the propagation of people who had these supposed desirable characteristics. The Lebensborn program, for example, or a life born.
How are you?
But obviously, it had to be a fight afterwards. It always has to be a goddamn motherfucking fight. Because it's too much for me to ask for the last week of the things. So, it's just getting ridiculous.
Did you have fun?
I'm trying to fun. I traversed the side of the block that you saw away. It's yellow.
Welcome. How are you? What up, Punky Star? How did you find out about me, my friend?
About what?
How did you find out about me?
Vaccine.
Okay, very cool. Yeah. What's new?
Nothing much. Just, usual.
Absolutely. Have I ever introduced myself to you formally?
Do what?
Have I ever introduced myself to you formally?
Yes.
Okay, good.
We're Rabbi Ralph.
Yeah, and that I stream my life and world peace and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thanks,
excellent.
that's okay.
Oh, and kill Tony. Okay, very well. Excellent. So, what's on your agenda?
Nothing really. About to go to bed. Go to work.
What do you do for a living? What do you do for a living?
I just work as a butcher.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Now I recall. All right. Well, I'm just watching Jewish history lectures. Not doing anything too special, my friend. Feel free to enjoy.
Sorry if I acted weird last time. Got like a brain disease.
You're good, Pim. Don't worry about it at all.
Program was designed to try and, in some cases, kidnap children who came from particularly eastern regions when they were conquered, and they had the desired characteristics, and they were taken from their parents and were raised as Aryans, so to speak, in Nazi Germany themselves. There are many other aspects of this. Perhaps we'll come to it later on in this program. But with regard to specific targeting of disabled individuals in Germany, this is something that happened before the war began. Two individuals, Karl Binding and Alfred Hoche, wrote a very awful book, which is called Die Freigabe der Vernichtung Lebens und Werten Lebens. Terrible title, which means the permission to destroy those who are living life unworthy of life. And authors made this the sweeping generalization that people who suffered from physical or mental disabilities were somehow living a quality of life that was inappropriate. And so it would be better for the rest of the world to simply destroy those people because they're not equally abled to other members in society. This horrific book had a tremendous impact in Germany, and in fact, it's still available even on Amazon today. You can see here, this is from a German Amazon website. The idea of this life unworthy of life was later made real by two co-directors, shown here as Karl Brandt, in the Nazi environment, in which they created this Operation T4, which was named after a particular address in which the institute was held. In August of 1939, the Operation T4 issued a directive that was statewide that ordered all doctors and nurses to report any children under the age of 3 who had mental or physical disabilities. And this report was then used to round up these children in a variety of manners and then simply to kill them, amazingly. Parents were urged to send their children with disabilities to quote-unquote clinics where they were murdered, sometimes through starvation and abuse, sometimes through lethal injection, and sometimes, as we shall see, even through carbon monoxide poisoning, which had a tremendous impact on the future development of the Holocaust per se. Over 70,000 German children were killed in this manner before the operation was stopped. And the only reason that it stopped was because of public outcry. It lasted for about 2 years officially, and then was reinstated later secretly. And by the time the war was over 200,000 people with mental and physical disabilities were murdered. Absolutely horrific statement. Now, the villainy of these horrific monsters were somewhat offset by people like Dr. Hans-Gerhard Kreuzfeld, shown here, who chose to resist the Nazis early on by faking the diagnosis of his patients. But that's the small story. The larger story is that people like Philipp Bühler, shown here, were able to proceed with this as an open secret, that people knew what was going on, that these children would be sent away to clinics, and then in remarkable numbers, they were not coming home. The public protest against this destruction of life unworthy of life was really quite muted, and it only built up 2 years into the war. During this time, the Nazis developed many methodologies of killing people they felt were unworthy of life, including the use of this carbon monoxide gas, and that would, of course, later be used in the gas chambers themselves. So in many ways, Hitler's first victims prefigured the entire Holocaust. Understanding what happened to these, the most vulnerable victims of Nazi onslaught, children with disabilities, late adults with disabilities, says much about how the Holocaust would unfold in later years. The Jews, of course, are perhaps the most known of the victims of the Holocaust. They're certainly not the only victims of the Holocaust. It's difficult to estimate with any precision the number of Jews that lived in Europe at the eve of World War II, but it's most likely somewhere just above 10 million, perhaps as many as 12 million Jews. So that means that the massacre of some 6 million Jews, and in fact, that now also subject to that towards the end of this class, but the wide diversity of quality of census taking across Europe, particularly in this extremely difficult period of revolution and world war and population migration, means it's hard to get a really clear number. There are some respectable estimates that place the number of Jews killed at closer to 5, and there are also respectable estimates that place the number of Jews killed as higher than 7 million. So, but we use the number 6 million as a relatively reasonable estimate of the Jews that were murdered by the Nazis. They were spread out throughout Europe, massed primarily in Eastern Europe, in the Soviet Union, in Poland, but significant populations in England, Western Europe, Germany, France, and so on. But I'd like to say a few things about the nature of this population on the eve of the war. The first thing I should say is that it was a society in flux. the Jews were hardly monolithic on the eve of World War II. They had come from a pre-modern environment in which they were seen as largely as foreigners. Even though they had lived in Europe for well over 1,000 years, they nevertheless had a series of civic disabilities, but they had organized themselves very efficiently in a kahila type organization, a kind of a self-help model of self-government that allowed them to be really quite independent and to take care of their society without tremendous assistance from the government, and in fact many times in a superior manner to the government at the time. This began to break down very significantly in the 18th century with the development of a new notion of citizenship, perhaps most well illustrated by the French Revolution, which occurred in 1789, and then 2 years later, all of the Jews of France were emancipated, meaning they were made equal to non-Jewish Frenchmen and French women. And this meant that the internal organization of the Jewish community had to cease, because it wouldn't make sense to have a state within a state, as it were. So Jews were forced to make decisions about how they wanted to affiliate with the Jewish community and how they would relate themselves to the state as a whole. There's a lot more to be said here, but beyond the scope of our lecture. Over the course of the next 150 years, they rapidly modernized. The Jews were always a very urban people, always very literate and very numerate, and so they were well poised to advance themselves during the period of modernization that followed on with the granting of citizenship. But the granting of citizenship was hardly uniform. In France, it was granted basically in one fell swoop, first to Sephardim and then to Ashkenazim. In Germany, there was quite a bit of a back and forth over the next 150 years, whether or not to grant Jew citizenship. And that colored in many ways the specific experience of German Jewry in relating to the larger environment. In Russia, it was not granted at all until 1917, when the Russian Empire fell and was replaced by the Soviet Union. So the way in which they modernized was really quite different as you move from west to east. Similarly, huge varieties of religious observance. The notion that European Jewry was monolithically orthodox is patently false. The Reform movement, the conservative movement, all had their origins in 19th century Europe, particularly in the western regions, and had created many different modalities of religious observance with significant tension with traditional observers as well. And then finally, we should understand that to a large degree, particularly in Eastern Europe, it was emptying itself of Jews as we moved towards the turn of the 20th century. So wide-scale, massive migration of more than 2 million Jews away from Eastern Europe and to the New World, to the United States, to Canada, to South America, Israel, Australia, South Africa, and so on. So it was a population that was very dynamic, very diverse, and very much changing as a result of this migration. But by and large, I think one of the most useful ways to think about the Jews of Europe at this time is to divide them into Eastern and Western Europe. This is, by the way, something that will be very relevant for our understanding Nazi policies, because they pursued very different approaches to the countries in Western Europe that they conquered, as opposed to the countries in Eastern Europe. When I say Eastern Europe, I'm talking primarily of countries like Poland, Romania, the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, of course, the Russian Empire, later Soviet Union, and so on. So what's the major differences between Eastern and Western Europe when it comes to the Jewish population? First of all, the population of Jews in Eastern Europe was much higher. This is a result of migrations that occurred from the 13th to the 17th centuries. And so you have a significantly larger core population of Jews in Eastern Europe than in Western Europe. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, they're highly urbanized, more so in the West than in the East, but they're very much tuned to the centers of cultural, economic, social activity. And since they tend to arrive in many of these places very early on in their history, populations going back over a millennium, they tend to be located in the downtown cores of many of these cities. Religiously, as I mentioned earlier, the Western European Jews tended to adopt many other non-traditional forms of religious observance through this new conservative and reform movement. Those are the American terms. Of course, back then they were called historical positivist and liberal. The language was also quite different. In Eastern Europe, the overwhelming majority of Jews spoke a Jewish Creole language called Yiddish, which is basically medieval German mixed with a high number of Hebrew, Aramaic, and even Romance language terms, and also written in the Hebrew alphabet. Yiddish was by far the mother tongue of the vast majority of Jews from Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, however, they were rapidly adopting the vernacular as their first language, and their use of Yiddish significantly declined. Nowhere, however, was Hebrew the mother tongue. Hebrew, the ancient language, although always used as a scholarly language, as a religious language, that was something that had become moribund in favor of Yiddish and the vernaculars. But it was revived by the Zionist movement at the turn of the 20th century, and of course it became the revived language of the modern state of Israel. Politically, Jews in Western Europe were looking to various models of what we might call liberalism today. In Eastern Europe, there was a wide variety of political approaches. The vast majority of Jews, it appears, were politically quiescent, were not specifically involved in any political organization. But when we look at the few election results that we have from Eastern Europe, they tend to be Zionist in orientation, and there's also a strong socialist trend as well. And then finally, the idea of nationalism. What does it mean to be a Jewish nationalist? This is not something that was well developed in Western Europe, where Jews saw the benefit of civic engagement, and they saw the benefit of emancipation, and they strove to define themselves as good Englishmen, good Frenchmen, and so on. In Eastern Europe, however, there was much less of this phenomenon, whereas Jews saw their national identity as being expressed more in Zionism, or perhaps in a new communist idea, which hopefully we will return to later as well. One last detail that's very important in understanding the Jewish experience in the Holocaust. One of the major sub-ethnic dividers of the Jewish people are between Ashkenazim and Sephardim. The term Ashkenaz is a biblical term that was used to describe the Jews of the Rhineland, that is in northern Germany, and their descendants who overwhelmingly constitute the bulk of European Jews, especially in Eastern Europe. The term Sephardim comes from the term Sfarad, which is a biblical term as well, and is used to identify Spain. And even though Jews were emptied from the Iberian Peninsula in the 15th century with the Great Expulsion, nevertheless, Sephardic Jews hold on to their traditional ethnic and cultural orientation even 500 years after that great event of 1492. And so where were they living? And the experience of Ashkenazim and Sephardim during the Holocaust is quite distinct. Looking at a map of Europe, most of the regions conquered by the Nazis were inhabited by Ashkenazim. So much of the story that we'll be telling describe events that happened to Ashkenazic Jews. There are some significant Sephardic populations, particularly in Greece, that fell under the Nazi onslaught and met with the same kind of experience as their Ashkenazi brethren. But for the most part, Sephardi Jews were living in North Africa under Nazi rule. And the nature of the Nazi domination of North Africa was really quite different. So we will, God willing, return to the Sephardic experience, but for the most part, with the exception of the Jews of Greece, who were Sephardim, who experienced the Ashkenazic version of the Holocaust, most of the story is going to be about Ashkenazim. It's also important to recognize that the Jews were not the sole racial enemies in the Nazi mindset. Very high up on their target list were the so-called gypsies, which is considered a derogatory term. The gypsies themselves prefer to refer to themselves as Roma or Sinti. These are a group of peoples that live in many different countries throughout Europe. There's many questions about their origins, both linguistically and ethnically and so on. Very little is known about the nature of Roma life before the Holocaust because they had an aversion more pronounced than Jews and many other peoples to participating in censuses and to engaging in society on an official level. Although many Roma and Sinti assimilated completely into regular civic life, holding positions in civil service and so on even, the stereotypical Roma settlement is kind of like a wandering group of musicians, artisans, and so on, who tend to live on the outskirts of settled societies, living a much more nomadic lifestyle. The Nazis hated the Gypsies pretty much with the same degree of hatred that they had for the Jews, and they targeted them as well for murder. But because of the difficulty that we have already seen with measuring the number of Jews before 1939, this problem is exacerbated when we look at the number of Roma. They were characterized as asocials, meaning there was a broad category of peoples that were considered to be somehow, detrimental to an ideal Nazi way of life. And this is something that did not begin with Hitler. This is something that preceded the Nazi empire, much like anti-Semitism predates the Nazi period, and Hitler simply expanded on it and took it to a murderous conclusion. Finally, it's important to note that there are a whole host of victims of the Nazi regime that do not fall easily into racial categories. They were, for example, social victims. If you have a look at this chart, for example, which demonstrate the classifications of prisoners in various concentration camps, which existed prior to the war and were actually set up early on in the Nazi Empire. You can see that they were typically triangles, colored triangles, that were affixed to their clothing while they were prisoners, and it indicated the kind of crimes that they had somehow committed against the Nazi state. There were political enemies, that's primarily communists, but also socialists, and also people who simply don't Hitler, journalists, and so on. There were people who who were common criminals. Even in the Nazi code of criminality, if anyone were branded as a criminal, they could be thrown into these concentration camps. There were Forschers, which means essential witnesses. Even various stripes were targeted by Nazi, in particular Jehovah's Witnesses. Homosexuals, of course, were targeted, and they were given a pink triangle, which is used in modern times by many gay movements to assert their right to exist as homosexuals. And then there was a generic category of asocials as a whole, anyone basically that Hitler did not like. So there's so many different ways to fall into the trap of Hitler's murderous rampage against German society, and many people actually fit into several categories. As you can see here, the badges would have to be modified to include if a person was, for example, a Jew and a political enemy and possibly a criminal and so on. So this just gives you a sense of the expanding scope of victimhood that was applied to German citizens by the Nazis. The Holocaust, of course, was built on centuries, even millennia, of anti-Judaic prejudice. What I'd like to do over this lecture is to give you a very brief introduction to the nature of anti-Semitism that Hitler inherited and developed, and in the following lecture we'll look specifically at themes that are especially prominent in Nazi anti-Semitism. So it's important to understand that anti-Semitism is one of these bizarre types of hatred that has remarkable resilience. It is perhaps, as some have argued, the oldest hatred. And we see that it is able to somehow persist over centuries and in widely divergent cultures with tremendous tenacity by shifting to the needs of that particular place and time. Meaning, the ideological reasons that form the substrata of hatred of Jews changes depending on what the society will tolerate. And in this, scholars have identified several different ways to break down the nature of anti-Semitic ideology. Gavin Langmuir, for example, has identified a difference between what he called conventional anti-Semitism and chimeric Jew hatred. Conventional anti-Semitism is kind of like the natural hatreds that we see between all kinds of different peoples for whatever reason. And that's certainly, as old as Cain and Abel, that people will hate each other for one reason or another. But chimeric anti-Semitism, which is based on the Greek idea of the chimera, the monster that is created by putting different parts together that don't exist in real life, this is kind of like a pathological, bizarre type of anti-Semitism that emerges in particular in the Middle Ages. We'll see that shortly. Others have pointed to the unique, quote-unquote, redemptive aspect of Nazi anti-Semitism, that unlike many earlier anti-Semitism, somehow by becoming an anti-Semite in Hitler's worldview, you could somehow save the world. And that added a tremendous amount of impetus to this hatred and made it much more palatable to people to adopt this ideology. We'll see shortly. The four basic periods that we're going to cover, however, are as follows. First, xenophobia, which is characteristic of the ancient period. Secondly, early Christian anti-Judaism, which is something that is born from the unique nexus of Judaism as a mother religion and emergent Christianity as a daughter religion. And this is associated with late antiquity through the medieval period. And then third, Jew hatred per se, which we find in the medieval period. And then finally, modern anti-Semitism, which dates really from the 19th century onward. And we will explore Nazi anti-Semitism next lecture, which is a variant of modern anti-Semitism. So to look at xenophobia first. The term xenophobia literally means the fear of the strange, the fear of the different. And when you look at the significant number of Greco-Roman writings directed at the Jews, indicating a certain level of anti-Hebrew antipathy, we see that there's a phenomenon in which it seems the Greeks and the Romans just don't understand Jews and resent them for their lack of conformity. Like, for example, the fact that Jews would not sit down to eat non-kosher meals with Romans. This was considered very impolite. The fact that they would not bow down to statues, which was considered, typical civic religion for Romans, this was considered impiety. The fact that they took off one day in 7 to rest, the Sabbath, which is one of the Jews' greatest contribution to human civilization, the fact that they would take off one day in 7 meant that they were slothful or lazy. So these misunderstandings of Jewish culture led to a certain degree of hatred, but this is the kind of hatred that it's basically a normal kind of hatred. Just to give you one illustration, this is the Arch of Titus, which was constructed by the Romans after they were able to quell the rebellion in Judea in the 1st century. And this was a victory arch that was designed essentially to commemorate the Roman conquest of Judea after rebels had taken the temple. As you walk through the arch, of course, there's this famous frieze here. You can see there are Jewish captives taking the loot from the temple off to Rome, including the golden menorah and so on. And many would argue this is a depiction, but I think that would be a misunderstanding. The Romans didn't hate the Jews per se, viewed them as political enemies. And when they crushed their political enemies in the year 70, after a long and drawn-out provincial war, they celebrated with this kind of monumental architecture. This is something that virtually every civilization has done throughout human history. So it's hard to understand this as being somehow an unusual or strange type of hatred. Here, by the way, is the colorized version after some research by my colleague Stephen Fine at the Yeshiva University, who was able to analyze flecks of paint left behind to see this is the way Romans would have observed that same scene. The second major period and a big shift in the nature of anti-Semitism is early Christian anti-Judaism. We must recall that Christianity was essentially a Jewish movement made up entirely of Jewish figures that eventually reached out to the non-Jewish world and became a massive world religion by the 4th century. And the separation between the daughter religion and the mother religion was not without difficulty. And there was a certain amount of antipathy that was generated on both sides. Looking at it from the Christian perspective, for our purposes, perhaps the greatest illustration of this kind of theological dispute is the famous juxtaposition of ecclesia et synagoga, the church and the synagogue. This is a form of art. It's really kind of a trope that was designed primarily to communicate a complex relationship between Judaism and Christianity to a largely illiterate audience of churchgoers throughout the Middle Ages. And we have literally hundreds upon hundreds of examples of the ecclesia and synagogue motif. Having a look at this very famous one here, you can see in this monumental architecture, the church, ecclesia, is represented, clear-eyed, with a crown indicating authority, the upright staff indicating power, temporal power, and so on. And she is contrasted with ecclesia, who is shown here blindfolded by a serpent, right? Very strong kind of metaphor there. The devil has, so to speak, hidden her from the truth. She's not wearing a crown. Her staff is broken. Often she's depicted having the 10 Commandments fall from her hand and so on. And the whole metaphor is meant to say that God no longer favors the mother religion, Judaism, and has transferred God's favor to the daughter religion, Christianity. Literally hundreds of examples, sometimes more violent. This example that shows ecclesia mounted on a horse, literally jousting with the synagoga. You can see on the right, synagoga is depicted wearing the Judenhut, which is a kind of a hat that Jews were forced to wear in Europe from the 13th century. And the church is literally killing the synagogue, who is riding on a sow, also a very important metaphor in German anti-Semitic material. And here's why I find it especially powerful. This is from a stained glass window in a church in Verben, Germany, from the 4th. On the right, the ecclesia is riding on a tetramorph, a four-headed animal, and a crown is placed on her head from heaven, indicating divine approval. The contrasting image, Goga, on the other hand, shows a sword being driven through it. She's blindfolded, being knocked off her head, and her head is broken, all indicating a strong level of disapproval. Violent, they're essentially church images. They're couched within a theological vocabulary to indicate that this is an argument between ideologies, not necessarily an argument between people. It's talking about Judaism with a capital J, Christianity with a capital C, not necessarily individual Jewish people and Christian people. There's a lot more to be said about that, but that's basically where this artistic debate rages. The third level, however, is when it really gets down to the level of people. This is what I'd like to call medieval Jew hatred. And we see it beginning in the 12th century and picking up a lot of speed as secular printing is able to disseminate these ideas much more widely. So here, for example, you see a grotesque depiction of the so-called ritual murder of Simon of Trent, a 15th century incident in which, unfortunately, a young Christian child was found murdered. And the population rose up in anger and blamed the Jews for it, arguing without any evidence whatsoever that the Jews needed to kill this young child and drink his blood for ritual purposes. A horrible, terrible lie that has no basis in reality and yet became extremely powerful in the popular imagination and was repeated several times right up until the 21st century. This has been a myth that's very hard to shake. And you can see in this horrible depiction that popularized the incidents, showing all of these Jews so identified by the round yellow circle that they were required to wear
as torturing this young child. And just to give you a sense of how this is far from disappeared, an artist named Gasparo in the 21st century, in the year 2020, actually painted a modern version of this incident. You'll find it on websites even today with headlines like this website, Jews apoplectic over new painting honoring Simon of Trent, a child ritually murdered by Jews in the 15th century. Said without irony whatsoever, this is a complete lie and a canard, but nevertheless, this is indicative of the nature of medieval Jew hatred, where it goes off the rails. It's no longer a debate between a rabbi and a priest. Now it's about the murder of children. It's about actual attacks on Jewish communities that followed many of these charges, pogroms, public burnings, and so on. Much more to say about this, but I think I've conveyed the idea of it. Let us conclude with a look at modern anti-Semitism, which has two basic characteristics. And this is perhaps the most powerful demonstration of the fact that anti-Semitism can survive on the moon, as it were. Anti-Semitism can survive in very different circumstances. With the scientific revolution and later the Enlightenment, there's a general decline in religious adherence throughout Europe. And as religiosity begins to wane, Semites need to find new reasons to justify their hatred of their Jew. As Jean-Paul Sartre put it in his famous book, Réflexions sur la question juive, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. Meaning that the anti-Semite needs to find a way to justify these beliefs. So, with modern times, the two majors that were created to justify anti-Semitism were scientific in nature, I put that in quotes, and they were related to the idea of a conspiracy. First of all, we should understand the anti-Semitism. This is a brand new term which was coined to find a more alternative to the terms Judenfeinde, which meant essentially Jew hatred. Considered, kind of like, uncouth, like using, so to speak, the N-word. One wouldn't use that in polite conversation. And so therefore, he wanted to find a term that sort of justified and cleansed the hatred of Jews. Based on linguistic theory that there are many different, there's a whole family of languages called Semitic, which includes Hebrew and includes Arabic. He said, I'm against Semitism, and by which he meant the philosophy that goes along with being a Semite. And by Semite, he meant only Jew, not Arab. So that's where the term comes from. It's an attempt to whitewash Jew hatred. It has now become a term of opprobrium in itself, but that's not the way it was used for the first 60-odd years of its existence. But the two elements that are distinct for modern anti-Semitism is the idea of it being quasi-scientific racism. The idea that the Jew, as you see on the illustration on the left, La Libre Parole, that the Jew somehow has a biological basis for being the way he or she is. Somehow, this is before genetics were developed, but the idea was somehow in their DNA. This is actually an illustration of the very popular belief at the time in phrenology, that specifically the bumps on a person's head, the shape of one's skull, could indicate over or undevelopment of various moral qualities. And so here's a Jew portrayed in a kind of phrenological diagram with various negative traits under the skin. So the idea that the Jews constituted a distinct race and that they had to be somehow defeated as a race, which flowed very much from what we saw last lecture in social Darwinism, that was joined with the idea of a conspiracy theory, that somehow these Jews who were racially different were nevertheless linked in a global conspiracy to dominate Christianity. As you see on the right, an illustration of the notorious anti-Semitic work, The Protocols of the Elders of Zion, in this case a Spanish translation from Mexico City, El Gobierno Mundial Invisible, the invisible world government, the Jewish program to subjugate the world, right? The idea of a conspiracy. And of course, the image showing the wealthy capitalist Jew with his claws on the globe and squeezing it for blood should be fairly obvious.
So those are the four basic periods of anti-Semitic ideology that Hitler inherited. But as we shall see in the next lecture, he expanded on them really quite significantly. There are four major periods of the development of anti-Semitic ideology. The last one, the current one, called modern anti-Semitism, is the one in which the Nazis participated. However, Hitler took it to new extremes with a few developments that we're going to explore right now. The first is the notion of patriotism. One of the elements that Hitler expanded were somehow a distinct race, and that the quality of their survival was related to their ability to act as a parasite. You know, just like cockroaches are said to be able to, through a nuclear holocaust, as they have the ability to kind of find the chinks in a given society, so too the Jews were like kind of a cancer that could live off a healthy host to great success. So you have a look at this this book cover, which predated Hitler's rise to power, Die Sünde wider das Blut, The Sin Against the Blood, ein Zeitroman, a novel of the times from someone named Arthur Dintor. And you can see the muscular, shirtless Aryan male who is weighed down by the vulture that clearly has stereotypical Jewish features with the heavy jowls and the large nose and the thick lips and so on. And the message is essentially that the sin against the blood is that one day the Jews will feed on the rotting corpses of Aryan civilization like a vulture, a bird that eats carrion, feeds on them. The parasitism is very prominent in this particular image. Another example, and this comes from the Nazi era, a twisted woman named Elvira Bauer, who created, she was an 18-year-old kindergarten teacher who created a series of children's books for Nazi propaganda purposes. This is one called Der Giftpilz, the poisonous mushroom or the toadstool. And the whole metaphor here is that the Jews are a different species, just like toadstools, poisonous mushrooms, are different from regular mushrooms, but it's hard to tell them apart. You have to be an expert to tell them apart. And of course, the message of this to children was, be very careful. You may meet some Jews who look like they're very nice people and they look like regular people, but they're not. They're actually toadstools, right? Very dangerous, noxious kind of message. Also, the parasitism, of course, is that the toadstools, they live in places where there is decay. The association of Jews with various noxious creatures like spiders, as you see here in a 1941 Nazi publication in France, the Père Juif, shown as a spider. Here's an earlier one showing the Jew as a louse, which I find this one artistically kind of interesting. The Jew as a louse. And if you look carefully in pupils of the eyes, you'll see that there's a dollar sign in the louse's right eye and a hammer and sickle in the left eye, which alludes to the related charge of the conspiracy theory, that behind the American dollar, behind Soviet power, is in fact the Jew who is acting as a parasite like a louse. This actually comes from Julius Streicher's Der Stürmer magazine. Here's a propaganda poster from Warsaw in Polish. I mean, the Germans were using propaganda to tremendous success all over Europe, and it associates Jews with fleas and with typhus that was carried by them. A very strong image there. Here's another example from France that identifies Jews with the microbe itself. It reads, tuberculosis, syphilis, and cancer, they're all curable, but we have to make the grand finish of all of them the Jew, meaning we have to wipe out the Jews themselves in this microscopic image of the Jewish microbe, so to speak. So Jews are identified as kind of like a germ, a bacillus, some kind of infectious disease. And by the way, I'm giving this lecture right now in quarantine during the coronavirus condition that's happened across the Europe right now, pandemic. I'll show you a couple from our own time, 2020. Here is
Contemporary image, Chinese, it's the Jew flu. An anti-Semitic artist is trying to associate the Jew with the horrible pandemic that's affecting all of America right now. And here's another one. If you have the bug, give a hug. Spread the flu to every Jew. And related to our purposes, at the bottom is the word Holocaust, which is meant to be obviously in the Holocaust, but the notion that COVID-19, the illness that affects people with coronavirus, is a respiratory transmission. But to move back to this 20th century, the second major element that's very, very strong in Nazi anti-Semitism is the concept that the Jews are linked in an international conspiracy. That's in fact what this particular image is titled, and you can see there's all these kind of like dramatic lines connecting the Jew to several figures who are not necessarily Jewish themselves, but nevertheless world authorities. Roosevelt in America, Churchill in England, Stalin in the Soviet Union, and that the Jew is somehow, playing them like a puppeteer. Very, very strong image. Here's another example of Nazi propaganda that you see behind the British, the American, the Soviet flag. This, of course, is when these are the Allies fighting against Nazi Europe. Behind the enemy's curtain, the Jew is what the caption reads, meaning the Jewish capitalists. Notice the same kind of images we saw last week with the corpulent, bureaucratic capitalist with the watch fob. In this case, it has a Star of David on it, the heavy jowls, lips, and nose. These are all stereotypical images. So the connection of the racial component, the idea of the parasite Jew, to the conspiracy Jew is something that runs through as a very strong theme in Nazi anti-Semitism. A third element, which I think is quite distinct in Nazi themes, and you see it also in the medieval period, but the Nazis really pioneered it for modern terms, is prurience. I'm not going to show you images that convey this more directly, but the Nazis understood that this kind of propaganda is essentially borrowing the same elemental power of pornography, that there's a kind of like can't look away from the grotesquerie, like when you're driving down the highway and you see an accident and you can't help but look at the accident. So they capitalized on this very heavily. One of the most horrible and most egregious examples of this is this terrible publication called Der Stürmer, the Stormtrooper, published by Julius Streicher. In this particular one, which I'm just using as a sample, but not necessarily to illustrate this point, it says, Jüdischer Mordplan, the Jewish murder plan, right? Clearly linking to the idea of a conspiracy. And it shows in the image these Jews who are capturing the blood that's flowing from the necks of murdered Christian children. And that's the whole idea of it. And the blood and the violence and the sexuality, the rape scenes, abortion, all kinds of images like this find themselves in Nazi propaganda. Related to this, the idea of pedophilia. It's the pedophile. Like this example related to some of the children's propaganda I showed you earlier shows a Jew giving out candy treats to young Aryan children. The caption not shown here says that I have much more candy, but you'll have to come inside to get it. And of course, luring them to a horrible fate. This is the kind of pornographic and violent elements that the Nazis really exacerbated with their anti-Semitic images. It should be noted as well that one of the themes that happened to obsess Hitler personally was the concept of Rassenschande, or race shaming, which is the notion of intimate relations between Jews and non-Jews in Germany. And quite often couples that had these kinds of mixed relationships were specifically isolated and publicly humiliated, like this couple here, who were forced to wear these placards that specifically relate to the nature of their relationship. Finally, we should return to this one idea that's very, very powerful in many of Hitler's speeches in particular, this idea of redemptive anti-Semitism, a concept that was articulated by a historian named Friedlander. The notion is that by becoming an anti-Semite,
you can save Germany. You can rescue Germany. Everybody knows, Himmler once said, that there is this good Jew or that good Jew, and no one will appreciate the hard work we put in murdering all of these Jews. But nevertheless, it has to be done. This is the way the argument goes, for the sake of larger Germany. This particular image, which dates from 1920, and
Welcome.
I'm very tempted to think was actually painted by Hitler himself. He was something of an amateur.
What's up, ZR? Yeah, I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway.
For artist, you can see in
Yo,
the bottom,
ZR, how
there
are
are
you?
the initials.
ZR, can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? ZR. ZR, can you hear me? ZR, how are you? How's your day going? ZR, can you hear me? I can't hear you if you're trying to talk. Okay, ZR, I see you're trying to talk. What's going on? Yo, ZR. ZR, can you hear me? I see you're trying to talk. Are you sure your volume isn't down a lot or something? Your user volume's up on my end. Okay, I can barely hear you. What's up? You're still really, really low, dude. Better, yeah. Hello. How'd you find out about me, ZR? Dude, I can't hear you. Can you say that again? Better, yeah. How'd you find out about me? Okay, cool. Well, welcome. How's your day going? Okay, very well. What Discord did you find me in? Okay, that's cool. Okay, very cool. You're still really hard to hear. Okay, well, you're welcome here. Feel free to watch. We're watching Jewish history lectures. Enjoy.
AH and very primitive early swastikas. This is before the Nazi movement even accepted Hitler into its ranks, but the image is portraying a nude Aryan woman, once again the prurience, and behind her is this leering, looming, ugly Jew. And the idea is that the Jew is eventually going to have his way with this Aryan woman if someone doesn't step in and somehow avert the tragedy. That's something that Hitler said was essentially a cosmic and existential struggle, and that it was waged entirely against a hidden enemy, that the Jew had to be discovered. This is a very, very important theme. And it provided justification for what any other human being would regard as unjustifiable behavior. Let's spend just a few minutes talking about Hitler's personal and family background before we get to
the history of the Holocaust itself. And in order to understand the very question, we have to look to a historiographic debate between two schools of thought as to how to interpret the Holocaust as a whole. One school is called the intentionalist school, and the other school is called the functionalist school. Now, what does that actually mean? So intentionalism, which is associated in particular with scholars like Lucy Davidovitz, who wrote a very important book called The War Against the Jews, 1933 to 1945, is a school of thought which you may have heard of before that essentially understands the Holocaust as the expression of one man's maniacal crusade to destroy the Jews in Europe and a small cadre of conspirators that joined him in this effort, particularly high-ranking Nazi officials like Himmler and Heydrich and Goering and so on, and the SS and a few other key elements in German society. The notion of this kind of conspiracy model of the Holocaust, which has a lot of really positive benefits to understanding the Holocaust, really grew out of the 1947 Nuremberg war crimes trials shown here, in which American prosecutors in particular wanted to try and define a legal strategy to identify those members of German society that could adequately be prosecuted, brought to justice, while at the same time maintaining a superior position for the Allies vis-a-vis the Soviet war they were having, the Cold War. There's a lot more to say about this, and I hope that we shall return to this at the very end of this course, more the aftermath of the Holocaust. But what ended up happening was the elite team essentially looked at the events of the Holocaust and defined it in this way, where Hitler was at the ground zero, was the essential, necessary, and sufficient cause for the Holocaust. He drew to himself a small group of these co-conspirators, and essentially the majority of the population was duped into going along with this murderous model, and it's so called because in the very beginning. That particular school of thought, which begins to emerge in the late 1950s and especially into the 1990s, is associated with people like Christopher Browning, who wrote an extremely important book called Ordinary Men, Reserve Police Battalion 101, and the Final Solution in Poland. And this is an example of a very different approach to the Holocaust, which, without denying the absolutely virulent and violent hatred of Jews that Hitler had from a very young age, tries to look at the Holocaust kind of like from a different perspective and to understand, well, what were the major elements that allowed so many people to participate in this horrific social experiment of ridding Europe of its Jews. And by taking himself out of that particular mind frame that Hitler and his code of conspirators duped the rest of Europe, he was able to reveal a lot of really frightening new ways of looking at the Holocaust, and most important of which is this idea that the Holocaust was a function of the war. The word function in the sense of, if you've studied functions and relations in mathematical theory, that when one thing changes, another thing changes as well.
Okay.
And the basic elements of functionalist historians and their thought is that as the war became more brutal, and as people became more inured to the inhumanity that was associated with the war, the Holocaust became more and more of a possibility. In other words, at the beginning of Hitler's reign, you have a certain amount of persecution, a certain amount of isolation and ostracism, and that grows throughout the interwar period until you have the acceptance of the idea of ghettoization, and then finally the acceptance of the idea of mass murder and even the gas chambers. Kind of like a ratchet effect, that as one thing changes, another thing changes as well, hence functionalism. Now, that's not to say that Hitler's anti-Semitism is not an important factor in the entire evolution of the Holocaust, or devolution might be a more appropriate term, but nevertheless, it sheds light on the general culpability of European society as a whole. If we take away the bright spotlight on Hitler, which tends to throw all of the background into a dark shell, and we begin to look at the entire picture, we see that there's a much more complicated social phenomenon going on. And in fact, a lot of the functionalist theories about how the Holocaust came to be have been substantiated by research in experimental psychology and other disciplines. We will come to these issues throughout this course, and let us hold on to this idea of the intentionalist versus the functionalist interpretation of the Holocaust, because it will illuminate quite a bit of our approach to many questions that we will encounter. At any rate, looking at this aspect of the Holocaust, let us understand Hitler's particular role from his youth in the development of his own anti-Semitic attitudes. So if we look at his family, here is a rather dramatic picture of Hitler as a baby. The primary source we have for our understanding of Hitler is, unfortunately, Hitler himself. He lived an entirely unremarkable life, and we don't have a lot of independent third-party sources that can tell us anything sophisticated about a man who changed the course of world history. Middle-class Austrian childhood. He was born in a border community called Braunau am. You can see here in the map where it's located on the border of Austria. And his father, as a customs official, Alois Hitler Schickel, note that he was born with the name Schickelgruber, but later on, for reasons which are not entirely clear, he took the name Hitler, or possibly Hitler, after an adoptive father. His own father was unknown, and that's how the name Schickelgruber was essentially that of his birth mother. The fact that his father was unknown, which is something which we will return to in a moment, may have plagued Hitler in his own notion of race purity. It's interesting to contemplate perhaps one of the ironies of history. What would have happened in World War II if Alois Hitler had never changed his name from Schickelgruber? Would there even been a Holocaust if one had to say Heil Schickelgruber instead of Heil Hitler? But it's really more relevant to alternative history than to modern critical study of history. He buried and married 3 wives in the space of 3 years. His last wife was Clara Hitler, shown here, significantly younger than Alois Hitler, and Adolf was her child. He was very close to his mother and very far from his rather distant father, who actually died when he was quite young. Hitler, as you can see here from this class photo, dated about when Hitler was approximately 10 years old. Historians are quick to point out the rather defiant posture with the crossed hands and the slightly upraised chin that would be indicative of the pose he would take in all kinds of public photographs for the rest of his life. Nevertheless, did not stand out from his peers. We know that he had a very difficult relationship with his father, and when he was orphaned first from his father and then shortly thereafter by his mother, he decided he would pursue training as an artist. The most respected school for the study of art was certainly the Vienna School of Art, and Hitler tried repeatedly to gain admission to that school, but he was rejected. In fact, this would loom large in his own self-image, and he would frequently look back with resentment on the multiple rejections that he received. And according to the philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, this was really at the root of Hitler's anti-Semitism, the notion that a Jew had taken his place at the Vienna School of Art, that really he was good enough to study at the Vienna School of Art, but somehow he had been displaced by Jews who were unfairly allowed access to the school. So this Sartre also wrote in his famous Réflexion sur la question juive, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. So for Sartre, the idea that Hitler's anti-Semitism was born from this need to explain his otherwise simple story of inadequacy is a large psychological theory. Perhaps we'll come back to it later in life. At any rate, as an artist, his work has been preserved to some degree, and it's rather it's rather non-special in every way. He tended to paint things like this. of floral arrangements and landscapes and things like that. What is perhaps more fascinating are the few self-portraits that we have, such as this one, which shows him sitting alone on a bridge with a little X over his head, not whether he added that himself. Looks a little bit, if you can imagine, like sort of like adolescent posts is really what he's doing. A little bit of a mindset into his thinking when he was in his late teens. Let us conclude by just a moment's reflection on the idea of psychohistory. Psychohistory is a sort of like an offshoot of the School of Psychology and the School of History, and it is an attempt to try and impose some psychological analysis on figures in the past. A very difficult proposition indeed, especially because we're working with very limited sources. We're not able to interrogate the subject and so on. But we can identify a few things about Hitler's early years. Certainly we can identify his heroes. For example, he waxed quite poetic about Richard Wagner, who was a very important composer in the 19th century, who was, you may have heard the Flight of the Valkyries, for example, a very famous piece of music that is included in the movie Apocalypse Now and things like that. And Wagner tended to be sort of like an Odinist who wanted to return to the Norse gods and to the kind of Aryan nobility that they represented, and he wrote these massive operatic pieces, Tristan und Isolde and things like that. And Hitler really enjoyed that kind of heroic imagination and like this larger-than-life picture of what Germany and Germans stood for. Wagner, of course, was an inveterate anti-Semite himself. Hard not to see Hitler being influenced by that thought as well as his music. Another major influence on Hitler in his youth was Karl Lueger, shown here, very charismatic mayor of Vienna. Lueger ran essentially on anti-Semitic policies and specifically seemed to use anti-Semitism as a sort of political tool to beat his opponents and try to socially glue together his supporters in unison on the idea of anti-Semitism. He was, however, a rather pragmatic anti-Semite, and in some cases, he even appointed Jews to high positions within his administration. And when he was pressed about this, how can you appoint Jews? He said very famously, "Wer ein Jude ist, bestimme ich," meaning, I will be the one who decides who's a Jew here. So he had kind of like a pragmatic approach to anti-Semitism, but nevertheless, his public persona was definitely very anti-Semitic. A friend of mine recently posted a photograph of Lueger's statue, by the way. This is dated from the summer of 2020, where we were having here in America tremendous upheaval, a lot of questions about the national monuments that we have here, Civil War heroes and Civil War villains, things like that. And here is a statue in Vienna of Karl Lueger, who is famous for tremendous things he did for the city, but at the same time, his anti-Semitic legacy is very strong. And you can see painted all over this defaced statue is the word Schande, which means shame or for shame. And that's, I think, quite an interesting allusion to what's happening in America during this very difficult summer of 2020. At any rate, aspect, as I mentioned, of the possible psychohistory of Hitler is this notion that his own grandfather was unknown. Now, many have opined that because we don't know who that grandfather is, perhaps Hitler's own grandfather was a Jewish man. It's highly, highly unlikely. There are some historians who point to the fact that his biological grandmother was treated once by a Jewish, who knows, that kind of thing. Very, very unlikely, passing encounters. But there's no question that this idea could have preyed very heavily on Hitler's mindset, particularly when his institutions were so demanding of racial purity. For example, if you wanted to belong to the SS, you had to prove that you had no Jewish blood in your background. Let us recall, by the way, that intermarriage between Jews and Germans was really quite high, something like that by the time Hitler comes of age in the early 1920s. So there's a significant number of people who have Jewish blood, although they're claiming to be full-blooded, so to speak, Aryan Germans. And so Hitler himself could not have proved that he had no Jewish blood in his system, and technically he would be invalidated from joining the SS himself. That must have galled him. At any rate, that gives you some sense of what Hitler's mindset would have been. Next, we're going to talk about his rise to power after World War I. I'd like to now speak a little bit about Hitler's rise to power. And we're going to begin with World War I, and we're going to end in 1933 when he becomes Chancellor of Germany. So 1914 to 1933 are the years we're going to be discussing now. The most important turning point in Hitler's life, without doubt, is the experience of World War I. Here you can see a photograph of him famously in the Munich Alexanderplatz when World War I was first announced. And looking at that photograph of him, which is in the circle detail area, it seems that he's quite pleased with the announcement. There's no question that many Germans and many Europeans as a whole viewed World War I as some kind of bizarre Pyrrhic cleansing process. They thought that World War I would allow, the youth to kind of find their movement, find their sensibility, and to, in a manly way, encounter each other on the field of battle and emerge stronger and cleaner and more possessed of purpose. It was generally thought of as some kind of positive event. It was not viewed with the same horror that we look back on the beginning of the century now that we've lived 100 years of genocide ever since. Big part of the reason is because people didn't have a sense of what this kind of global conflict would be like. A lot had happened since the last major conflagration, which would have been the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. And, the changes in technology and the change in sensibility and the change degree of carnage was something that Europeans were simply not prepared for at all. You think about the kind of technological change, for example. This is the first war in technologies like these tanks were first deployed. Can you imagine what it would have been like when you're used to facing at most, perhaps, cavalry on horseback, and all of a sudden there's this unstoppable lozenge-shaped type device that can cross trenches and knock down trees and things like that. Airplanes were not heavily used during World War I, but primarily for reconnaissance and things like that. But the idea of war was more significant during the course of the war, and was also a tremendous terror. The use of the machine gun, which had been developed earlier. In fact, it was used in the American Civil War in the 19th century, now reached European shores, and the idea of, this rapid fire of death that could cut swaths of, rather than, single shot muskets that would have been used 100 years earlier with, you have to pause and you have to stamp down the gunpowder. This was an entirely different order of death. And people really weren't accustomed to the sense of it. The idea of gas. This is something which was not banned by world authorities before World War I. And the idea of releasing large clouds of gas that would float over into enemy trenches, or possibly, if the wind was wrong, float over into civilian villages nearby, was something that represented a huge new technological advance, or once again, a step back in human progress, as people felt the fear of gas at a mortal level. It's important to note, of course, that Hitler himself was wounded by a gas attack, and that left a dramatic impact on his way of thinking about war and about the use of gas specifically. He famously said that he believed that all Jews should be held under gas. And that statement, which he made in the 1930s, was something that, you know, we tend to interpret it in the sense of what happened in places like Auschwitz and Treblinka and Majdanek. But it's quite possible that Hitler was thinking more of how he suffered with a gas attack in World War I, and not necessarily thinking of the nefarious death camps that would come later on in the 1940s. At any rate, here you see a photograph of a soldier wearing a gas mask and his horse also wearing a gas mask. Again, the strange kind of combination of 19th century warfare with horses and 20th century warfare with gas. The sheer degree of shelling, especially over very narrow swaths of territory, was overwhelming. Here's a field that still shows the scars, even in 2020, of the battleground, the number of craters that indicate how heavily this region was shelled during the course of World War I. So the people who emerged after World War I, maimed, quite often, you know, these disfigured veterans losing limbs and things like that, came back to their European societies with a tremendous sense of malaise over the direction of society. There was a tremendous amount of questioning of, you know, what happened to that kind of, you know, marching forward of progress of human civilization and so on. And this generation is called the lost generation for that reason. And there's a lot more to say about that, but I'm going to have to keep this video short. Another major thing that had a very dramatic effect on Hitler's way of thinking is something called revisionism. The most dramatic element of the post-war era was certainly the redrawing of the borders of Europe. If you look on the left-hand side of this map, you see that Europe was basically dominated by large empires before World War I. On the left, Germany covers a large amount of territory. The Austro-Hungarian dual monarchy, which covered a whole slew of ethnicities, and the Russian Empire commands much of Europe. After World War I, in the peace treaties that were signed, Germany and Austro-Hungary were the big losers. Russia, by the way, had fallen a revolution in October 17, so it was always an empire. And a whole bunch of new countries were created in their midst. Looking at the map on the right, you can see that Germany has lost its land connection with East Prussia because Poland, a newly revived state that had disappeared in the late 18th century as a result of the annexation efforts of its neighbors, is now reborn. And since it had to have some kind of deep water port, it was given Danzig, or Gdansk, which separated Germany from East Prussia. Austro-Hungary, which ironically only had about 1/3 of its population was Austrian or Hungarian, is suddenly broken up into all these new countries. You see Czechoslovakia, which Hitler called a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. Yugoslavia is newly created. Romania is enlarged. And towards the east, the Russian Empire loses its territories in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. And part of Ukraine is added to the new Poland. So it's a really dramatic, mixing up of the borders. There are some big winners, like the Czechs and Slovaks, who got their own country, and there are some big losers, like Austria-Hungary. One of the ironies that, for example, with Austria is that during the wartime era, the country was led by an admiral. And if you look at the map of Austria, you'll see that it has no outlet to the sea, but nevertheless, they have an admiral in charge of the country. That's just pointing to the kind of insecurities that were associated with these new boundaries. Also of note, more than half of Poland's citizens were not ethnic Poles. You can imagine that would lead to a lot of destabilization. And the capital city of Lithuania, historically, Vilnius, was actually not located in its own country of Lithuania. It was located in the boundaries of Poland. Some amazing and bizarre changes were put into place, and so there's a large population, specifically the losers of World War I, who wanted to revise the peace treaties, hence the term revisionism, which is used, by the way, in other contexts later. Today, when people speak about Holocaust revisionists, these are non-scholars who want to try to undermine any of the scholarly and historical understanding of the Holocaust and to revise it to make things look, less anti-Semitic. But at any rate, in this context, revisionism refers specifically to the desire to revise the post-World War I treaties so that some of the countries that lost territory or lost status would somehow regain it. Germany, obviously, was a major revisionist country who wanted to take back a lot of what had happened during World War I. And Hitler was very closely allied with this revisionist thinking. In particular, Germans referred to something called the Dolchstoß. This is a term meaning the stab in the back. And in this short video, I'm not going to go into the really small details about why they believe this was the case, but many Germans who were in a revisionist mindset felt that the reason they lost World War I was not due to the ineptitude of their armed forces, rather it was due to some kind of betrayal that happened in the heartland, specifically associated with Jews. There was a feeling inside Germany that the war should not be prosecuted. It lasted from 1914 to 1918. It was a 4-year-long global war with massive costs on both sides. And so when Germany ended up surrendering, many felt that, we should not have surrendered. We should have pressed on to victory. And victory was within our grasp. If we were not for those backstabbers who associate Jews, they would have won the war. So this kind of feeling of national resentment, of national betrayal that permeated the 1920s. Here you can see an Austrian cartoon, and again, the Austrians were also huge losers in World War I. And you can see the image here of a lantern-jawed, brave Austrian soldier who's sitting in the trenches, a characteristic of World War I, bravely looking off and steely-eyed as he surveys the enemy and is certain not to let them cross the boundary. But to his rear, with storm clouds brewing, this ugly anti-Semitic caricature of a Jewish woman wearing a French-style hat stabs him in the back. There is, by the way, a very close connection between anti-Semitic propaganda and misogynistic propaganda. That is, the hatred of women and the hatred of Jews. They tend to go hand in hand. Maybe at another class we'll have a chance to explore that connection in greater detail, but not for now. So there's this idea that Germany should have won. Germany should have been the masters of Europe. In fact, they were stabbed in the back, typically by Jews. That's an idea that motivated Hitler very prominently. The anti-Semitic feeling in the 1920s was literally palpable, particularly in the form of something called Notgeld, or necessity money. I'm just going to use this as an illustration of the kind of feelings of anti-Semitism and how close to this were in the 1920s. Germany threw tremendously high right after World War I. They were saddled with hyperinflation, where people's life savings, their life insurance policies and so on all just simply disappeared. This global economic collapse. There was the war guilt clause that was applied to Germans. There was the humiliating demilitarization of border areas, and Germans felt very badly about how they were treated in the Versailles and other treaties after World War I. Have a look at this Notgeld, for example. This is Notgeld refers to currency that is locally produced because typically the national currency has lost its validity. So people are not able to exchange national German currency because the value is dropping all the time. They'll make up their own currency, their own, as it were, dollar bills that will be used locally as a generally accepted rate of exchange. So here's a 50 note from the town of Tottstedt. And on the one side, you have this, kind of cartoon drawing that describes where Tottstedt is between Hamburg and Bremen. But then when you look on the obverse, you see there is a distinctly anti-Semitic image that shows capitalist Jews with their waistcoats and their bulging bellies and the heavy nose, the bald head, the bulging jowls hanging from a tree as ravens come to feast on their corpses. In other words, this kind of currency is telling the bearer that we believe that all the Jews should be killed. Can you imagine if you're a young kid and your mother says, would you please go to the store and pick up a quart of milk and here's some money? And if you're a Jewish kid and you're looking at, wow, this is what my neighbors think of me. That's the level of anti-Semitism that was prevalent in 1920. From the city of Sternberg, which commemorated an ancient desecration of the host libel that occurred in that town. Here on one side of two bills, you see a medieval drawing of the town of Sternberg. And here is the story. On the right, you can see a group of Jews who have gone to a corrupt priest and they buy from him the host. The host is a wafer that Catholics will use in their religious ceremonies, which is through the doctrine of transubstantiation, identified with the founder of Christianity. I won't go into the details of the theology here, but basically the host is holy, especially since the 13th century when this doctrine was really pushed in Europe. They take this host, which again is identified with the founder of Christianity, and they torture it. Here you see in this image, they've got it typically on their Passover seders. That's the way the story goes. And on the left, they are stabbing the host, and it is running freely with blood, a miraculous event that also, provides support to the whole argument that the wafer is, in fact, the founder of Christianity. And then they're discovered and burned alive. Now, this last slide is actually what happened in Sternberg about 500 years prior, and it is celebrated as some kind of important element of city history that is so wonderful that we should put it on our currency. Can you imagine what that must have been like for the Jews who lived in Sternberg? Incredible. But that gives you a sense of what it was like in the 1920s vis-a-vis the kind of background noise level of anti-Semitism that could be found in Germany. Here's in Austria nearby a 1920 election poster that says German Christian, German here used in the sense of an ethnicity, German Christians, rettet Österreich, save Austria, right? And the picture shows the Austrian eagle being strangled by this disgusting worm-like creature that is clearly identified as an observant Jew, with the forelocks and with the side locks and with a kippah, the forked tongue, the snake, and so on. It's really hard not to interpret this negatively for Jews. So Hitler was definitely very much part of this kind of feeling. He joined the nascent Nazi party at this time, and in 1923 he was associated with the Munich beer hall putsch. The word putsch basically means like an attempted violent takeover of the government. The putsch, which Hitler participated in, was short-lived. The Nazi party was rife with informants, and the police broke it up very easily. And Hitler was tried and sent to jail. However, he met with a very, supportive judge who essentially identified with much of Hitler's ideology and much of the Nazi party's political aims, and so he gave him a very cushy ride, less than a year in prison for attempting to take over the government. Can you imagine that? And in prison, as you can see him here, actually in the Landsberg prison, he's allowed to have visitors. He's clearly not wearing prison uniform. He had a personal cook. He had a personal valet there. And he was able, while he was in prison, to compose his autobiography, Mein Kampf, which means literally my struggle, which was essentially a chance for him to gain in notoriety. And kind of what you have today in certain types of urban cultures, by going to jail for his beliefs, he earned street credibility. And when he came out of jail, he was like a rock star. He was hugely famous. His Mein Kampf book was well read, even though it is a scurrilous, hard to put together argument with lots of screeds against Jews and things like that. Nevertheless, he emerged from that period a hero and was able to parlay the popularity into leadership of the Nazi Party and then ultimately to all of Germany. Here's a photograph of so-called Sturmabteilung brown shirts, as they are popular. This is one wing of the early Nazi Party. They were in 1934 as he tried to gain respectability for in the so-called Night of Knives. But out the 1920s and the early 1930s, these brown shirts were like kind of thugs that would march around and intimidate Jews, intimidate moderate Germans, intimidate journalists, and so on with their paramilitary expressions. And people were afraid to stand up to Hitler because, among other things, he actually had a kind of a quasi-army at his disposal. In the elections, you can see that the power of the Nazi Party proceeded apace. In the elections of May 1928, you can see that he only claimed, the Nazi Party only got 2.6% of the electorate, but by September 1930, that had risen to 18.25, and by July 1932, a very strong 37.27%. Now, for those of you who are watching this in America, you may think, well, 37, that's not a majority. You need to have at least 51% to be able to form a government. But that's because you're thinking in American terms, where there are basically only two major parties that have any serious shot at winning the presidency in modern America. In Germany, there was a plethora of parties, much like, for example, in Israel, in this parliamentary system that made up the government. And the government typically goes to the party that is able to have the largest single plurality. So if you look at this chart here, you can see that the Nazis claimed 33% of the popular vote. The Social Democratic Party was the second largest party with only 20%. And so Hitler had to essentially make coalitions with the other parties in order to govern. But he was given that opportunity in 1933 and was named actually chancellor. His greatest enemies, the ones who he feared the most, were the communists. And then through some political wrangling, which will take us a little further afield, he was able to eventually sideline the communists and ultimately consolidate his control as the Chancellor of Germany. And it's at this point that we're going to leave this video, and we're going to look at how he implemented his anti-Jewish policies during the interwar period after being named Chancellor. Thank you very much for watching. In this video, we will look at the period between 1933, when Hitler first takes control of Germany, through the late 1930s, and especially right up until Kristallnacht, which was a turning point in Nazi policies toward Jews, we shall see in the next video. And during the 6-odd years of activity, Hitler really makes Germany into a police state. Let's try to understand some of the major elements of that. So on a political level, he begins when he's made chancellor in January of 1933. The next month, there is a very suspicious at the Reichstag, which is the building that houses the German parliament. And there's a lot of discussion as to how this fire was actually set and under what circumstances, but Hitler definitely capitalizes on it, in particular to stoke fear against the communists, who are the political that he fears the most. He passes almost immediately afterwards the Enabling Act, which is essentially a law that Parliament agrees to, that gives him right to control the country like a dictator in martial law. And this is a very important point that you should remember, in that Hitler was democratically elected to office. He definitely made use of dirty tricks and of misleading rhetoric and of force, particularly through the person of his brown shirts, the SA, the Sturmabteilung, that we spoke about a little last video. But he was nevertheless democratically elected, which is an important and cautionary tale for us even in the 21st century. Shortly after establishing the Enabling Act, he went to work to round up his political opponents, journalists, various individuals and organizations that he felt could threaten his power base, and he created the first concentration camps. We will contrast these early concentration camps with the 6 death camps later on in this course. There's a major difference between them in that the concentration camps were designed primarily for political enemies. They housed principally non-Jews, and they were, as a whole, while brutal, nothing like the death camps, the so-called Vernichtungslager, that were designed specifically to kill people, but they were only established in the 1940s. But for now, he set up concentration camps all over Germany, primarily to contain his political enemies. And shortly after that, he has all political parties disbanded, with the notable exception, of course, of the Nazi Party, which continues. So, in a nutshell, within a few months of being appointed chancellor, Hitler effectively becomes the dictator of Germany, and a very willing population on the whole followed him further into the 1930s. There's much more to say about the social nature of Germany, but we're going to focus specifically on those aspects which relate to the Holocaust. There are 2 major things that are happening in Germany on a social level at this point. One element is the social ostracism of others, the designation of those who are not part of the master narrative that the Nazis are advancing, and the specific isolation of those groups and persecution of them. Among the first to feel this are the so-called Jehovah's Witnesses. This is a Protestant group. They are popular in America as well. We have quite a few of them in America. And in Germany, they were regarded as the other. They were not Lutherans. They were not typical Protestants. They were not Catholics. And so Hitler's Nazi Party strove to isolate them. Early on in Nazi rule, the Jehovah's Witnesses put out a document shown here, the Wilmersdorfer Clarification, which identifies them as, non-politically active and not wishing to challenge the state and so on. But it did very little for them because, in the end, Hitler sought to exclude them as well. Another group, a very small group, we're talking about no more than a few hundred people, were the so-called Rhineland bastards. This is obviously a derogatory term that was applied to the offspring of African soldiers who served in World War I on German territory, German soil. And there was a certain number of there's a lot of people in this category. There were some, particularly serving in France, for example, who ships with local German women and produced offspring. So these mixed race individuals were, blown out of proportion of their size, also in terms of their purported negative racial impact on German people, and they were a favorite, ire. So the Rhinelanders, quote unquote, were specified as people outside of the general narrative. Shortly after that, terrifyingly, in June 1933, Germany passed a law called the Law for the Prevention of Genetically Diseased Offspring, a horrible, inhumane law that gave the state the right to determine anyone who would promote a negative impact as perceived on the German population, and the state was given the right to sterilize that individual. And obviously, the term genetic is not appropriate here. It's a very early period in the understanding of genetics as a whole. But even so, the German state nevertheless went way beyond what they felt were appropriate criteria on a genetic level to those characteristics which we might consider racial or political or ideological or religious, certainly. And 250,000 Germans were sterilized under this law, forbidding them to have further children. It's a horrible period in which these individuals were isolated and were persecuted, and because they felt to challenge the overall self-impression that Germans had. Now, Jews, of course, suffered tremendously as part of this overall policy, but not necessarily in the same ways as those mentioned. For Jews, one of the most significant early attempts was actually unsuccessful. In April of 1933, Germany attempted to impose a nationwide boycott of
Jewish-owned businesses. And this was hugely unpopular with the larger population for various reasons. Perhaps the most pragmatic is that, people enjoyed going to Jewish stores, department stores, and so on, because they had better value than other stores. Also, it was felt to disrupt the entire economic system of the country. Jews were deeply enmeshed in the commercial activity of the state. It's a very small number of people, about 1% of the population overall, about 500,000 people. But the boycott ended up being a big flop. Hitler sent out his Sturmabteilung, the so-called brown shirts, essentially thugs in military uniform, to wear these kinds of signs that said, Germans beware, do not buy anything from Jews, and they would stand outside Jewish businesses. They would deface the windows and the storefronts of Jewish business and so on. But it turned out not to be a very popular thing with Germans at all, and it was ultimately abandoned. Hitler, however, was quite innovative, and would find other ways to persecute the Jews. Very important point that we must understand is that for every minority group that was ostracized and persecuted, Hitler also imposed, in a rather diabolically brilliant manner, something called Gleichschaltung, which means literally bringing into equality, shifting into the same gear, finding common direction. So the word gleich means equal or same. And so there's a tremendous amount of emphasis on saying, okay, these people, these populations are not us, they are the other. But let us emphasize the value of being inside the same group, inside group. And you see it inculcated from the earliest youth. You hear, for example, are the type of Boy Scouts called the Hitler Youth Corps, when there was a tremendous focus on, kind of paramilitary nations and discipline, and of typical, Prussian values, or to say about how were understood in Germany. But the idea of you may not be part of the out group, but you are definitely included in the in group. So it's kind of a self-reinforcing social model that makes people want to participate even more in distancing themselves from the out group. And all of this, by the way, was focused very much on the person and personality of Hitler. We're not talking about, the glory of Germany and its values and things like that. So much of it was focused specifically on Hitler the man. Like this book cover, which reads, Mutter, erzähl von Adolf Hitler. Mother, tell us stories about Adolf Hitler. Where these adoring young children look up at their mother, and there's this glowing image of Hitler in the background, where she will tell them these, idealized heroic stories of their Führer, and they will develop this kind of cult of personality surrounding him, and that's supported the focal point of Gleichschaltung, the bringing together of the entire society. When it comes to Jews, one of the most problematic issues for early Nazi Germany was the question of who exactly is a Jew? Who do we understand to be Jewish, so that we can properly put them in the out group? Because Germany, for at least a century, had been going through a process of greater and greater assimilation on the part of its Jewish population. Intermarriage rate was roughly 1 in 3 interwar period. And there are many esteemed Germans who are at the very top of their cultural hierarchy who are in fact Jewish or partly Jewish. The names of great authors like Heinrich Heine, thinkers like Sigmund Freud, Karl Marx, you can go on, all kinds of Germans of Jewish origin, Einstein, who were regarded as geniuses, as really leading the culture. Many, many war heroes who had earned the Iron Cross in World War I were of Jewish or partly Jewish origin. And so Nazi Germany had to define who was a Jew so that they could actually put in place later much more sophisticated anti-Jewish laws. The most significant law that came out in this regard was the so-called Nuremberg Gesetz, the Nuremberger Law, which identified once and for all what Nazis meant by Jews and Germans. From this chart, you can see that anyone with 4 or even 3 grandparents who were Jewish is considered
Cool,
a Jew.
man. Is it fun?
Anyone with 4 Aryan grandparents, that is non-Jewish basically, would be considered an Aryan.
Dollar.
And then you have these middle categories, the so-called Mischlinge. The Mischling of the Erste Grade, the first degree Mischling, is someone who had 2 Jewish grandparents, or a Mischling of the second degree, more diluted, was someone who had 1 Jewish grandparent. In the end, this had a lot to say about the priority of sending people to the gas chambers, but ultimately, even Mischlinge of the second degree were sent to gas chambers. Notice also that the chart makes no recognition of whether it's a grandmother or a grandfather, maternal or paternal descent. That does have a role in the way Jews define themselves. It does not have a role in the way the Nazis define them. It was entirely racial in this regard and not related to gender. So with the passing of the Nuremberg laws in 1935, then you could have actually a system where Jews could be formally classified and then persecuted. A whole series of laws called the laws of German blood and honor were put in place that specifically banned Jews from a whole variety of occupations. Some symbolic gestures, like Jews were not allowed to fly the German flag. Some issues related to Rassenschande, which I'm going to explain in a second, where Jews were not allowed to employ female servants below the age of 40, things like that. But perhaps the most significant are the civil service exclusions, that Jews were no longer allowed to have any kind of job that was associated with the state. Jews could not serve as judges, as teachers, for example. You see in this particular piece of really twisted propaganda by a bizarre 18-year-old kindergarten teacher named Elvira Bauer, who made a name for herself creating children's propaganda for the Nazis. This is the cover of the book describes a sort of a German proverb where you should never trust a fox in a green field, nor a Jew on his oath, meaning that they're definitely going to lie. And in this sort of depicts in a historical way what the Nuremberg laws must have been like. This is a German school, a public school, in which all of the Jews are driven out. And you can see that the laughing, happy, cheerful, blonde Aryan children are tormenting the ugly, heavy-nosed, heavy-jowled Jews with their less than pure complexions and their, curly hair, and that includes not only the children who are driven out from the schools, so the teacher who was driven, celebrating the erodation of their school as consequences of the Nuremberg law. Also added to this, by the way, was the infamous lawization per se, which meant that Jews could not own the majority stock in their own businesses. They had to take on a non-Jewish partner and give that non-Jewish partner 51% control over their business. Typically, this would mean that shop owners would hire their janitors or their clerks to become the actual owners of the store, and a whole bunch of other economically discriminatory practices. Here's another page, by the way, from Elvira Bauer's book, which is one of several that were published at this time, that contrasts the stereotypical Aryan working man on the left, bare-chested and muscular and upright, tall, and so on. And on the left, and on the right is the typical Jew, a city dweller, involved in commerce, overweight, smoking, ugly, and so on. This is the kind of mindset of those who are in the out group and those who are in the in group. Rassenschande was of particular concern to Hitler. This means literally race shame. Hitler himself had a rather bizarre fixation on this idea, and of course everything that Hitler thought, because of this cult of personality, really percolated down throughout the Nazi hierarchy and into German society as a whole. Rassenschande specifically refers to relationships that involve a male and a female partner. And there was a tremendous amount of emphasis placed on trying to root out mixed marriages and so on, typically employing the brown shirts to rough them up. Here you can see public humiliations of mixed couples, Aryan and Jewish couples. The woman is wearing a sign that when she refers to herself as a pig because she lays down with Jews. And on the right, the Jewish man is also saying he only takes German women into his room. Here's another example of a German woman, an Aryan woman, who is wearing this placard of accusing her of having relationships with Jews. And you can see, I think what's most terrifying about this is having the civilians surrounded by not only brown shirts themselves, but even, as you can see, the woman on the right here, smiling civilians who are clearly enjoying the public humiliation of this individual. Terrifying to just put yourself into the mindset of what it must have been like at that time to be accused of Rassenschein. And after the Nuremberg laws, there are a whole series of small and large persecutions. Park benches marked only for Aryans, or signs that went up saying Jews are unwelcome here, Jews are unasked for guests, and Jews are not welcome in this town, Berengersdorf. These kinds of symbols that we saw in the United States through the Jim Crow period, right up until the 1960s. Fountains, water fountains for colored people only, so to speak, and restrictions on buses where people can sit. All these kinds of things, public, obvious, signage that specifically indicated that Jews were the outgroup, must have had a phenomenal impact on people's thinking, both Jews and non-Jews. During the 1930s, it's not surprising there was a significant number of German Jews who chose to flee the country. If we look at the period between 1903 and 1937, before Kristallnacht, we see that 130,000 Jews fled Germany. More than a quarter of the Jews of Germany fled. The challenge, however, was that they should flee. But where could they flee to? Most countries had severely restricted immigration policies with a severe constriction of the conduit for Jews to escape Nazi Germany. We'll explore that a little bit more later on in this course, but nevertheless, Jews had to have an exit visa to get anywhere. And so you have to pile on the natural inertia that makes it difficult for a person to leave his or her hometown, all of their connections, their community, their economic support, and so on, and take a risk on going to some far-off country. But you add to that the fact that those countries are not willing to have them, to take them in. That must have made it incredibly difficult for German Jews to leave. And sadly, many of them who fled to closer regions in Europe simply did not flee far enough. That's how we're going to pick this up in our next video when we talk about Kristallnacht, which marks really the end of the interwar period and prepares us to discuss the war itself. Thank you for watching. By the end of the 1930s, it was very clear that Hitler was preparing for war. Let's take a few minutes in this brief lecture to go over much of the geopolitical material that relates to the invasion of Poland, which was jointly executed by Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. So, moving through the late 1930s, we see that Hitler is increasingly advancing greater and greater territory. Criticized ever since, the Allies generally give in to Hitler's demands. He throws a tantrum, and the Allies allow him to take some additional territory, and it seems that nothing is ever enough for Adolf Hitler. Three areas in particular are important for our purposes. First of all, there was the remilitarization of the Rhineland region. This was a region that was, after World War I, declared a military-free zone for Nazi Germany, and Hitler simply defied that order by moving his troops into the Rhineland, which was much more symbolic than anything else, but it was a dramatic assertion of Nazi power at the time. And secondly, the very important Anschluss. This refers to the joining of Austria to Germany. And we should note that Austria and Germany are very related cultures.
Austria, although they were separate countries, Austria, of course, speaks the German language. And with Hitler's greater successes throughout the 1930s, many Austrians felt that they should hitch their wagon to Hitler's, and in fact, this was achieved through this Anschluss in 1938. If you've ever seen the film The Sound of Music, that's a very important dramatization of the period of Anschluss. And then finally, and in the prelude to the war itself, the capture of the Sudetenland. This is a mountainous region surrounding the edge of Czechoslovakia. There are a lot of ethnic Germans living there, and Hitler claimed that they wanted to be reunited with Germany proper. And he essentially demanded that Czechoslovakia surrender these territories, and the Allies simply could not back up Czechoslovakia's demands to retain their territorial integrity. In particular, there is the most infamous moments in 20th century history, diplomatic history, when Neville Chamberlain of England goes to Munich to discuss the Sudetenland with Hitler, and he returns, and when he lands on the tarmac back in England, there's a crowd of people around. You actually watch this speech on YouTube where he proudly portrays this letter that Hitler signed that agrees that he will not advance on any other country once he gets the Sudetenland from Czechoslovakia. And Chamberlain famously proclaims that he has achieved peace in our times. This was, of course, famous last words because Hitler would soon go on to attack Poland. The attack on Poland could not happen without an agreement in advance with Joseph Stalin of the Soviet Union. Let us recall, as you can see in this map here, that Germany is located in the center of Europe. And one of the great military risks for Germany is that it cannot fight a two-front war. That is, it cannot easily engage with forces to its west and to its east simultaneously, at least not for very long. The logistics of the supply chains, of moving reinforcements back and forth, of maintaining two very distinct fronts simultaneously, simply too much for Germany. And so what Hitler resolved to do was to first pacify his eastern front through a treaty with Joseph Stalin. And once that treaty was fully engaged, then he would turn his attention to the west and he would invade France. And that's in fact exactly what he did. In a secret pact that was signed by the foreign ministers of both countries, the so-called Molotov-Ribbentrop Soviet-Nazi non-aggression pact basically said that Germany and the Soviet Union promised not to attack each other in case of the eruption of hostilities elsewhere. Now, Hitler would later go on to double-cross Stalin and would attack the Soviet Union once he had pacified the West. This is in 1941, 2 years after the Nazi-Soviet pact was signed. But for the time being, the region was safe for Hitler because Stalin accepted the treaty. Now, what was in it for Stalin to accept this treaty? Basically, Hitler put Poland and the Baltic countries on the table. If you look closely at this map, you'll see that Germany and the USSR were separated by several countries, notably Poland here in yellow, and then Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, the so-called Baltic countries. Now, all of these regions were actually part of the Russian Empire before 1917, when the Russian Empire collapsed in two revolutions, one immediately after the other, resulting in the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics to the east. And these four new countries, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, being created in their wake. Other countries were also created. We talked about that in a couple of lectures ago. And so the Soviets wanted back at least some of territory, and Hitler made a deal that if Stalin would agree to a non-aggression pact, then Germany would invade from the west, and the Soviet Union could invade from the east, and then simply claim the territories. And in fact, that is exactly what they did. Shortly after this secret pact was signed, of course, it leaked out, and now we know all about it. This is what Europe looked like. You can see that Germany, the left, acquires this large kind of brownish area, which are labeled here as German annexations. There's going to be a little bit more complications to this. We'll see in one more map in a second. But the bright green, the fluorescent green area was acquired by the Soviet Union. And Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania had just received their independence after World War I. Now, they did establish kind of puppet regimes. There was the Soviet Socialist Republic of Lithuania, but they were clearly dominated by Moscow. Similarly, Poland was divided in half, with the western region going to Germany and the eastern region going to the Soviet Union. We'll have a lot to say about the Jews living in these territories over the next many lectures. To look at this in just a little bit more detail, however, this map here is a little bit simplified. Here's one that shows that there were some adjustments to the map over the course of 1939 to 1940. This had very major implications for people who found themselves, for example, in Lithuania. This is especially relevant for institutions like the Mir Yeshiva. So if you have a look on the left, you see what the border looked like in 1939. You can see the red region are the Russian and Ukrainian and Belarusian Soviet Socialist republics. And then taken over were the regions of Eastern Poland, Latvia, Estonia, and Finland. But then after some negotiations, you can see on the right, these boundaries were adjusted ever so slightly after 1940. So what this means is that the region that was most heavily populated by Jews, Poland, which had over 3 million Jews, and also very large populations in Lithuania, somewhat less in Latvia, and very few in Estonia, were taken into two distinct geopolitical spheres during the years 1939 to 1941. More specific, September 1939, the invasion of Poland, to June of 1941 with something called Operation Barbarossa, when Hitler would double-cross the Soviets. But that means that for the next 2 years, Jews in this region had one of two very different realities of experience. There were those Jews who found themselves within the German orbit, and we'll speak about those shortly. And then there were those Jews who found themselves within the Soviet orbit. And that's what we're going to address in the next class, which will look at specifically what happened to those Jews who found themselves new citizens of Soviet republics between 1939 and 1941. Thank you very much for watching. The establishment of the ghettos is one of the most horrific aspects of the Holocaust, and we'll spend a couple of lectures speaking about some of the aspects of life and death in these incredibly difficult circumstances. Let us begin with the invasion of Poland in September 1939. You'll recall that Poland was overwhelmed by the rapid advance of the Nazis, the Blitzkrieg. Here you see the goose-stepping soldiers making their way into Warsaw. And it's important to note that although they convey this image of being extremely disciplined and ordered and full of purpose and intention, it's clear that the Nazis were not entirely sure what they were supposed to do about the Jews living in Poland. There was very little clear, unequivocal guidance about how the Jews were supposed to live and what the Nazis were supposed to do with them immediately upon their arrival in Poland. And in fact, there is ample evidence of internal squabbling among various organizations within the Nazi Empire as to whether or not more Jews should be moved into Poland from other regions. But one of the features of the Jewish experience in this early period that was abundantly clear was that the Nazis certainly did not mean them anything but ill will. One of the most pronounced phenomena of the early months of the invasion in the fall of 1939 was the singling out and abuse of Jews, especially those who were obviously Jewish, for public abuse. And we have a distinct photographic record of this. Here you can see, for example, some members of the Wehrmacht who are publicly humiliating a Jew by forcing him to wear is a prayer shawl and a mutilated pair of tefillin and phylacteries while they laugh and jeer in the background. Orthodox Jews with beards were especially targeted, and their forelocks, the peos, were brutally cut off, and the beards were cut off, sometimes half cut off. In some cases, we have evidence of even children being attacked and having their peos set on fire, having to run around screaming, trying to put out the flames. One of the reasons why we have such a distinct and rich photographic record of this period is because the Nazis themselves took these as photographs and sent them back home to their girlfriends and wives and so on, to show them just what a heroic achievement they were accomplishing in occupying. But within, sure, the Nazis did at least apply some geographic designations to Poland, and these are important for our purposes. Most significant change to Poland, you see in this map here, pre-war Poland is delineated by the blur, was the establishment of a region called the General Government, or often rendered in French as the General Gouvernement. You can see here in this map, it's actually in Polish, but you get the idea, with the outside of Old Poland being the two green areas were part of the Gouvernement. The red indicates the Soviet Nazi border that we spoke about in a previous lecture. That was, of course, run over by the Nazis in June of 1941. And the General Gouvernement, shown in green, was expanded to include the Galicia district, which would have been part of Western Ukraine. Now, what exactly was intended for this region is something that the Nazis themselves debated and argued over. It's clear that the regions to the west, that is to the left of the General Gouvernement, were to annex to Germany, and Jews in these regions were pushed out into the General Government. And later we will see Jews deported to the General Government from regions in occupied Europe as well. But the local leaders of the General Government were complaining, saying, wait, we can't have any more Jews. Why are you sending all these Jews here? And the Nazis did not make a clear policy until quite a bit later into the war. Here you can see in this important map the evolution of the main ghettos that housed Jews during this period. The yellow stars are the ghettos that were established shortly after the advance into Poland. The white stars to the east were established after the Nazis had advanced into the Soviet Union after Operation Barbarossa. And the black stars to the south are especially significant for Hungarian Jewry because that has to do with the overthrow of the Nazi allied government for an openly Nazi government, and we'll have to speak about that later on in this course. There were many other ghettos not shown on this map as well. And one last thing that's very important, when you compare the General Gouvernement with the associated ghettos and the establishment of the 6 major death camps, which are shown here, Auschwitz, Chelmno, Treblinka, Sobibor, Majdanek, and Belzec. You can see that they are all either in the General Gouvernement or within very close proximity to it. And that becomes very significant because of ultimately the residents of the ghettos, the Jews therein, will be forced to be deported to these 6 death camps. Just think for a moment about how difficult it must have been to establish ghettos in these very large and old cities, which had Jewish populations that stretch back in some cases 800, 900 years. Jews often are associated with urban locations, and they tend to live in the downtown commercial districts because of their occupational profile, which favors commerce. So you have Jews embedded right into the downtown sections of these very important cities. Have a look at the map of Warsaw here, which shows the ghetto boundaries. The Nazis took months, actually a full year, to determine the actual bounds of the ghetto, primarily because a lot of local authorities objected to having things within the ghetto. Cathedrals, for example, hospitals, major thoroughfares. And they finally decided where the boundaries would be and then shrunk them several times. You can see on the right the red hashing is where the boundaries were shrunk. Not that there were any less people. In fact, many of these larger ghettos, like Warsaw, had lots of Jewish refugees coming into the city, hoping it would be better for them there than it was in the tiny villages throughout Eastern Europe. They were further crowded into this much smaller area. The yellow boundaries show the areas which were added, very minor additions to the ghetto boundaries. But as you can see, the shape of it is crazy. There are major section streets that are off limits to Jews, and so if a Jew wanted to walk from one of these corners to an address on the other side of the boundary, they have to go all the way around in order to make that distance. There were, in some ghettos, places that were bisected by trolley lines so that public transportation could go through the ghetto, even though Jews could not get on those trains themselves. And it was really quite a difficult thing for the Nazis to actually establish the ghetto boundaries over the objection of the locals. And when those boundaries were established, in some cases they were surrounded by walls, as you see here also in Warsaw, and the walls were typically constructed with forced labor from the Jewish population. You can see at least one of the workers there is displaying the armband that was required of Jews, even though they would be housed within the ghetto itself. However, most ghettos actually did not have walls that bounded the entire society. Most of them were completely open, but they were, as it were, by the large number of non-Jews outside of the ghetto who would readily turn over Jews who were trying to fade into the population background outside the ghetto walls. These were the so-called schmaltzniki, or greasy ones, as ghetto jar had it. And so Jews were actually hemmed in quite often, not by physical boundaries, but by social ones, which were very real. Many Jews, however, did manage to survive outside the ghetto, using the ghetto parlor by going underground, appearing to be and to simply to the urban background, families that were friendly and so on. But that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. So most of the ghettos were actually open. Only a minority of them were actually physically closed by walls. Speaking to what the Nazis meant by the ghettos is very significant because, again, in the absence of clear direction, local authorities were given tremendous latitude in determining how they wanted to implement what they thought was the reason for the ghettos. And there were two basic approaches that were adopted by the municipal leadership and ultimately by the Jews who lived within those ghettos. On the one hand, some ghettos were so-called productionist ghettos, like Łódź is a very important example. Here, the thinking was that, okay, all these Jews are being corralled into a very concentrated area. What's the point? Why should we be doing this, thought the Nazis. And in these productionist cities, they said, well, it must be to use the Jews for slave labor. And in fact, that's what happened in Łódź, where massive factories were created, primarily in textiles, which was a region that the city was known for, and in fact, the Jewish population was heavily associated with. And so getting a work permit was thought of as a way to live. And the Jewish population competed for these highly desired work permits, thinking that there was some logic, there was some sense to the ghetto existence, and if they could only keep their heads down and cooperate with the authorities and maintain their jobs and maintain their productivity, then they would be allowed to live. They were sadly disappointed, as we shall see. On the other side of the coin were the so-called attritionist ghettos. Warsaw was perhaps the most significant of these, where it seemed that the purpose of the ghetto was to simply wear the Jewish people out, to have them die off through starvation, through disease, and simply keep them in one area so the death is contained to that ghetto. And in fact, the policies of the Warsaw Ghetto seem to be overwhelmingly pointing in this direction. For example, the daily rations afforded Jews in the ghetto was no more than 150 calories a day. And bear in mind that an adult male in America is considered to need at least 2,000 calories a day to be healthy. 150 calories is ridiculously low, obviously not survivable. And so a whole culture built around Jews trying to find ways to smuggle in additional food to be able to keep themselves alive. In fact, one of the most famous passages in my memory of Emanuel Ringelblum's fantastic treatment of the Warsaw Ghetto was the statement that if a statue were to the heroes of the Warsaw Ghetto would not be of the resistance, which we'll talk about in a later video, but it would be in honor of the children who acted as smugglers to bring food in the ghetto from outside. But the ghettos had an end date. It was spring, summer of 1940. This is a time when the major death camps that we looked at earlier were brought online. And so the Nazis began to deport the massive population concentrations in the ghettos to the various death camps. Jews will be gathered in a place called the Umschlagplatz, a deportation zone. You can see them on the left, this photograph from Warsaw, with men on the left and on the right, and then they will be boarded onto these cattle trains, which would take them to continue this lecture to speak a little bit more. Thank you for watching. Let us continue our discussion of the ghetto by looking at a couple of the institutions that were active there, most specifically something called the Judenrat, also known as the Jewish Council, which was essentially the Jewish leadership of the ghetto and other aspects of society. One of the most salient observations about the Judenrat was made by the philosopher Hannah Arendt, shown here. She's most famous for writing a book called The Origins of Totalitarianism, which consolidates her experience with the Second World War into a massive critique of 20th century political movements that resulted in the great totalitarianism of Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia. This book actually focuses on anti-Semitism. I also have to come across this quote that we have to look at for a second because it's so relevant to 22, as we're speaking today. She writes, the ideal subject of totalitarianism is not the convinced or the dedicated communist, but people, fact, and fiction, true and false, no longer exists. This is an incredibly relevant observation that holds very hard times, but we're going to focus on the middle of the 20th century. The reason why this is so important for us is because of a book she wrote called Eichmann in Jerusalem, a report on the banality of evil. Eichmann, as we shall discuss later on in this course, was a very important figure in the Nazi hierarchy, and he was, in many ways, the architect of the final solution, the one who constructed much of the mechanisms by which the Jews of Europe were destroyed under the Nazis. He was remarkably captured by the Israeli Mossad, the spy agency, and transported to Israel, where he stood trial. Here he is shown in a glass bulletproof box where he would testify in his own defense at the trial in the early 1960s. Hannah Arendt was sent there to observe the trial, and she wrote this remarkable book. For our purposes, what's especially important in her book is not so much Eichmann, but what she has to say about the Judenrat, in the sense that evil, as we understand it today, is not necessarily, the logistical machinations of a diabolical personality, such as Adolf Hitler. Rather, it is the incremental, small steps that so many people take towards ultimately horrific consequences. Evil is banal. Evil is humdrum. Evil is day to day. And that is this kind of like whatever to evil is what makes the Holocaust possible on a philosophical, psychological, and sociological level. Where we see this come out in sharpest relief is in the institution of the Jew, which is essentially the Jews acting as organizers of their own destruction. This is a terrifying observation of the Holocaust, which we will see over and over again as we look at the detailed unfolding of the Holocaust. Nazis were able to implicit in their own destruction, whether it was on a social level that Jews decided to try to keep their heads down and hopefully it would all blow over, or through the active recruitment of collaborators, such as elements of the camps with the capos, or in a more complex situation, the Judenrat. So let's look at the Judenrat, try to understand how evil can be banal and how the Nazis were able to leverage the Jews themselves in their own destruction. So typically, the Nazis would come into a city and they would take over the local Jewish leadership. Jews had been led by the so-called Kehillah authorities. This is a kind of a Jewish self-governmental, not quite municipal level organization, but it's something that dates really back to the late antiquity and was especially well developed in the medieval period, where Jews took care of their own affairs. They tended to tax themselves, not necessarily without having state power to enforce those taxes, and they tended to organize a whole range of self-help institutions, orphanages, services for poor brides, poor relief in general, all kinds of things. So the Kehillah leadership, which we see in contemporary terms really as the federation movement in America, where you have the United Jewish Federation, where New York will have a federation that is made up of Jewish leaders who are collecting voluntary contributions from the Jewish community and organizing poor relief of Holocaust survivors and bringing kids to Israel for a birthright experience or things like that. So we had this for 1,000 years in Europe, and the Nazis would come into these towns and they would go to the leadership, Kehillah or the Gemeinde in Germany, and they would say, all right, we want you to establish this ghetto here. These are the things we want from the Jewish community, and who will work with us? Typically, in most of the local Jewish populations, the Kehillah leadership, the established leadership, would decline and they would be killed on the spot. The Nazis would then say, okay, who is second in charge? And the second charge might also refuse and be killed, but there would come a point where somewhere down the line, you would have someone in the Kehillah leadership who would say, I will help out. And it's not that they're necessarily seeking to aggrandize themselves. They are certainly seeking not to be killed by the Nazis, but many of them felt that, well, there's no point in resisting because they're going to shoot us. So let us see if we can establish a modus vivendi. And maybe, thought some of these early Kehillah leaders, these early Judenrat leaders, maybe we can stave off the worst of the Nazi excesses. We can, throw scraps to the hungry lion, and hopefully he will leave us alone. Two figures are especially important for our purpose. Adam Chirniakov, shown here, he was the head of the Judenrat in Warsaw, who we happen to have his detailed daily journal, which records with mind-numbing repetition the weather that day, the temperature, and reflects a lot of his personal concerns about his missing son and his daily interactions with the Nazis. And we see from his own perspective how the Nazis would increasingly ratchet up their demands on the Jewish community. And when it became obvious that all the Jews of Warsaw were going to be deported to Treblinka for certain death, Chernyakhov elected to commit suicide by swallowing cyanide. But we have the record of his interactions with Nazis, which sheds tremendous light on how the Judenrat functioned. On the other hand, you have Chaim Rumkowski in the city of Łódź, who behaved in a much more megalomaniacal fashion, who actually, lorded over the Jews. He was called King Chaim by many. He had money printed with his own picture on it, and a lot of strange kind of things like this that indicates that the Judenrat leadership, as Hannah Arendt noted, was not necessarily drawn from the legitimate leadership of the Jewish community, but rather in some cases from some of the worst elements of the Jewish community. There is huge amount of variation among the ghettos, but Cherniakov and Yudkovsky show us two kind of polar opposites of responsible and irresponsible leadership of the Jewish community. The Judenrat was essentially the leadership arm of the Nazis. It was up to the Judenrat to impose the Nazi will on the Jewish population, which they did with, for example, the Jewish police, which was certainly the most hated organizational units of the Judenrat. The Jewish police would often be tricked out with small uniform devices like a hat and boots and belt and of course the requisite armband, and would sometimes also be armed with batons. They were in charge of enforcing the demands of the Judenrat, which were coming from the Nazis. Everything from confiscations of radios, of furs, to the guarding of the borders of the ghetto, to ultimately ensure report for deportations to the gas chambers. The ghetto police, followed by the Judenrat officers themselves, would be on the last trains heading out of the ghettos to their destruction. But nevertheless, they were active participants. Again, trying to save their families, but doing so, praying the rest of the Jewish community. And this is precisely Hannah Arendt's observation of the difficulty of assessing these individuals as being diabolically evil on the one hand, and these people being totally innocent on the other. There is a spectrum of collaboration and bystanding that we must consider when we try to assess guilt for war crimes. The predominant experience of existence in the ghetto was not one of life, but one of death. And as we discussed briefly in the previous lecture, starvation was rampant, typhus was rampant, disease and abuse was something that was endemic to the ghetto. And there were so many heartbreaking photographs of people, children, literally expiring in the street from exhaustion and malnutrition. But we should also understand that a lot of other things are happening in the ghetto as well. Much of the data for the realities of ghetto life were preserved in tremendous detail by people like Emanuel Ringelblum, who created the underground archive called Omek Shabbos, in which he assembled all of these sammlers or collectors, ghetto inhabitants, to go out and record what was going on in the ghetto. We know, for example, that Warsaw actually had a functioning medical school, that they had a lending library, that they had a free theater. They had all kinds of things, organizations that Jews simply refused to completely give themselves up and to abandon hope. There was also a dark side to ghetto life. There was a lot of illegal currency running through the ghetto, primarily funded by smugglers, and they had an active nightlife. Prostitution, criminality was rampant in the ghetto, and there were shameful elements like this, as well as totally heroic elements happening at the same time. These are human societies filled with a tremendous breadth of human experiences and attitudes and postures, and we see everything happening in microcosm during the years of Nazi occupation. It's important to look at resistance here, although I'd like to come back to it later and discuss in much greater detail. The Warsaw Ghetto had one of the most remarkable acts of resistance that occurred in the spring of 1943. If you're paying attention, you'll know that that date is somewhat strange. The spring of 1943 is already a year after the vast majority of the ghetto population has been deported to Treblinka. In fact, that is the reality for reasons that I'd like to explore later. It was a tremendously heroic, largely symbolic effort by the Jews, and actually made a strong impact on other populations who were struggling with the Nazis as well, that it was ultimately doing. For the most part, resistance in the ghetto was not of an armed variety. The reasons for this are obvious. The Nazis practiced horrific collective punishment. If anyone had, let's say, a revolver and fired at a Nazi soldier passing through the ghetto, the Nazis immediately come in and would murder tens, hundreds of local inhabitants looking for the guilty party. So there was a strong desire, especially on the part of the human rights leadership and the traditional leadership as well, to try and tamp down resistance to the Nazis. So for the most part, resistance in the ghetto was a much smaller affair. In some of the ghettos, there was an active organized resistance, and we will come back to it later, focus on resistance in particular. But far more impressive, I think, is the spiritual resistance that we figures like Brother Colonimus Carmen Shapira, also in the title given to his diaries from the Warsaw Ghetto. Not really diaries, they were public speeches, fellowship addresses that he delivered in the Warsaw Ghetto. Absolutely phenomenal spiritual heroism as the rabbi strove week after week to counsel his beleaguered constituents and to persuade them to remain strong in the face of such an overwhelming onslaught that the Nazis represented. And these are topics which deserve a lot more attention, but these are very brief lectures. Thank you very much for watching. One of the phenomena that is so prominent in the study of the Einsatzgruppen massacres is the fact that it took so little for the Nazis to affect obedience in their populations, both their military populations and also civilian populations, and as we shall continue to see, among Jews as well. And it's remarkable that such a small number of people with the right kind of messaging and propaganda could leverage their size to have such a deleterious impact on a broader population. And we'll see this over and over again as we delve into certain aspects of the Holocaust. But one of the most insightful glimpses we get into how this works on a psychological level is the infamous Milgram experiment, famous for discovering something very negative about humanity. The Milgram experiment is actually the subject of several video documentaries, and I strongly urge you to actually go and watch them. It's definitely worthwhile watching Stanley Milgram's own account of his experiment, which is published under the title Obedience. But for the sake of brevity and of an introduction, I want to take a couple minutes and just explain what the Milgram experiment was and what it teaches us about the Holocaust. Stanley Milgram was a scholar at Yale. In the early 1960s, he devised an experiment which would probably face a lot of challenges from institutional review boards today. But he was especially interested in trying to understand precisely our question: how did the Nazis manage to control such large populations? And so he created this experiment in which he wanted to see what it would take for a total stranger to be obedient enough to kill another human being. And let me explain exactly how he set up this brilliant experiment. First of all, he had two actors or accomplices play specific roles in the experiment, and the subject of the experiment was completely unaware that the other two people involved were in fact actors and were not who they claimed to be. The first was a doctor, someone who had the trappings of authority, like a white coat, and often, body posture, standing, as opposed to different kinds of things to convey authority. But these were all kind of like external trappings of authority. They are nothing really, demonstrated aura of authority. Then he hired another to play a learner. And this was an actor who would pretend to be another subject off the street, such that the real subject, who was assigned the role of teacher would think that the other person was similarly just off the street like he was. The subject was told by the doctor that they were going to conduct an experiment in learning where one person would be randomly chosen to be the teacher, the other would be randomly chosen to be the learner, and they would go through an experiment to see what effect, for example, a small electric shock would have on the ability to retain memory of a list of words. The assignment of which person was the teacher and which person was the learner was, of course, fixed, and the subject off the street was always given the role of teacher. And now, basically, what would happen is that the teacher would be shown a device that looked like this, that had a whole series of switches, and under each of the switches, the label from mild to strong to extreme to danger XX. And this was a machine that would deliver a small electric shock, and in fact they would hook it up to the teacher, that is the real subject off the street, and let him sample a very, very light electric shock. And then what they would do is they would take the teacher, that is the subject, the person who thinks he is working with another subject, into another room where they would hook up the learner, who was, of course, an actor. And so all along, the subject, who's being a teacher, thinks he is going to be delivering electric shocks to the learner every time the learner makes a mistake. In the initial iteration of the experiment, the learner was placed in a different room where the teacher could hear the verbal responses of the learner, that is the actor, but they weren't actually live responses. They were pre-recorded responses that the teacher thought were live. And then this was hearing him through the wall as he's screaming. So what one is the subject, who sees a teacher, would read a series of words, and then he would go back and read the first word of the pair, and the learner would have to repeat the other word in that pair. Every the learner got it wrong, the teacher was supposed to deliver increasingly large electric shock. The learner would object as they went through this ritual, and the learner would say, no, I don't want to do this anymore, let me out, let me out. And then towards the end of the experiment, the goes silent, as it would sound like he had a heart attack or something. The experiment was that we wanted to see how long it would take before the subject, again, who was a stranger off the street, realizes that it's all a setup, doesn't realize that they're being delivered. We wanted to see how much an electric shock subject would give. He gave up and said, I refuse to essentially kill a human being. Every time the subject would turn over to the doctor who was sitting in the room with him and say, I think something's wrong, I think we should stop, the doctor had a series of responses like, the experiment requires you to I take responsibility, the experiment must go on, all kinds of different things like that. And the subject, we persuaded with these simple state, nothing more serious, like, the experiment will be ruined if you don't continue. I want to see, will the subject go through with it, deliver that deadly shock? The results are terrifying. 65% of subjects would deliver fatal shock. To the doctor saying, hey, I don't think you should do this anymore, but it would go back to the task. 65%. Two people off the street in the 1960s in New Haven, Connecticut, were totally willing to kill complete strangers. A terrifying result with phenomenal applications. Milgram took these results, which were mind-blowing. He had asked a lot of experts in advance what person would actually go through with it, And experts said, oh, maybe a fraction of 1%, but not 2/3. We tried many different variations. The experiment has been repeated in different countries, and it always comes back a number around 2/3 of people are willing to do this. Now, you could get some variations. For example, if it was not on a campus of a college, which looks very respectable and well-to-do, but if you did, for example, in some strip mall or something like that where it looked sketchy, okay, then the results went down a little bit. Also, resulted down the more you separated the victim from or the more you separate. So, for example, where the teacher was required to physically put the hand of the subject on a metal plate to receive the electric shock, the compliance went down and so on. But the overall number, repeated over and over again in many countries, is to deliver that electric shock. So again, I strongly recommend you go and watch it yourself because it is unbelievable. And it's worth seeing the faces of people as they deal with the moral conundrum. Should I deliver this electric shock for an experiment, the purpose of which is not especially important to me? And 2/3 of people will do it. The implications for the Holocaust are huge because we see that the Nazis were able to simply say, the country is depending on you. You must do your duty as a German. You must follow through with this experiment. Look, everyone else is doing it. And this breeds compliance among all populations. Also, the Nazis learned that the further away they could actually impose the violence, meaning if you weren't actually the person, watching the people being gassed in the chambers, if you were rather someone who drew up the train schedules or someone who simply set up the distribution of stolen property, if your particular role in it was very far away from the actual moment of violence, compliance goes way up. Intellectually that something very bad is happening, it's easier to go along with it. These are terrifying results, which help us understand the psychological and sociological underpinnings of the Holocaust. Thank you very much for watching. The idea of the death camps is something so incredibly monstrous that we should spend a little bit of time thinking about the intellectual origins of the idea within the context of the Holocaust. And I want to say two things by way of introduction. First off, we should be aware that there are really two different kinds of camps. Towards the end of the war, the distinction between them was blurred, but in the middle of the war, there's a very clear, bright line that separates the so-called Konzentrationslager, or concentration camps, and the Vernichtungslager, or destruction camps. They literally make into nothing camps. I've translated that as the death camps because these were camps which were not designed to hold prisoners, to hold enemies of the state or perceived enemies of the state, antisocial criminals, people belonging to a different political persuasion and so on. These are camps which were designed exclusively or almost exclusively for the purpose of death, in order to take in living beings and squeeze every last resource out of them, whether it be a certain amount of slave labor or simply the natural resources of their hair or their gold teeth or their prostheses or their glasses, and then simply kill them. We'll look in a future video at the actual operation of the camps, but we're going to look now at the origin of the idea. The second thing that's important for us to remember is that the timing of the death camps is very clearly related to Operation Barbarossa. As Barbarossa progressed, we begin to see the idea of the death camp coming to fruition. Some historians have argued that the conception of the death camp really came about because Barbarossa succeeded beyond Hitler's imagination, that he had penetrated the Soviet defenses so easily and was able to murder so many hundreds of thousands of Jews and others with the machine gun fire of the Einsatzgruppen, that he said, as it were, well, what's stopping us from doing this more efficiently? Other arguments are that no, in fact, towards the winter, when we begin to see the death camps really getting into an experimental mode, with the winter and the slowing down of Nazi troops, there began to, kind of like emerge in Hitler's mind the germ of the idea that perhaps they would not survive the war as a whole, and that ultimately their defeat some years down the road was betrayed by the Russian winter. And so Hitler thought, as it were, if I can't win the war against the East, then at least let me win my war against the Jews. So either of those two possibilities has merit, and perhaps a combination of both of them. But let's look now at the idea of the death camps per se. As we mentioned in the second lecture of this series, the intellectual origin of the death camps was the notorious T4, named after its Tiergartenstrasse, that housed something called the Charitable Foundation for Cure and Institutional Care. And this is such a cynical type of euphemism, typical of the Nazi vocabulary. Really what this was all about was a Nazi plan to rid the German people of any of their population that had any mental or physical deformities. As you see in this picture here, a propaganda picture from the era, Leben ohne Hoffnung, life without hope. And the Nazis essentially relegated all kinds of people with mental illnesses, with physical disabilities, with Down syndrome, and other types of disabilities as being life without hope, or as they said it in a different context, life unworthy of life. A horrific thing, even to repeat it, it makes me feel ill. But this plan was to take these people, children and then later adults, and to murder them. The plan ultimately hit a roadblock when there was objections, particularly from the church, when the word began to leak out that this is in fact what they were doing. But nevertheless, the idea of mass murdering a specific population, in this context, not necessarily Jews at all, but people with physical or mental disabilities, allowed Hitler to explore the idea of a more mechanized, systemized, bureaucratized murder. And they used gas, first carbon monoxide, as their weapon of choice. Here's another example that shows the way the Nazis thought of human beings in a transactional manner. This is a propaganda poster that describes a mentally ill person and how much it would cost to maintain his life in Germany. As if to say that these people who have life without hope, these people who are going through a life that is unworthy of life, look how much a society, we should not be paying this amount of money, they're not worth that amount of money. We begin to see the idea of the T4 methodology applied to Jews in two major areas. The first is an important that took place at a Berlin resort called Wannsee, in this building, where Hitler's top gathered together how to put in place so-called Endlösung, the final solution. They were working with some experiments that I'll discuss in a moment as data for their plans, but this is actually the first clear and unequivocal indication that the Nazis planned to massacre all the Jews of Europe. Importantly, at this conference was Adolf Eichmann, shown here, and who was in many ways the architect of the actual mechanism of the Holocaust, the death camps in particular. And at this conference in January of 1942, he kept very meticulous notes that were later typed up. And as you can see here, this is one of the most chilling documents of the Holocaust. It's just a column of numbers, but what it represents is the estimate of the number of Jews that would have to be killed in order to achieve the goals of the Endlösung. And just the fact that the Nazis went about this with this kind of, bureaucratic and thorough and detailed, everything lined up, all the decimal points. And it's a terrifying look into what the Holocaust is about. Here you can see the regions that were within the framework. You can see that again they're all prominently there with 2.2 million Jews. But also in this section, many countries are Nazi control, or in fact under Nazi control at all. You can see England near the list with 330,000 Jews, and look down the list a little bit, about 8 numbers. You have tiny Albania, that the Nazis were actually going to hunt down 200 Jews in tiny Albania in order to fulfill their quota of the Endlösung. An absolutely chilling document that indicates the lengths to which the Nazis would go in order to fulfill their objectives. As I mentioned, the people who got together at Wannsee were not operating in a vacuum. They had been conducting experiments primarily in the use of gas vans to kill people, first under the T4 program, and then increasingly groups of Jews from the smaller ghettos in Eastern Europe, where they would essentially pile Jews into a van and close the back doors and reroute the exhaust into the cabin of the van, and then simply run it for several miles until finally the Jews would die of asphyxiation. So they began to think about using gas as a more mechanized and efficient way of killing large numbers of Jews. One of the first places where they put this into effect is in a small village in Poland called Chełmno. And Chełmno began its operation in December of 1941. By the time the Nazi Endlösung was under full sway, there would be 6 similar camps that were all active with the same type of idea and technology. Basically, they would be deporting Jews. Unlike the Einsatzgruppen, where the murderers came to the local populations, here they would be taking the Jews who were largely collected in ghettos and deporting them to another site to process them more efficiently and ultimately to murder them. Here's a terrifying photograph I found on the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum website showing a young child being separated from his family, and the family is saying goodbye to him, most likely never to see him again. And they would meet their end, not at this time in gas vans, but in the first stationary location for these gas chambers. We'll speak more in the next video when we look at the actual camps. Thank you very much for watching. We now come to the very nadir of the Holocaust, the death camps, which, as we mentioned earlier, is a translation of the term Vernichtungslager, or destruction camps, literally making into nothing camps, which are distinguished from the so-called concentration camps, which were brutal, and people died in them, but primarily of abuse such as malnutrition and overwork. In the death camps, by contrast, the people who were sent here, Jews and non-Jews, were simply processed for death. A small number were set aside for slave labor or other purposes, but the vast majority of them were simply brought to these factories in order to deprive them of all their natural resources, everything from their clothing, their glasses, their prosthetic limbs, their gold teeth, and ultimately even their hair and their life. That's what makes the death camps so distinct in the history of human warfare, is that this is really the first time that a modern state uses its bureaucratic might and its modern industrial technology in order to affect the cause of destruction, of death of human life. Something truly incomprehensible, and unfortunately it has set a precedent which is likely to reverberate throughout human history for the rest of time. This map indicates the major shift in priority of the Nazis from mobile killing squads, as we saw in the Einsatzgruppen, which brought the murder to the Jews and other populations, with the establishment of death camps, first experimentally in the fall of 1941, and then in a much more significant manner from the spring in 1942 on. The victims were brought to the death camps rather than the other way around. As you can see, there are 6 camps which are specifically identified as death camps. Several other camps would later be retrofitted to absorb the kind of functions of the death camps, including, for example, Dachau and Mauthausen, which we'll see shortly. The major differences in structure are the location of nearby facilities for transport, like railway lines, the creation of gas chambers, and crematoria for ridding the Nazis of the evidence of the bodies. But this map gives you an indication of how the death camps acted as a kind of a geographic black hole that would draw in the Jews through the Nazi rail lines to their deaths in Eastern Europe. The first stage in the process was so-called selection, where the Jews would be disembarked from cattle cars. Many corpses would be left behind on these frequently brutal, long train rides, in which sometimes they were so crowded that they could not even sit down properly, without any sanitation and very little ventilation or food or water. But the survivors would be disembarked and then would be processed in a line where they would have to pass by some Nazi officers. They would either signal them to move to the left, which indicated that they would be processed immediately for death, or to the right, where they would be selected for other purposes, such as for medical experimentation. On occasion, some of the camps, like Treblinka, would make good use of sort of decoy techniques, such as the presence of a live orchestra made up of prisoners that would play lively music or concertos for the Jews as they were disembarking, in order to try and assuage their concerns that they were about to meet an uncertain fate. And the Jews were largely compliant with this process. We will discuss in the next unit instances of resistance, but for the most part, the process went very well from a Nazi point of view. Those who were selected for death would be disrobed, their hair would be shorn, they would typically be given shifts of uniforms that would only be worn for a very short period of time as they were marched to the gas chambers. In some cases, they were given towels and even soap to suggest that they were going for a regular shower or a delousing, when in reality they were going to their deaths. Their deaths would typically take place in a room which would later be filled with the noxious gases of a pesticide known as Zyklon B. This is the interior of the gas chamber at Majdanek. In some places, the gas chambers were actually built underground. In other places, they were retrofitted into barns or other types of structures. And the most important thing from the point of view of the operation was that they could be easily vented after the Jews inside or other prisoners were killed, and then their bodies could be removed for the next processing. Here is a photograph also from Majdanek that shows the vent on the roof where the Zyklon B capsules would be dropped. In some cases, the gas chambers actually had to be heated so that the pellets would transform into a gas once they hit the warmer atmosphere. And then the final destination would be the ovens. The bodies were removed by other prisoners called Sonderkommando, or special commando squads. The prisoners would take out the dead bodies and bring them to these crematoria, which would operate day and night to try and rid the camp of the remains of the victims. This photograph is from Mauthausen. You can see that someone has lit memorial candles in the openings of them, and there are other insignia from Austria and so on. The crematoria were notoriously unreliable, constantly breaking down, and quite often the bodies simply had to be burned out in the yard, as we see here in a clandestine photograph from the period. As I mentioned earlier, not everyone is immediately selected for processing to death. A small percentage were set aside for slave labor. They were housed in barracks like these here in Mauthausen. The street, by the way, is paved partially with the ashes of the victims that are killed in the gas chambers and then burned in the crematoria of Mauthausen, living under incredibly horrific circumstances of overcrowding, lack of sanitation, given a subsistence diet, which is primarily liquid in nature and makes the prisoners prone to diarrhea, very debilitating dysentery that dehydrates them. But the idea of the Nazis were that this slave labor was, highly replaceable, and it was easier to simply maltreat them and use them up until they expired. And in fact, the literature from the camps describes the slow and steady decline of the prisoners until they reached kind of like a walking zombie stage. In the camp rhetoric referred to these people as Musulmane, which is literally translated from German Muslims. It's a derogatory term, but it's intended to refer to these Jews and other prisoners who have so lost their sense of self that they can no longer maintain the self-respect to even, comport themselves with normal conversation and so on. The Nazis actually tattooed numbers onto their arms, and it was forbidden to refer to another prisoner than by their number. They literally dehumanized them, making them into commodities by giving them numbers. The great writer Primo Levi has written about this in a very moving manner. All told, the treatment of the slave laborers who were working in a variety of factories and satellite camps around the main camp has been described by the historian Terence Despres as an excremental assault. The Nazis actually pushed the camp prisoners back along the progress of human socialization, taking away every aspect of their individual identities. First their clothing, their hair, then their names, even taking them through the childish stages to infancy, making it even impossible for them to prevent themselves from being soiled by their own waste. And this literal excremental assault wreaked havoc on their self-identity, their self-esteem, and ultimately led to their abandonment of normal self-respect. I'll have to say about this in the next unit on resistance. Prisoners were also clearly marked by their status in the camp. You can see towards the bottom of this chart, various types of Jewish designations were given to them, attached to their clothing. The Star of David always indicated Jew, but depending on the combination of colors, they could be there also as political prisoners or as criminals or as even Jehovah's Witnesses Jewish or as homosexual Jews, the pink triangle. The designation of the reason why a person was imprisoned in the camps was extremely important to the social hierarchy there, because the Nazis would draw on the local population to police itself, promoting certain members of the camp, typically from the criminal population, to a higher level as so-called capos, and they would receive privileged access to food and rest and work duties and so on. The scenes at the time of liberation give us a glimpse at how badly treated the slave laborers were. Most of them only survived a few months before expiring, and the ones who managed to make it to the very end of the war tended to be those Jews and other prisoners who were sent to the camps at the very end of the war, Hungarian Jewry in particular. You can see from the images of these young men how emaciated they are from the brutal treatment they've received as slave laborers. Finally, the Nazis used the slaves in the camps for infamous levels of medical experimentation on human beings. Shown on the left here is a photograph of children who were each part of a pair of twins. The Nazis were especially interested in identifying twins because then they could experiment on one partner of the pair and keep the other one set aside as a control. And so they engaged in all kinds of horrific experiments, removing lymph nodes and injecting chemicals and forced sterilization, all in an attempt to try to understand in a very primitive and crude and cruel manner the efficacy of their eugenics theories to build a master race. One of the most notorious of the criminals in this area is the man pictured at center here, Josef Mengele of Auschwitz, who was especially fond of working with children to try and determine how he could best improve the Nazi master race by experimenting on that. The Nazis also engaged in a wide variety of experiments that were associated with the war effort. One of the issues they had, for example, was Luftwaffe pilots being shot down over the Baltic Sea and freezing to death before they could be rescued. And so they experimented by dressing Jews in various suits and then immersing them in ice time to see how they would survive the experience. Very cruel types of medical experimentation, which leaves open a major ethical question. What do we do with the meticulous records that have remained behind from these horrific and highly unethical experiments? We'll continue this series with Nazism, both in the death camps and on a broader perspective as well. Thank you for watching.
Sister, we on the real sister to the ass. I love her little badass. I watch her videos when I'm in the bed.
Resistance is among the most difficult subjects to engage in properly when looking at the Holocaust. Viewed from a distance of decades, we look back at some of these events and we say, why didn't they rise up? Why didn't they band together? Why didn't they organize? Why did they not resist? And there is a temptation to read history backwards and to make really unfounded value judgments that do not take into account the kind of circumstances that would have led people to make the choices or fail to make the choices that they in fact did. On the other hand, we see some incredibly heroic moments of resistance, phenomenal resistance that's truly awe-inspiring, and there's another tendency as a result to give much more weight to those isolated incidents and to blow them out of proportion to the overall history that we're looking at. The elements of resistance in the Holocaust is actually really quite motivational and makes you feel good about humanity, especially after looking at the tremendously awful events of the Second World War. But we have to try to put it in context of how extensive was the resistance and to what degree did it actually have any impact. And unfortunately, the answer to both of those questions is not as encouraging as we would like. But let us try and at least get some sense from a historical perspective of what to make of Jewish resistance to the Nazis during World War II. The first thing that is important to say is that resistance was fairly widespread, remarkably so, especially when you compare the situation of the Jews to other populations that had considerably more freedoms, even in Eastern Europe during this period. And we find elements of resistance in the darkest, deepest recesses of the Holocaust. Uprisings in the concentration camps themselves, at Sobibor and at Treblinka, and of course in the Warsaw Ghetto that I'd like to discuss a little bit later in this video. However, looking at a map like this, which does give you a sense of the scope of resistance, is somewhat misleading. Definitely out of phenomenal resistance. And we see, for example, large numbers of young Jews joining partisans, as we saw earlier, when Jews would, for example, escape from the Einsatzgruppen and run off into the forest, they would link up with other groups of dispossessed citizens, typically much younger, quite often affiliated with Soviet or pro-Soviet partisan groups. Sometimes, by the way, a very difficult issue of the various active in the forest, they may have truly inconsistent national goals. Some who wanted to extend Soviet power, and others who wanted to extend a new nationalist identity. We see this in particular with Ukraine, for example, where there were Ukrainian nationalist groups and there were Ukrainian Soviet groups and so on, and they didn't always together to utilize their resources effectively, and sometimes Jews were caught in the middle of this as well. But you do have examples of young people in particular joining and defending Jewish honor and Jewish blood quite heroically. You also have some truly moving examples of Jewish resistance, like the heroic and tragic Hannah Senesh, who was actually living Syrian woman who had moved to Israel, and yet for danger to her co-religionists back in Hungary, she agreed to cooperate with the Allied resistance and had herself paratrooped back into Hungary, where unfortunately she was caught by the Nazis and tortured, but did not betray any of her comrades, and she was eventually put to death. She was a remarkably talented young poet and had a phenomenal amount to offer the world, although her life was tragically cut short. So we have examples like this of phenomenal heroism, but in the main, it tends to be rather late in the war, for reasons that I hope to discuss shortly. It tends to overwhelmingly involve young people rather than people who are already in leadership positions in the Jewish community. And it tends to be symbolic in nature more than anything. There's very little thought in mind of the resistance that they could actually strike a death blow at the Nazis. But there is always a feeling that they could make a statement. That the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising in particular was a beacon of hope for many other oppressed people, because people looked at it, if the Jews trapped inside a ghetto without access to munitions and communication and so on, if they're able to rise up and hold off the German army for so long, even though their resistance was ultimately doomed, it never was a message of hope to many other peoples and inspires them to rise up as well. So, bearing in mind these caveats, that Jewish armed resistance in particular tends to be late in the war and tended to involve younger people than people who are somewhat older in leadership, and finally tend to be symbolic in nature. Let's have a deep at what resistance might have. Early scholars of Jewish resistance who were looking for, especially in the environment of the newly formed state of Israel in the late 1940s and early 1950s, we're looking for, these heroic stories like Hannah Senesh and others. We're hoping to find, really amazing examples. And they did find some, but there were not nearly as many as the overwhelming bulk of stories that spoke of Jews simply being slaughtered like sheep. And so a broadening of the idea of what it meant to resist the Nazis began to penetrate historiography. Many scholars came up with more sophisticated understandings of the nature of resistance that not only helped to explain many of these troubling aspects of Jewish armed resistance, but also helped to explain the relative failure of most peoples in Europe to mount effective resistance against the Nazis. And that includes, obviously, not only the imprisoned peoples of Eastern Europe, but also Western European populations who had far more freedoms to move about and to organize and so on. And even Germans in the 1930s and early in the war who had many more opportunities to organize resistance and nevertheless failed to do so. But the kinds of elements that go into the resistance help us get a better sense of what Jewish resistance, and in fact, under these circumstances, it actually compares quite favorably. Bergen, who wrote a very important study of the Holocaust, defines resistance thing which is meant to thwart the will of the Nazis and carries the risk of punishment. So that has a much broader sense of what resisting and would allow a much larger to honestly say they're participating in resistance, although very few of them would actually take up arms and actively fight the Nazis. For example, we see it in the Warsaw Ghetto with the organization of tremendous self-help institutions, despite the overwhelming threat of the Nazis and their obvious desire to massacre all of the Jews through slow starvation. The fact that Jews in the ghetto would organize themselves to establish, for example, orphanages and even cultural institutions like libraries and theaters, that they would even establish medical services and an underground medical school to try and cling tightly to life, even as the Nazis were trying to strip it away from them. And we see some phenomenal individuals who are truly inspirational, like the very gentle Janusz Korczak, who was not as well known by his real name, Henryk Goldschmidt, was one of the most popular children's book authors of the early 20th century, who had a deep and abiding commitment to the welfare of children, so much so that he was actively involved in caring for the children in the ghetto and ultimately went along with them to their deaths in Treblinka. This is certainly an act of resistance, even though it is expressed as an act of caring rather than an act of violence. This kind of resistance can be expressed in a spiritual manner as well, which I'd like to address in the next lecture. Perhaps the greatest example of Jewish resistance, something that truly is outstanding in the history of World War II, is the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. And many people imagine those horrific scenes of the buildings burning as the Nazis brought the full force of their army to bear on a few tens of thousands of the surviving and starving ghetto denizens. And the photographs like this of Nazi stormtroopers holding armed weapons against young, terrified children. This is really what it meant to defy the Nazis. And we should understand, however, that when you look carefully at the Warsaw Ghetto Rebellion, a couple of things stand out. First of all, the rebellion occurs in the spring of 1943, when we know that the ghetto was largely destroyed in the previous summer of 1942. The resistance to the Warsaw Ghetto Rising, which had phenomenal success, which was remarkably heroic, but once again largely symbolic, because the Jews of Warsaw were actually dislodging the Nazis from Warsaw. It only took place among those few tens of thousands that were remnants from the great deportations of the previous summer. As you'll recall, the Nazis had given work permits to a certain number of Jews to be slave laborers in Warsaw, rather than having them shipped off to death at Treblinka. And it was among these and those who may have hidden out, like children hiding behind walls and in the sewers and things like that, who mounted that resistance against the Nazis. Why then? It's so much of a numeric advantage. And we can also extend this discussion much further back. Why in 1943? Why not in 1939? Or why not among Germans in 1933? Why does it take so long for people to get to the point of actual armed resistance? So it is that the Nazis made tremendously of use of a policy of collective punishment. That if, for example, there was a small act of resistance that emanated from a particular apartment block, the Nazis would go in and would murder everyone in the apartment block. Or they would arrest all of the men and then kill them while they were under arrest in prison. There was like a sense that if one got caught resisting, then punishment would devolve not only on oneself, but upon one's family and one's neighborhood. So people were terrified, really, for the entire community, and there was internal pressure not to resist, not to stand out. Secondly, and related to this, it's a very strong generational difference. The leadership, which is typically composed of people in their 40s, 50s, 60s, and older, the traditional rabbinic leadership, the traditional establishment leadership in the Kihilot, they had no experience with any of this. And the kind of like long historical memory of the Jews in diaspora was, to essentially wait it out, pay off the oppressors, pay the necessary bribes, just behave, don't stand out, and eventually it will go away. Eventually the community will survive. And this particular approach, which had largely worked for thousands of years, was not ready for the nature of the Nazi onslaught, which was total in nature. And finally, this leads to something which some historians call the Hilberg thesis, which was a failure of imagination, related to the idea that Jews had had a pretty long strategy of what one of my students once called the fee or flee strategy of Jewish existence, that either you pay off yours or you run away. There was a failure to imagine that the Nazis might represent something radically different, that they were not interested in exploiting Jewish wealth. They were interested in exploiting Jewish race to its fullest extent until the Jews were completely extinguished from the earth. This was something so radically new that there was a failure to imagine that such a thing as that could exist. So these three things taken together certainly help us understand a lot more about Jewish resistance. And in reality, many of these things can be applied equally well to other populations, even German citizens before the war. Okay, let us continue this discussion of resistance. I'll look a little bit more closely at one case study of spiritual resistance of Warsaw Ghetto. Thank you for watching.
If you guys watch this and listening, that's my boy Jesse, aka Jesse on Fire. We're here to break down all the Real Housewives and the UFC news going on, and we're fortunate because this week the big announcement, probably the biggest announcement in a hot second for the UFC, maybe ever.
I'd like to explore our discussion of resistance in the Holocaust by looking at a specific case study of spiritual resistance, something that I spent a lot of my own personal research on, the case of Rabbi Kalonimus Kalmus Shapira, shown here. Very important Hasidic rabbi who found himself in Warsaw at the outbreak of the war, and in fact maintained his presence there and his court there, which catered to an increasingly large and diverse but ultimately doomed population throughout the war, from the initial bombing attacks of 1939, which killed members of his family, until November of 1943, when he was murdered in a camp in the context of a larger uprising. He maintained this steadfast commitment to his faith and a commitment to his followers to help encourage them and help them find similar strength to go on. Nevertheless, his wartime writings give us a fantastic glimpse into his own personal struggles with the overwhelming theological and philosophical meaning of the Nazi onslaught, which give us a better sense of just how much of a spiritual hero he truly was. The story of the Rebbe's writings is intimately wrapped up with the fate of Dr. Emanuel Ringelblum, shown here. A young historian trapped in the Warsaw Ghetto with a very prescient sense that this was something completely unheard of in human history. And so he organized early on an organization called Oneg Shabbos, the Delight of Shabbos, which was a clandestine archive that was designed to document as much as possible the nature of the Nazi occupation in Warsaw. He gathered to himself a group of very dedicated amateur historians he called Sammlers, or collectors, who would go out and would, make notations on what was happening and collect documents, journals, newspapers, posters, and bring all of these materials together for the future historian like yourself to be able to understand what exactly happened in the walls of the Warsaw Ghetto. Among his historical disciples was Rabbi Shimon, who shown here in his German identity papers, who was specifically tasked with observing the life of religious Jews. We should recall that a significant minority of Jews were observant, but a majority. So this is a subset of the whole population. Collected their writings, and in the context of the deportations of the summer of 1942, they realized that it was likely that the members of Oneg Shabbos would not survive. And so they put all of their writings in a number of containers and buried them underground in 3 locations in Warsaw. Members of Oneg Shabbos often penned their own last wills and testament, and to include in the caches of documents that they buried in these places throughout the city. After the war, only a few of them survived, and because they had maintained secrecy between the groups, and in order to avoid having to divulge the location of the documents to the Nazis if they were captured and tortured, only one of the locations was able to be identified, and that was in 1946. You see them removing the tin boxes that held these documents. Unfortunately, the documents were horribly water damaged and largely illegible. A second cache was discovered in December of 1950 by a construction worker who was clearing the rubble and found a tin milk can, which was a much more efficient way of preserving the documents. And 2 of these milk cans unearthed, filled with pages and pages, Hebrew, Yiddish, and Polish script, including the writings of Rabbi Kolomna's third cache has yet to be discovered. But this is how we have today the writings of this heroic individual, because they were part of the Oneg Shabbos archive. Now, we know from the Rebbe wrote, he would deliver these weekly Shabbos drushos, or sermons, in which he would look to the weekly Torah portion to give his congregants strength. He specifically tied, with tremendous ingenuity, the events that occur in the weekly Parsha, the weekly Torah reading, with the events of that week in the ghetto. And sometimes the parallels are absolutely overwhelming. Amazingly, he never mentioned once the word Nazi, the word German. He hardly mentioned the word war. So in fact, if you picked up the book and didn't know when it was written, you could easily imagine that this was like a really difficult book dealing with, the problem of evil, but you would never be able to locate it specifically in World War II unless you had some kind of scholarly apparatus to explain who the author was and when these books were written. So just to give you a sense of how this works, in 1939, as we saw earlier, one of the things the Nazis did when they first came into Warsaw is they toyed with religious Jews, cutting off their beards, setting fire to their forelocks, their peyote, and things like that. And they often took photographs of this to send home to their girlfriends and so on. And so the Rebbe addressed himself to the self-image of these Jews who had grown these beards all their life, and all of a sudden they were clean-shaven, and they felt at loose ends with themselves. They felt as if they could not recognize themselves. And so the Rebbe connected that to 2 different levels of exile from the Torah that's mentioned in the Haftorah on Parshat Toledot. And so people would read the Haftorah, the section of the prophetic writings that are read in synagogues, and they would see themselves in it and find strength thereby. Another example was when the Jews were ordered to build the ghetto walls around themselves. He read a midrash that occurs in that particular reading of the week that speaks about treasures found in the leftover walls of the pre-Israelite Canaanite inhabitants of the land of Israel. That the walls themselves, they look like there's something wrong because they have been afflicted by a plague at Saras. But when you knock down the walls, you find that they actually have hidden blessings, as if to say to the Jews, we don't know what this means. It seems like it's entirely bad, but you know what? It could have some good buried within it. We just have to try and dig deeper within the Jewish tradition to understand it. And another example, and the entire series, every single week, he is providing more and more examples of ways to read the Torah, to see oneself in it, and to understand how ultimately there would be a redemption. One of my favorite passages was in June of 1940, Parshat Shach, when the Torah portion speaks about the Jews first encountering the land of Israel after Egyptian bondage. And the spies come back and report how hopeless, it's impossible. The people in Israel are giants, and they have fortified cities. You will never conquer this land and enter it. And this happened to be read immediately after the news that France had fallen. When Paris fell and Nazis reached the high water mark of their expansion in Western Europe in particular, many Jews were despairing, but nevertheless the Piaseczna Rebbe returned to the Parsha and said, read the Parsha carefully. Just like the Jews, some of them were complaining they can't possibly enter the land of Israel, and in fact enter it. They did not conquer the land. They did not settle there. And so too will we eventually defeat Hitler. And that's the message that he consistently delivered, that redemption was at hand. Tremendously heroic example of spiritual resistance, of a leadership to provide hope to
Zam, how you living,
population under tremendous stress. If there was a breaking point in the Rebbe's own thought, it certainly came in the darkest.
Zam, can you hear me? What's up, son? How are you? How'd you find out about me, big dog? How'd you find out about me? Oh, was it from Kick? Oh, that's wonderful. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Zam, I don't know. Is there anything wrong with your microphone? Okay. So did you say I could tell you about myself? Okay, excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. I do so because I don't want war anymore. Have you ever seen the television show Big Brother or the movie Truman Show, Sam? Was that a yes? Okay, excellent. I take that you had seen the Truman Show. Well, that's essentially what I am. I'm live 24 hours a day on more than 20 different YouTube streams. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And if you didn't know this, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air. Data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and that means that it's become like gold or like petroleum. And I have more data online archived than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, Sam, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth. And I really want it so that you'll be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound to you, Sam?
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
Excellent. I talk about other things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help the less fortunate be able to drink. I am an advocate for the Life Share program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Additionally, I talk about some things that I feel are going to change the world, specifically in the realm of futurology. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel faster than light communication. Things like artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, Santa Claus machines, things like invisibility cloaks, quantum computing. I talk about things like extinction. People don't know this, but the first extinction took place in the year 2000 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in north southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Scientific. They've made it there in the next 3 years, by the year 28, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing task. Additionally, following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project. Joe Rogan's been them. The direwolves are about a year old. I am someone who talks about things that really I want to benefit your life. When you were born, Zam, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. If you want, with your consent, I want to be able to increase that through life extension technology, such as things like perhaps, if you want, artificial limbs, things like perhaps human growth hormone, stem cells, things like peptides, cryonics, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy, nootropics, really things that are going to increase average life expectancy. And that's all with your consent. You may get to 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. You know, you were able to make all the things come true like you said you would. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. You may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology. That's where we scan your brain in your computer like a CAT scan or an MRI. Again, with your consent, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, Zam. But essentially what I'm saying to you is that you may be able to experience a future of perhaps a digital immortality. What are your thoughts? Word, dog. So that's what I do. And I've dedicated my life to this. I currently have more than 20 YouTube channels going. If you look in the upper left corner of this server, I've got an About Me if you want to read my AMA if you're interested. I've got a link to YouTube. If you look at that link to YouTube, you'll see my I'm live on over 22 different YouTube channels. I have more social media than any person ever. This is like the world's biggest treasure hunt. It is basically a time capsule or a timeline of human society going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever, and it's really, I'm finding that this project is blossoming. I get more new people who are joining the server every day. It's just a matter of time until it blows up. And when it does, I'm going to make all your dreams come true. How's that sound, Sam?
Yeah, that sounds good. I gotta get back to work, but I should fix my microphone and come back. I'm interested in talking to you again for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely, please. I don't want anything from you. Just tell your friends. That's the best thing that you can do. And most importantly, aside from all the things that I talk about, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and just most importantly, to give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need, Sam, I'm here for you. Okay?
Thanks. Yeah,
absolutely.
Good talking to you, man.
Good talking to you as well. Pleasure to meet you. Take care, Sam. Peace.
Sorry.
Yo, Zoot, how you living, pimp? Just had somebody come in here and say hello. How are you?
Hello.
What's good with you?
What do you think of star signs?
Of star signs?
Yeah. Zodiac.
Of what?
But Zodiac.
Yeah, as an Orthodox Jew, we don't generally get into the zodiac. There are some people who, the more conservative of us, stay away from it. So, what I can tell you is I think that it is interesting, and perhaps what I can say is that there may be some correlation with people during the time of the year that they're born, and perhaps the location as well. But when it comes to any kind of fortune telling or prophesizing based, stay away from it.
Don't. I don't know the personality, the time of year you're born, really, the personality. What I think happens is people read into these things and then they can find people like them because they're reading into things. You know, what I found with zodiac signs is when another person believes in the zodiac sign compatibility, then they start believing it.
That could absolutely be.
Kind of all in the head.
Absolutely. Kay Cato, how are you? How'd you find out about me, Kay Cato?
We've talked on multiple times.
Yeah, I remember you. Yeah. You're the. Yeah. So how's your day going?
I was getting ready for bed.
Absolutely. I'm glad that you're here. Anything new in your neck of the woods? If I recall, you did we meet in the e-girl world server?
No, I joined the Restream.
Oh yeah, that's right. Absolutely. So what's new? How are your investments?
My investments are doing well. I've mostly just sold everything and just left it. I got more. Just left it in like cash to get the Robin Hood 4.5%. Because I just can't actively manage right now. This school's starting up, but I'm working full time now. I got promoted at my job.
How's that going for you?
So,
Congratulations, Mazel Tov.
yeah, I'm gonna be 5 days a week and then going to college together too. Literally like busy. And then I have all classes as well. I don't take it for that, so I'm just killing myself. But it's all worth it. No dad, college paid for. How are you doing?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. So I'm just chilling, watching Jewish history lectures. Do you have any big plans for your weekend?
Considering my last weekend, I actually had like a break without having to work the entire weekend. So I might hang out with my friends. I'm not sure. It's probably I'll probably do drugs. I got addicted to opioids in the meantime since I last spoke. So I've been doing that a lot.
That's tight. What do you plan on doing?
I'm like, I mean, it's hard for me to like actually get anything. I don't really have plans. I just stockpiled 7 out before they banned it, right?
Okay.
So I just do that.
Are you excited to do that? There you go, big dog. Are you, so you're going to do that this weekend? Is that what you said? There you go. Did you say you're going to do that this weekend? Okay. You going to be able to find it? Are you going to be able to?
Oh no, I just use for
This moment of the Holocaust for the Jews of Warsaw, and that would be the summer of 1942 in particular. In the spring of that year, a escapee from the nearby death camp Auschwitz made his way to the Warsaw ghetto and provided a report as to how the Nazis were actually gassing the Jews. This was turned into a report, the Grojanowski report, which was smuggled out of the ghetto through the resistance and eventually made its way to the Western power. In July here, the deportation began. The head Judenrat, Adam Cherniak, was discussed earlier, suicide because he saw that he saved the people of Warsaw. And this is when the Rebbe offered his final sermons. Shortly thereafter, he would give his documents to the Shabbos archive, and that would be essentially the end of his writings. he would later be deported himself and killed. And we see in his writings from that time that he takes a pleading stance vis-a-vis God. He communicates, as it were, directly to God. He's no longer speaking to an audience of human beings. He's speaking through them to God himself, saying, will the master of the universe not do justice? It's very powerful and moving and theologically very difficult. He's also quite straightforward about his own challenges in belief. He writes in March of 1942, am I not broken? Am I not in a continual state of grief, weeping from time to time? How can I possibly study Torah? How can I draw the strength to delve deeply into Torah and Hasidic thought? And nevertheless, he continued. He discusses the tremendous challenges of seeing the bloodshed every single day, and yet it does not cease. The world continues to rotate on its axis, and nothing changes. This is just a sense of his own internal struggles that he provides for us in his writings, not only by the way that he include his records of the sermons that he delivered, but he also included his personal spiritual diary, which seems to have been intended for no one but himself. Nevertheless, he felt it was valuable to share that with future historians, and so we have a unique glimpse into his own personal worldview. And yet, throughout all of it, he maintained a tremendously steadfast, ultimate faith in God, arguing that ultimately he had no power to alter his fate, but he relied upon God to do it. And he beseeched God with all his strength to bring about redemption for the Jews of Warsaw and Europe. I continue to gather tremendous personal inspiration from the writings of Rabbi Kalonyas Kalma Shapiro. If you are interested in reading more, many of his writings have been translated. My small contribution to the research is this book, in which I look at his weekly writings and compare them to the historical events of the ghetto at that time. And I continue to derive a lot of strength from it. Thank you very much for watching.
Well, I slept pretty late today, so I'm gonna be up like all night. What'd you say, Big Dog? Dude, I'm for the decriminalization. I'm actually for the legalization. All of them, as much as I can. Both. LSD.
I really like it. What's some cool stuff that's happened in your life recently?
No, I'm just building robots, man. That's what I do. I've had a lot of growth, in the server, which has been great. Thanks, big dog. How about you? What's 100%? What's good that has happened with you?
Honestly, not a lot. My life's kind of falling apart. I have a set of emotions. My relationship with my boyfriend's family.
Why is that?
I don't know. It's long distance and it's really hard. And I feel like I'm wasting both of our youths with that. Because, like, it's not going to last long term, realistically. And we're just, like, avoiding, like,
All right.
I feel like it's not healthy.
How far away is he?
He's like a couple states over.
Have you ever met in real life?
Not yet. It's been like 7 months.
Oh, you've never met in real life?
Yeah, I know, it's so weird. Like, all my other relationships we've met up within, like, a week. It feels like online. So, like, this is, like, my first one. Like, my first one since I was, like, I don't know, 14 or something. It's been, like, mostly online. It's so weird. I don't like Indian people. I was really lonely, kind of found myself in this relationship, and I kind of feel stuck in it. And I like him a lot, and I don't want to hurt him. So, I know it's good, but I know it's not going to work.
Okay, well, did you tell him how you feel?
Yeah, I told him about this.
And what did he say?
He said thanks for letting me know that's wrong. Didn't talk about it.
You're just
I don't really want to talk about it because, like, he kind of had a friend out.
okay. So why don't you say, yo, dog? It's been real. It's been fun. Peace out. If you're ever in my neighborhood, we can hang out, and then just go find yourself a new dude. All right. Well, I mean, I understand you think it's gonna hurt him, but is there anything that you can do for him to perhaps like come visit you?
Surgery, so everything's gonna fail. It's like really expensive consideration. It's also like a little complicated. Like, he doesn't want to introduce me to his family, which is kind of like a huge red flag.
Does it
Because he wants to like be a bad again and all that kind of stuff. And it's like,
does his family know that he's gay?
I don't think so.
All right. Well, that's probably why. So can't you explain to him like, hey, man, maybe in the future when you're like more comfortable with your sexuality, with your family, it's not even their business, but maybe just when you're more independent, you can come visit me and we can fuck or whatever. But in the meantime, I need to move on. You okay, big dog?
also, I'm like the only one in a relationship, which is really weird for me. Because I didn't know that.
Why are you the only one in the? Why are you the only one in the relationship?
No, I'm the older one. I'm the older one.
All right. So how old are you versus how old is he?
Well, I'm 20. He was 19. Now he's also 20. But he like just turned 20.
All right. So you guys are super young. You've never even had like legal um alcohol. So you should. Are you on Grinder? Why not?
Ever since I turned 18, I've been in relationships. I haven't been single for more than 2 months.
All right. If I were you, I mean,
That's true. I've been single for a month.
why don't you find some like older rich dude to spoil you? Dog, you go on Grinder. I mean, I don't know. I've never used it, but I imagine it's like Tinder, and you put in your profile looking for casual hookup and possibly more with an older established man who's looking for fun. And you'll get like 10 billion fucking people dudes who want to fuck you. Again, I have no knowledge of this. I just know how it works on Tinder. And you're basically like a hot chick, except for Grinder. So I'm just imagining, like, if you're a hot chick put out there, like, hey, looking for an established man who wants to fuck and possibly more, she'd have everybody on the fucking app. And so you will basically have the same, just as a dude. I mean, why don't you just download Grinder right now and see if you could probably have some dude have sex with you in the next 15 seconds if you were on Grinder. All right. So what do you mean by that? Do you still have a penis? All right. Do you like to have dudes stick their dick in your butt, or do you like to stick your dick in their butts? Oh, then like that 50% of guys on Grindr are gonna think that you're like the best thing in the world. Well, you never know until you try. Dog, seriously, I'm gonna stay here, download Grindr. Yo, okay, so dudes are gonna love you. Download Grindr. I'll wait here. And
Also, like,
dude, it's not scary.
I don't really want to download Grindr, like, in a relationship and stuff.
Dog, you're not in a relationship. This is like a pen pal who you're never gonna meet until you guys are like 25. So for real, I mean, so you should just tell the guy as soon as possible, even right now. You can just send him a message. Hey, I think it's best that we remain friends. And if you're ever in my neighborhood or we're in a common area, let's date because I really like you or whatever. But for now, I'm going to just see other people. And it just has to be a straightforward message. Communicate that. You send that message right now. And then you download Grindr and you'll be fucking a dude within an hour if you want. And if you don't want that, then you put a serious profile out there that, hey, I'm a transgender person who prefers the bottom. A gay guy doesn't really care about that. They're just looking to be able to stick their dick in something. And if you like to have your butt get fucked, They don't care if you're transgender, if you're a chick, if you're a regular homosexual man. They don't care.
I guess, but I mean, I really like this guy. Like, I mean, we've been like together for like 7 months. We've been talking for like almost a year.
Okay,
So,
then can you go
it's
visit?
like I feel just so bad about that. Like,
Okay,
I
then.
don't know. We talk to each other like 8 hours a day every day. Like since then.
Okay, so then why don't you go visit him?
Well, the reason at first was I was scared of committing to a guy that's so far away. So before I like got in a relationship, I'm like, hey, you have to get a job before like I even say we're gonna like eat later or anything. And then he like got a job, and then I'm like, before I see you in person, you have to like be in college. But he missed the deadlines for it, so he didn't like go to college yet. So like that's kind of why I haven't gone out to see him in person. Also, we'd have to rent an Airbnb because we can't like stay at his parents or anything.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's no big deal. Why don't you go? Okay, so you really like this guy. Why don't you go visit him? He doesn't have to be in college for you to go see him. Don't put something so like expensive on.
Well, the thing is, he wanted to. I said college or trade school, like something that leads to a career. He's like, I wanted to.
Why can't you do that?
Because I don't want to like have to be like dragged around all this military bases. It wouldn't be like conducive to the career path I want to pursue in my life. And being long distance for like most of our lives, I don't want that either. Like I want more like a serious relationship, like quicker than that, I guess. Because I feel like with military relationships, it's either like they're gone most of the time, or you're just like shuttled between a bunch of bases.
Okay, so why don't you? You have a decision to make. It's either you want to be with this guy or you don't. But you need to make a decision. You need to be honest with yourself. You're a good looking transgender person who is open to a gay lifestyle or just an open-minded lifestyle. I don't even know what you're into. But basically, you need to be honest with this guy. Look, we talk like 8 hours a day, but we're not going to see each other. And there's a physical aspect of this relationship that I want that we're not going to be able to have or isn't realistic. So you either lay out the plan to me of how we'll meet in the next year, or I need to move on.
Thank you. I really appreciate that right now.
That's for what I'm here, baby.
I need to just like a serious conversation. I really appreciate
Absolutely. So you know what to do. You know what to do in your heart. I think you're a really good person, Kato, because an asshole would just be like, all right, well, I'm going to cheat on this guy. He lives far away. But no, you care about him. So, like, I think you've got a really good heart. I've had conversations with you before where everybody basically says to me, oh, what you're doing is so fucking great. But you were like, how do you know that this is going to work out for you? I love that aspect of you. And I respect it. And we can agree to disagree on things. In terms of your relationship, you need to be honest with yourself. And this guy isn't for you. He wants to go to the military or he's talking about it or whatever. He didn't have a job. He's basically like a glorified pen pal. And that's cool. But you want more than that. You want a physical relationship. And if that's what you want, is that not what you want, Kato?
that's what I want, but I guess I'm also like really afraid of being alone. Like that's not really good to me. Like I've like kind of neglected a lot of my friends, and like he is like my world for the most part now. So like if I'm like not with him, like I've just lost like basically what I do every day, and it's like that's been such a big part of my life. Like recently, that it would be. I think it made me very sad for a while, and I just been like trying to avoid that feeling.
Doug, you know that the second you've got some dude fucking you, you'll forget about this guy.
I don't know about that.
I do.
I guess I'm a sentimental person. Like I still cry about like all of my exes. Like I still think about all of them. Like even like the crazy one that like made like a body pillow of me after we broke up and like kind of went skits out. Like,
Okay, that's
tried suicide and I got back together. Like I still think about that. Like, I think about all of them.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
everybody
I
thinks
don't really like them.
everybody thinks about people with whom they've been. I get that, but let's be honest. You are not gonna in a physical relationship in the next year if you stay with this guy, right? Okay, so you need to be honest, and you can say, "Look, dude, I'll masturbate to you in the future. I love the conversations we've had. If you ever want to talk to someone, I'm here for you, dog. But at this point, I need someone who's closer to me, and I need someone who's closer to where I live. And you just have no plans to move near me. And I just got a really great promotion, which congratulations again on that. That's really great. And I need to move on now. If and I also don't want you to do something drastic just for me because you know, like you should have your own ambitions, not just hey, I'm going to do this because K Kato isn't going to want to be with me if I don't. I mean, he should be able to make his own decisions. Um, it's not going to be hard for you to find a dude. You're like every gay guy's dream, and thus,
I just think most gay guys don't like trannies. I mean, I guess bi guys do, but most gay guys don't like them.
Doug,
Most bi guys that do just want to strip the fucking.
Doug, that's a lot of gay guys. That's fine. I mean, that's what's going to happen. But you could find. I'm telling you, if I were you, I would put a. I mean, okay. If I were you, here's my plan. Do you really want to be a woman in the future?
I've been on hormones for like almost 5 years.
So you eventually one day want to like have your penis removed and have breast implants and stuff?
I mean, I already have B cups from hormones, so probably not. And I don't. The surgeries are really bad right now. Or like really like have such high complication rates that I'm not entirely sure about long surgery. Like I like it, but also like it's so risky and it doesn't bother me enough to be worth all the money, pain, and like complications.
Yeah, I've got you. It's like a continuous open wound, isn't it?
Yeah, I think like so we could like connect to like the colon and like there's so many bad complications that can happen. Or like I heard a story from a friend where like apparently they're having sex and it wasn't fully healed yet, and it like literally like inverted out on them and like came out like that's horrible. Like
Yeah.
things that can happen. It's
Yeah.
like actually like it's actually evil what some doctors do to people.
Have you ever just wanted to be like a normal gay guy?
I thought I'd be like that when I was little, but then I just got so like discontent with my body and like I just hated masculinizing so much. Nothing gave me more like pain and discomfort than like thinking about like masculinizing to like an old balding man. Like, I don't know. There's just something about that that's just so viscerally like uncomfortable.
Okay,
So
so,
I just don't. I just have severe autoandrophobia, I guess.
okay. So you want to be a transgender person who doesn't have bottom surgery, who's on hormones, gotta be honest with you, that's still like a gay guy. It's not. It's different, but like men want something warm to stick their dick in, whether it's a boy or a girl or whatever. That's what they want. And Grinder's gonna have hundreds of men who want to do this, and all you have to do is find one of them and just be like, yeah, I want something more than just something you can stick your dick in. And you'll find a guy who really likes you, and you can explain to him, like, hey, I've been on hormones for 5 years. Maybe someday I might want to explore going all out and being like a real woman. But as of right now, I'm just fine with being a bottom and being effeminate. Because, like, nobody, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but you're not so effeminate that you're tricking people. Am I wrong?
Not without makeup. Like, I'm also, in real life, I mean, if I talk to somebody they know, like in real life, because I'm really short, 5'1", like with long hair, most people just assume I'm a girl until I speak. But like once I speak, people just realize that I'm like a tranny or a faggot or whatever.
Okay, so that's cool. Meaning like a gay guy is gonna understand like, hey, this is still like dating a dude, though a more like a way more effeminate dude. And on top of that,
Also, like, I really like being into it, I guess. I hate it. I wish I just didn't exist.
don't don't say that because you everybody don't say that because you're very successful and everybody's got a role on this planet and you're just finding yours. So you're obviously really successful in your job. You just got promoted and you said the store manager.
I'm just a shift lead.
Oh, Shelly, apologies. That's still very good. And especially with you, dude, you're 20 years old. Most people don't get their first promotion until they're older than that. So that's really great. And that you are not a typical person to get a promotion like that is really great. There are a lot of times that there may be a situation where companies just don't want to take a risk, and this one obviously does for good reason. You're a good, hardworking, dependable person, and that's great. You need to tell your friend who's 20 years old, you need to be straight up with them. You can do that right now, and you just write them a message, and you can say, I care about you. I want to be your friend. You have to understand, though, you don't have any future, especially currently, to come visit me, and I don't have the ability to come visit you. So maybe it's best that you find someone else for the time being until you can come and be with me permanently. And that means you don't have to tell them this, but that means you need to go find somebody else. And you get on Grinder and you explain your situation. I would say, hey, I'm a successful 20-year-old transgender person. I've been on hormones for 5 years. I am a bottom looking for a serious relationship, preferably with whatever you like. If you like somebody your age, whatever. If you want somebody older, put that. And then you just sit there like you're fishing and you're going to get so many dudes. I mean, it's very simple. You could literally do all of this in the next 10 minutes.
I'll definitely need more time to think about this stuff, but I appreciate it. But I need to go to bed. I'm working, like, well, in the afternoon tomorrow.
Absolutely. Okay, Kato, you get your rest. You as well. And congratulations again on your success. And I'm always here to help you. And if you need to ever talk with anybody, I'm here. And most importantly, you should know that you have a role on this world, no matter who you want to be, okay? Peace, my friend. Bye. Dude, how you living, pimp?
Was Genghis Khan a bad person?
Dog, why are you asking me that? That's crazy that you asked me that.
No, it's debatable.
Do you know that I've been learning, like obsessed with him for the past, 96 hours?
Really?
Word, dog.
Was he a bad person?
I think he was probably one of the kindest global conquerors you could have had. And here's why. When he first started, he didn't have a city. The Mongols were just a nomadic tribe. And they had never even seen a wall. They had these yurts. Basically these temporary movable tents. And because of the Mongol horde's amazing ability to travel at great distances, because they would bring 5 horses along with each person and ride one horse every single day and then give the other horses a time to rest. They were able to travel further than anybody else. They were able to also shoot 2 kinds of bows, a long distance bow and a short distance bow. And they were able to do a type of very difficult archery by being able to shoot not only forwards but backwards. They were able to conquer the known world from Mongolia to Hungary, essentially the entire Asian steppe, within a generation or so. And I would tell you, Genghis Khan did have formal education. He was abandoned essentially by his father. He was not the firstborn. He had a lot of challenges to overcome, and he was able to defeat the Han Dynasty. Essentially, he was the last person to ever take over China. He was the last person to really take over Russia. I mean, we'll never see that in our lifetimes, maybe, but China, Russia being overtaken by someone. Additionally, he was very kind, I feel, leader. He could have been. When the Mongolian horde would find a group of people in a city, they would first send couriers and explain that they were the people who were going to be the new rulers. And if you wanted, you could join peacefully without being murdered. And all you had to do was just change the people to whom you were giving your tax revenue. If you chose to fight them, they were going to destroy you. They were going to beat you generally on the open plain. Even though they may not have had as many people as you had, what they would do is they had a theory to retreat, or make you think they were retreating, and they would leave a bunch of valuables in the middle of the plain. And while your troops would take time to go collect the valuables, the loot essentially, the Mongols would come back and slaughter you. They established some really good policies, like you weren't to kidnap women. Genghis Khan's mother was kidnapped, and so he was very against that. They were of the idea that you should not kill a diplomat, because it was so important for the messages to maintain stability, so that Genghis Khan's empire could get a message from Hungary to Mongolia, or Mongolia to Hungary, within 6 weeks. They did it so that you had free religion, so you could you could be whatever you wanted to be under them, including Confucian, Muslim, Christian, Jew. You could continue whatever you wanted. The fact is, you just had to give. And for these reasons, I think he was one of the greatest leaders that you could have had 700 years ago, 800 years ago.
What's the best movie of him for?
You know, that's a good question. It's definitely not the one with John Wayne. I don't think they've made a good movie, to my knowledge, about him that's been popular. I like podcasts about him. So I
There's this one Mongol that has really good reviews.
there's a Mongol who has really good movies.
There's one called Mongol that has really good reviews. It's made in 2007.
All right, we'll check it out. We'll check it out. I'm not saying that I know. I don't know too much about the movies that have been made about him, except I know the John Wayne one is considered like one of the worst movies John Wayne ever made.
It's made in Russia.
Oh, okay, that's why I'm not aware of it. But in general, I think Genghis Khan is a fascinating individual. I've been learning a lot about him. In fact, I was listening to a podcast about him yesterday and today and the day before. Lex Friedman did an interview with a Genghis Khan researcher, and that's how.
There are 5% of the world might come from his DNA.
Right, that's not proven, but it's approximately 16 million people on Earth that may share some DNA with an individual, but that it hasn't been proven because we don't know what his DNA was, and we also don't know where he was buried when he died, and we don't even know how he died. There are theories that it was through cholera or something at about age 60. His one request was on his death. He did not want a public burial, so there are theories that he was just buried somewhere in the mountains.
Well, yeah, we all have DNA from MMA, but there's no evidence that it actually existed.
Yeah, I mean, we have common ancestors, certainly, and whatever you want to consider the first humans, but that isn't a clear-cut line. But with Genghis Khan, I mean, I know a whole bunch about him because I've been studying him a lot recently. That and his sons and grandsons, because that's really, it was like 3 generations that dominated it. The fact that they had a failed invasion of Japan, the fact that they were able to conquer Beijing all the way down to Hanoi, like to Vietnam. They were able to conquer the entire Asian steppe. They were able to conquer like Iraq, Afghanistan. They're the last group of people who successfully were able to conquer Afghanistan. Like the British failed at it, the Russians failed at it, the Americans failed at it. They were even they even had an effect on the pollution of the earth. 10% allegedly they killed 10% of all living humans on Earth. But I want to re-emphasize that they didn't just come in and kill you. They would send a courier in, sometimes as many as 2 years in advance, and tell you, look, we're going to fuck you up if you don't give us your tax dollars and let us rule. So you have a choice. Your choice is this. Give us your tax dollars and you'll be able to continue having your religion and your women won't be kidnapped and you will have the opportunity to have careers, or you fight us and we're going to fuck you up. And we've already fucked up everybody in Asia. So if you want to roll, we'll roll. This is from people who had never even seen a wall. They'd never even fucking wall. Like Mongolia didn't have wall, and then they get to see basically giant walls of China, and nevertheless they were able to take it over. And then they recruited Chinese siege engineers, and then they were able to take down larger cities. It's just absolutely fascinating. I mean, I'm not saying I know everything about Genghis Khan, but I know more right now on Genghis Khan than I'm like a 1 in 1,000 knowledge. I have like 1 in 1,000 people knowledge right now, just because I've been studying him so recently. I can tell you he had 4 wives. I can tell you that he had uh, his sons. The son who took after him was like kind of a drunk, happy drunk. The one who really impressive is Kublai Kai, who's grandson. Kublai Kai, Marco Polo. Before the Mongols, there was not a direct connection between the East and West. Because of the Mongols, basically China and Europe have had continuous discussions every year since then. But before the Mongols, that did not happen. Just absolutely fascinating. They were able to conquer both Russia and China. And the way they were able to do it was because of the amount of horses they would use and their ability to ride horses. In fact, the horse and the Mongolian are tied, like connected. And the horses could know who their owners were just based on smell. And when they would have horse races, the Mongolian people were so good that if you were older than age 6, you were already too old to be a jockey. Basically, like these children would learn before the age of 6 how to ride horses, not just ride horses, but ride horses so well that they could ride them in races. Just absolutely fascinating. And they were eventually able to utilize some elements of gunpowder and the crossbow, which made them even more, um, which made them even more um, dangerous. And that's, I mean, they they created the largest contiguous land empire in global history, and it happened like 800 years ago.
Well, that's for the fact 7% of the humans who are ever lived are alive today. Wow. Bring the 7%.
There you go, pimp.
That means there's 95% people that are dead that they don't exist. 117 billion people have lived on Earth since the dawn of the human species. And that means the dawn of Homo sapiens.
There you go, pimp. Are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a moment. I'm sending Riser a message. Just 1 moment. Bear with me. What are you doing?
Checking your inbox.
Okay, Zoot. I'm gonna send you an invite. I know you. I know the answer is no, but I don't know. Maybe you surprised me. Did you get a rubber band yet? Okay, when are you gonna get a rubber band?
I'll be free tomorrow.
Okay, so within 24 hours you're gonna have a rubber band.
I'll try and remember.
Zoo, you have
Okay,
to.
you ready?
Zoo, within 24 hours you better have a rubber band, big dog.
Fuck. No good. You did 5 points damage and you're ready. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Oh, actually, that's the best move you can make. Yeah, do that. Please do that. Fuck. Why would you do that? Why'd you listen to me? Rabbi?
Yo, pimp.
I think you've had experience with this before. How do you know if you're in like an open relationship and you should make your move?
You asked, how do I know if a girl's in an open relationship and I should make my move?
Yeah.
I mean, I've had relationships with chicks in open marriages, and they would tell me. And I mean, a lot of times they would hear from another chick that I was an amazing lover, and then they would pay me to have sex with their friend, and kind of word got around. So basically, like, first you have to have a chick aware that you have interest in her, and if she has interest in you, and she's in an open marriage or relationship, they'll tell you. Why do you ask? What'd you say, pimp? Zoo, what did you say?
I'm not sure if the relationship's open.
Well, have you thought of just asking the chick, hey, are you in an open relationship? I'm here. Just one moment. I'll be right back. Make your move.
If Rabbi wins, I'll sit missing it. You got 7 seconds. Fuck. Yeah, that was the greatest move you could have made.
No, it isn't. Sucks.
do you think of this move?
Doug, you know I'm still gonna beat you.
I feel like that was a good move. But how do you find what you're good at?
That's a good question. You try a lot of things, and if you're good at them, you'll recognize it because you will have experience and success doing what you're good at. Doing at what you're good.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Big hit. What do you think of that?
I'm excited because this is going to be a close game.
I helped you. Fuck, this is tough. I know that you're gonna get a berry. You have an opportunity to get a lot of berries here. Okay, you get a huge advantage over me. But we both get berries. I think this is the best move. Oh, what the fuck? Bye-bye.
I made a mistake.
You won.
No, I wasn't focused. I made a mistake.
You can say. That was no, oh, that might not have been a move.
It was terrible.
I think this is the move. Agree or disagree?
Obviously. Big time, Zook.
Rabbi, that was a good move.
Thanks, baby.
That's not a good move. You just gave me the game. You could not have given me a better move. I got two moves and I can outwin. See how I win?
Are you proud?
Yeah. Oh, you have 47 wins and I have 30 wins. How does it feel to lose with a hero?
Dog, I skipped 3 turns. I didn't lose. I don't consider that a loss.
You skip French. That's a lot. It's only one time you skip.
Are you going to pick your guy? Or you're going to jerk yourself off raw?
Oh, this couldn't have been a better one to pick what I picked. Oh my God. I am in trouble here. Rabbi, how fucked am I?
Major league fuck.
Okay, do some damage. I don't think I'm in that bad of a position right now. Okay, I am going. No, 29. Oh, fuck. Yeah.
Zoot, flick your wrist.
What?
Flick your wrist. You asked if I'm gay.
I love myself. Do you think it's fun living with Tourette's?
Seems terrible.
Okay, that's a god move. Like an extra minute. Rabbi, do you see Charlotte first? You know what the best part is?
How sexy I am? What's the best part, Zoop?
How hard you're working for the ranch guy, and I can just do this and fuck your whole thing.
That's true.
I'm a green guy. Do you think I'm too good? Would this be a good move? Huh. I think that might be the best one. You think that was a good move?
No.
You think this is a good move?
Okay.
I think that was a good move.
It was good.
No, because you can go for your. I think I have a smart move. Being dropped on your head repeatedly cause Tourette's.
That I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I don't know if science even knows that. It's a hard thing to prove. From, like, how high were you dropped as a child?
I don't know. I don't know why, but my mom let her 14, 15-year-old neighbor hold me as a baby. I don't know how old I was or how high I was dropped from. Do you think that could explain a lot of my problems?
No, I think that's an excuse you're making. I think that it may be genetic. Tourette's. Is Tourette's genetic?
Genetic?
Yeah, didn't you say that you had like an uncle or somebody who had Tourette's?
Cousin?
Yeah, so I think family. I don't think it has anything to do with you being dropped. And I think that
I think my coordination issues come from being dropped when I did that.
I don't.
You think those are genetic as well?
No, I don't think you have major coordination issues. You went to normal school. Nobody thought anything was wacky with you then. I honestly think that you want to have something, and you want to then have everything, and you don't work. So all you have to do is think like for 16 hours a day, what's wrong with you? And in reality, like you're just driving yourself into this mental prison. And if you recognize that you're relatively normal aside from Tourette's syndrome, I don't think you have coordination issues. You play the games that we play, coordination issues, you would be all fucked up in that. And I think you have to be honest with yourself. You just don't have that wrong with you. You want to have stuff wrong with you. But the fact is, you don't have that much wrong with you. The one thing you have is Tourette's. We're going to work on that. Aside from that, all this other bullshit that you say that you have, I just don't agree with it. I know deep down you don't either. You're the one who even did all that research on the American Medical Association or American Psychiatric Association and how they convince people that they have things that they don't really have.
Well, I was thinking about this today, right? Like, autism is issues with social interaction, social situations. The worst thing you can do to someone who has issues with social interactions and social problems is diagnose them with a disability or a mental illness that tells them they have deficits in social interactions. And because what that does, it gives them an excuse to say, I have this disability, I don't want to socially interact with you. But in reality, they can just, if they want to, they can improve on their disability.
Okay.
Or, do you agree with that? No.
Not especially. Dude, this is the biggest one I've ever seen. Look at all these blue ones. That should be like 2 extra moves. Look at this. 5 straight.
Well, okay. The worst thing you can do is you can say to someone, it's hard for you to socially interact. Because then they're going to think about it. And then they're going to and if you diagnose them with something like that, then they're not going to socially interact. They're going to use that as an excuse for a situation where they don't want to socially interact.
There you go.
Now, I take myself out of situations where in social, like sometimes I take myself out of family situations, social situations, if there's children around, because I don't want to be around children as an adult man. Now, if I had my own children, all the children were related to me, it would be a different scenario.
You just want it.
I don't see it. I don't see it. Oh, I can see it now.
Yes, sir.
That's two in a row. That's two in a row. I think if the fire got fucking
If I focus, I'll be able to destroy you. You need to choose somebody.
right.
Go. Go.
Alright, ready?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, actually, no. This is good. This is good. This is good. Evolving kills. Who's in a better situation?
I am. You've got a big move. There you go, big man. Good move.
I don't know if it's the greatest man ever made. Oh, evolving. Wait, evolving. I'm not gonna evolve yet.
Makes you happy, pal.
Yeah, if I evolve, I'm at max health anyway. Alright, your turn.
I know. Oh, I fucked up.
You did fuck up. Oh, you really fucked up.
You're up, pimp. That was not smart. Oh, yeah, it was. I see a really good move for you. Terrible move. Terrible move. Terrible move. Dog.
Doesn't matter.
Look at this. 2 4s in a row.
I just slapped myself.
Good.
But I've been taking in public as well, which usually never happens.
You've been what in public?
I've been kicked in public.
Kicked in public?
Kicked.
Oh, you have kicked in public. I know. You said it gets worse when you're in with more people.
No, it's the opposite.
I thought you said if you're in a large crowd, it gets worse.
No, opposite.
So if you're in a large crowd, it's better?
Yeah, if I'm alone, it gets worse.
Oh, okay.
Favorite. Can you come on brain with me correct?
I don't know anyone who's famous who has Tourette's.
A lot of things, Billie Eilish, and Lewis Covered.
Capaldi?
Got the things on that.
Okay.
Come on to that. Then Lewis something.
Louis Capaldi?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Name someone over age 30 who has Tourette's. Who's famous?
Donald Trump.
I don't think so.
I think he'll do.
I don't think so. Maybe he's probably closer than most people. This is a big one. That's a big one, big dog.
Yeah, you haven't won in like a long time.
Dude, 2 games. Get over yourself. Are you going to go? Or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw? Fuck, dude.
Okay, Robert.
You just fucked me.
I know. You are going to disagree. You, oh, fucking hell. I was only 10 year once. Oh, you're not a bowler. You are not a bowler. Fucking hell. Probably, you're not a bowler.
Dude, you fucked me again.
And I healed. I might have given you like a very good opportunity though. That's good.
Just took it away.
Okay.
You just took away my opportunity.
By the way, feeling involvement with your reason. Well, then we feel the same, but I don't think it's going to help you. But that would be dumb. But no, that was the channel. What's my best move? That's my best move. Holy shit. Did you say how that was?
Dude, you're just getting handed wins. That was not smart.
Oh, you mean like this? Oh. The lot that happened to you. And you still fucking. That was not good for you. You got up on. You know?
Yes, sir.
Right now.
That was really good. Are you gonna go?
Oh, here we go. No, you best. Oh, fuck. That was the best movie.
Thanks, baby.
I'll put it out of 10. Fuck, well. You not say how you fucked up. Fuck, got lucky. Got really lucky here. I have a feeling this band's gonna go on before we do it. I'll get there. No, I'm thinking of it. Let's go. Oh, you fucked me. Oh, the rebel. Holy shit. Oh. Why are you sweating?
Zoom, flick yourself.
was talking about dog.
No, you're not. Whenever you, or I even sent you a tick, I'm going to tell you to flick yourself. Oh, wow. What are you going to do, Zoo?
You think attractive women have more advantages than attractive men?
Yep. I just won.
Why do you think that is?
Women are more, I mean, women can reproduce.
I don't know.
A woman can just reproduce. All she needs is sperm. She can go to a sperm bank. A man has more difficulty. He'd have to get a surrogate. Are you gonna go?
Donate.
What'd you say, Zoo?
Should I donate sperm?
No.
Why not?
There are arguments to be made that in the future you may be liable for inheritances and such, perhaps even um, child support. And I mean, do you want somebody coming to you like 60 years from now, or like 40 years from now, and like being like, "Hey, I'm your child" or whatever? You would want that? Well, just be a dad. I personally would want to have at least a connection with whatever child I had. I looked into it and I signed up with the company, but I just had some issues with it, and um, I was approved, but I never did it. Zoot, are you gonna go? At least in the United States, you have to be a college graduate to do it.
No. I'm just very successful.
In the United States, I think you have to be at least 6 feet tall and a college graduate at a lot of places. Not all of them, but a lot of places. I think maybe 5'10" might be a cutoff too. Are you gonna go though? You're wasting everybody's time, dog. You're wasting everybody's time. So this isn't. This isn't. Hey, I'm gonna research shit. This is. Are we gonna play or not? Dude, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck, it's hard to put this back on the drive.
What do you have to do? Zoot, what do you have to do?
Talk to people.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. I don't. Like, it's like. I think they want to question and stuff.
Do you have to be a college graduate?
Like, no. Like, over in America, right? You just look into the clinic and it's some places. You look into the clinic and they don't even do health care checks. They just go, here they go.
Not the one that I was with. That you had to be a college graduate. You had to be at least 5'10". You had to pass their health checks.
Did you donate stones?
I did not. I just said I was on their list to do it, and I thought better of it. And I've gotten emails from them for like 10 years in a row ever since.
Can I free last night?
Yeah.
Check.
Yeah. Dude, when I was 18 years old, I was working in this financial institution, and one of the ladies who worked there in the vault, she would like ask me, what I'm doing with chicks and stuff. Like all these girls wanted me at this fucking place. I mean, the ladies who worked there, they were all older than I was, so I was 18 and whatever. But I'd even get like I was like a bank teller. I'd get customers that would come give me their numbers, and this one lady asked me like how far I'd been with chicks, and I was like, well, I get blown by chicks and like a lot of them, but I at the time hadn't had sex yet, and I was like, and I'm not too worried about like she said like, well, always make sure like if you are going to have sex with if you're gonna have sex, make sure to wrap it up. And I was like, yeah, no, I know that, but I'm not gonna have sex with anybody. I just let them blow me. And she's like, well, you better make sure they swallow. And I'm like, I mean, I don't really like they do, but like that's not like I don't like force them to do it, but they all have. And she's like, yeah, but here's what'll happen. She's like, I had a girlfriend of mine do this. Is she liked a guy who didn't want to have sex with her, and so she blew him, and he came in her mouth. She incubated it in her mouth, froze it, and then tried to impregnate herself with a turkey baster. I was like, what the fuck kind of crazy friends do you have? And so ever since then, I kind of just thought that was a wild fucking story. Like, would that work? I think this woman was just trying to get impregnated by this certain guy, and he did not want to have sex with her for whatever reason. Anyway, she told me that story, and I was like, that's fucking wild. Let me see if that would work. Yo, dog, if man and woman were having, yo, dog, if a man and woman were having relations and the man had semen in the woman's mouth, could she incubate it for a short period of time and then freeze it in a residential freezer and then unfreeze it and impregnate herself with a turkey baster? Anyway, it was fucking crazy. I'll never forget it. Is that what happened? That is, I remember, yo, what the fuck? Dude, Sam, whatever, your fucking shit sucks. Chat GPT 5.0 sucks. Dude, ChatGPT sucks so much dick. No, that wouldn't result in human conception requires sperm to reach egg in a woman's reproductive tract. The mouth and digestion aren't connected to the reproduction. No. No, that didn't finish it. No, that's not the question. In her mouth, and then put it in a residential freezer, like in a refrigerator, and then later on have it thaw and use a turkey baster to impregnate herself. I'll never forget this one with the story. Whenever your friend is fucked up. The scenario is technically creative, but in practice it wouldn't work for a few reasons. Sperm is fragile outside the bone, but sperm only minutes, maybe an hour, okay? Saliva contains enzymes and bacteria that damage sperm almost instantly. By the time it was stored, most would be dead or non-mobile. Freezing sperm isn't just sticking in the freezer. Utility clinics use crowd protectant specials for ultra low temperature. I'm not. This is a story I heard. I was fucking in a bank vault. I was right outside it, and this woman was like leaning over, telling me this fucking story. Really? Oh yeah, I know. And so if anybody's listening, this is how the story went down. I was getting blown by tons of chicks, and I was like, oh, I'm not gonna have sex with them, so it's like whatever, allegedly. And she's like, well, you better be careful, make sure they swallow. I'm like, well, why? And then she's like, because there are some women out there who will, if they find that you are a good quality person, they will incubate your semen in their mouth, put it in a container, freeze it in a refrigerator or a freezer. They use a turkey baster to impregnate themselves. I remember being like, would that even fucking work? Anyway, household freezer. Okay, self-insemination with thawed sperm is unreliable. Dude, I think this could work. I'm sure somebody's gonna try it. I think that it's not a viable or safe way. I think it could happen under the right conditions. Like, name a situation where this could definitely happen. Oh wait, hold on. No. That's not what it was. That's not what I think. I'm combining two stories. It was just a girl had it in her mouth and she used her fingers immediately to stick. That's what it was. That's what it was. There was no turkey baster, but I'm sure some rabbits will fucking vibe with the oldies on that story. But no, that's what it was. This was like 25 years ago. 20 years ago I heard this story. So yeah, it was just incubated in the mouth, and then okay, how about that one? Wait, hold on. Let's see if this is possible. Is this possible? even under the best situation, like because somebody told me that's how they were made. Well, name a situation where this could actually work. Dude, this ChatGPT sucks. Okay. How about this one? Can a woman impregnate herself by just quickly incubating sperm in her mouth and then sticking it up inside herself? The guy isn't paying attention. Now that was the story. That was the story. Biology, yes, it's fresh sperm and the transfer happens within minutes. Pregnancy is possible. So this one was trying to get these people, not the one I knew, her friend. Somewhere alive and mode, yeah, yeah. So it could happen. That's what she was trying to protect me from, and I appreciate that. So where did you get this fucking idea of the freeze it? I don't know. I'm a science person. I just kind of figured that with a turkey baster, dog. I think when she told me this story, my mind went to what other scenarios are available. But okay, so what's her story? Because if she ever sees this, she's gonna be like, she knows who she is. All right, so I was outside this bank vault, and this woman would always lean over and ask me like about, I don't know, maybe she just got off on me talking about getting blown. Anyway, there's always she give me a ton of money. I was like, oh, I don't have to worry about impregnating a girl because they just blow me. You better be careful. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, I've had friends who just quote unquote guy and incubate their mouth, and when he's not looking, they shove it up inside themselves to try to get themselves pregnant. And I was like, what kind of fucked up friends do you have? And then I thought to myself, oh, of course, fucking internet goes out. And then I thought to myself, what kind of fucking fucked up friends do you have? And if that's possible and that works, could you freeze it in a household freezer? And then the turkey baster, I don't know. I think I just was mixing things up. But like, how else are you gonna get it up there? Why a turkey baster? Why not? Anyway, that story sucked dick. Listen. What do you think's wrong with Zoot? What I tell him, everything, he just overanalyzes things. He does have Tourette's syndrome. I've only ever known, I didn't even know the person. I've only ever seen it experienced. Well, I saw people online who had it really, really badly. But and I've seen somebody have it, and it seems really, really difficult to live. As I've previously said, it'd be like all your secrets are just, that's the first thing that you want to talk about. Anyway, are you going to sleep? I'm fucking wide awake. Slinging dick like it's going out of style, baby. Push perhaps. They raised over $10 million. I don't believe that. Really? No. They're like, oh, can't end the stream until like this. I don't believe any of the fucking figures that are on these websites. Really? No. And I can't believe it's allowed. It seems like it's, I don't know, like a major legal issue. Like, we're just going to have these websites fucking lie to you. Like, oh, yeah, we got 63 viewers. And then I'm just like, spam, and nobody says anything. I don't know. I don't know why these companies aren't investigated. Look at this athleticism, though. What the fuck? Sexy douche canal. Anyway, is that the end of your story? No. Oh, tight. Douche canoe's working. What are your thoughts on George Murray? You're like, Doug, everybody fucking hates you. Everybody calls you George Snorri. You think he's good? I think he's as good as they'll let him be. Really? Yeah, I mean, he's consistent. He works all the fucking time. 1,000 years of time built up. Is he your favorite Coast host? No. Who's the best? I think George Knapp's even better than Art Bell ever was. So we go George Knapp, Art Bell, and like people be like, oh, Art Bell was better. Be like, I don't think so. I like Art Bell, but George Knapp is just, he brought almost single-handedly seriousness to the world of shit. Anyway, what else? Then who? Who's after? I don't know. I don't remember all the people who did it. Although John B. Wells wasn't allowed to do it anymore. So I kind of like that. What about Ian Punnett? I spoke with him. Do you like him? He never followed me back on Twitter, so he kind of sucks. What else? Or who else? How about Richard Serra? You know, I thought he kind of sucked dick, but he had that whole thing on the. What did he have? He had the thing on the thing. What did he do? On the fucking Galactic Federation, which was tight. That'd always be kind of cool in my book. What people have you? To what people have you spoken on Coast to Coast? Ian, the one guy, Richard Serra. Why? Because I love you. Go fuck yourself. How about that, douche? And then anybody else? I want to say, like, I called it. How many times did you call Coast to Coast? 3 times, maybe? What about what did you talk? One time was made all these predictions. One time I talked about my World Peace Project, and then another time I talked about maybe I called twice. I've called more than that, but I've been put on hold and shit. Okay, one time was it just on the Galactic Federation? Something like that. I think I've spoken with Richard Serra twice and John B. Wells once, or not John B. Wells, but Ian Punnett once. Is that it? Yeah, something like that. All right, you know you're thinking to yourself, yeah, because Zoo is gone, and I was talking about the fucking turkey baster. Are you done? Are you done? What else? What else is there? Is that the end of your story? Because it was awful. It's one of the worst stories I've ever heard. You don't believe that they raised 10,369,10,300,541 cents? No. How much do you think they raised? It's like when you go online, numbers just don't fucking matter. Especially that website. That website lies so much. How many people are watching Hidden Ross? 57,000. Really? It's literally like overnight. $76,000. No way. No way. No way. Overnight, he gets that many people. I don't believe that shit. All right, are you done? I gotta stand up. Are you gonna stand up? Look at this athleticism.
Because the difference to it makes martial arts, especially the UFC, the managers, the agents compared to NFL, NBA. To be an agent in the NFL, you have to pass the bar. You have to be like a legit, incredible attorney, know what you're doing. You could be the manager to fucking John Jones or Ilya Dufresne.
You hacker. Thanks, Alex.